Huh?
Yes, sir. Continue.
Is this thing? Huh?
We
Is
here.
this thing on?
Continue.
Huh?
Huh?
Is this thing on?
Come on, Bolo. Finish cooking, bro. I
Yeah,
see
go
you over
ahead.
there.
Yeah, Bolo, get back at it because I do have some contentions, but I want to have a good
I understand.
conversation about about what my
I
differences.
and understand everything that we're saying. It's not we can never say it in absolute, right? So I can't talk to you and say 100%. But what I'm saying to you is when we're talking about Black and Hispanic people, we're very emotional people, my G. We just are. It's not something that I'm happy about. I'm not happy about that because it's easy to move a nation of people that are emotional opposed to moving people that are logistical. It's harder because now people that are logistical, they're going to scrutinize what you're saying. People that are emotional, they just continue pushing the narrative and you move with it.
Yeah.
That's how Black people vote. They voted for Barack Obama, not even knowing his political platform. And they voted for a Black dude. You did what I'm saying? So the point that I'm making in that is we trauma bond, whether it is through a wife, whether it's through a husband, whether it's through your people, whatever. Seldomly do you have brothers who set up, because this is what I push. Let's let the brothers get together and heal the brothers before we even step to the women.
But
Because
Bolo, you say that when the world is moving more emotional. Check this right. Even when it comes down to economics, they're moving it from um stakeholders to shareholders. When you have a share, you have a feeling towards it. Like with like meme coins and with all this, everything is moving towards how you actually feel.
It's always
How you feel is actually how you will move. There are a lot of people that when people feel bad, they will lay in the bed and eat ice cream and become lazy, malaise.
Is it conducive to the movement in the world, though? Is it conducive?
no. The
Yes,
thing.
no, it's not conducive,
wait,
but
wait,
but
wait.
but
So you gotta understand what he's saying.
The people that's running the planet, are they emotional?
yes,
No, they're
yes,
logistical.
they
They're
are.
No,
they're
they're
not.
logistical, dog.
Brother. Let me explain something to you. Do you know what it takes to build a supermarket? Have you ever looked into how supermarkets are built? Do you know that the certain paints and the colors that they use? Do you know they go off emotion? Do you think the people that are building these buildings to move people a certain way, do you think that they're emotional, or are they a logistical thinking in an emotional state?
They're emotional. I'm gonna tell you
It's
why. I'm gonna tell you why I know that. I'm
it's
gonna tell. I'm gonna tell you.
logistical and
I know they're
emotional.
not. I'm gonna tell you how
They
because
know how to manage emotions and they know
Thank
how
you.
to facilitate
no. I'm
both
gonna tell you
sides.
how I
They're
know this.
managing your
With that
emotions
saying,
No. They
with,
suffer from.
with
They
colors and
suffer from
lights,
over
bro.
emotional. Y'all are lying. They suffer from over emotional. Let's talk
No,
about
they
No,
study
we're just
your
we're
Bolo.
just
emotions
talking
No,
about when
and
they make
learn
stop,
a
how to
please.
plan.
Can I speak
manipulate
for
you
30,
with
30
lights and
seconds?
colors, bro.
30 seconds. Please give me 30 seconds. Because Bolo, like you work in the trenches. I work in the trenches. I work with people that do actual what you just said. A lot of those corporate, they're called corporate artists. A lot of corporate artists are the ones that are getting ketamine treatments. Okay, so there's an emotional aspect to them that they are missing. So when you overplay this analytical, logical
No, no,
game,
no,
you are going to completely miss the emotional part, and
agreed.
that's what they
you
need.
lost
No,
sight
and that's
of
what they need
no,
treatment for. That's what they need
Pastor,
treatment
Pastor,
for.
you
And
lost
here's
sight of something.
here's
Why,
where
why do people know what colors and lights to put in places like hospitals and schools and whatnot in
They
order
use
to induce
they use
positive
purple. They use
emotion?
purple, pink, and
That is
white.
not an emotional. That's a study. That's not emotional. That's
that's
It's
study.
logistical.
it's
Yes,
But,
not
but no,
it's
no, they
logistical.
study. No. They study
pastor.
those colors off emotions.
Pastor.
Even them logistically studying those colors was
Pastor.
based off emotions.
Pastor, listen, we need to listen. When we're having conversations, what I want us to do, because women are listening to us, right? So as men, let's deal with order. Okay. I need you to put on your logistical ears instead of your emotional heart. Right. So I'm gonna hear you. I
Okay.
never told you that we're emotionless. I'd
Hmm.
be a fool if I told you that.
Right.
What I am saying is, as men, what we're doing, the majority of us are using emotion to search out logic instead of logic to search out emotion. That's our problem. Hold
Yes,
on.
yes, yes.
What I mean by that is when God tells you be angry and sin not, he's not telling you not to be angry. What he's telling you is don't make no stupid decisions while you're angry. That's what he's saying. So what he's saying is if JT does something that pisses me off, don't do nothing right now because all I see is red. Now, it doesn't change me being upset at JT, but when I can think clearly, now I can have a cohesive conversation with JT to understand why he did it. That's the point.
Okay, so the Bible also speaks of being slow to anger, right? You agree with me, right?
That's the same.
It says speak
Right.
to being slow to anger, right? So they're saying think of why you're actually mad before you actually get mad.
I am
Yes, that's
using
emotional
my
management.
logic to search my emotion. Why am I upset? What did Pastor do? Was what he did something that he had to do in the moment? Did he have to jump out of the street and onto my Jordans, or he would have got hit by a car? Or am I just going to be upset that he jumped onto my J's?
Okay, but my ultimate argument, Bolo, is even though the Bible does says be slow to anger, it does not dismiss your feelings
When,
or anger.
He
when did
never
I
said
say
That's
that.
a
that?
You
personal
never said
problem,
that.
Pastor.
Saying,
That is a
you're-
personal problem. And not only that, it is a
that's
lot harder to solve a problem in anger. So you should
good.
calm your
And that's
anger to
why I'm
solve your
saying,
problems.
and that's the point that I'm trying to make. This is what we do. This is why cats are afraid. This is why I'd cross the street if 4 black men were crossing opposed to white men. Because we don't think logistically in searching our emotions. We move emotionally and try to use that to search logic. No one said not to be emotional. I'm not a Vulcan, my G. No one on this stage.
No, you're preaching stoicism.
No,
No.
he's not. That's
Yes, you
totally
are.
different.
Yes,
That's
you
I mean,
are.
totally different,
almost,
Don't
bro.
tell me what he's
almost,
not.
but yeah,
Don't
but
tell
there's
me what
nothing
he's
wrong with
not.
it.
Oh, man.
He's saying,
Yeah, this is
listen.
very stoical. But yes, go with it. Go with it.
Hold on,
Lean into
Bolo.
it.
Hold on, Bolo. Let me just say this one time. I'm gonna give it right back to you. What he just did, he walked and you even agreed to it, even though you probably think you didn't. He's talking about us speaking, moving in a logistical way, a logical way, right? And what you said was that we're not, but that's not true. It is absolutely true that we have to be logistical to search for the emotion. It's not that is only what you about to go a whole different route with stoicism. That's a part of it, but that's not stoicism, not in its totality. So go ahead, Bolo.
The understanding why I'm upset. That's the logistical portion. I am
Yes.
upset, but I want to understand why. A lot of the times, it's like, I'll give you a perfect example. Let's say Mo Love comes to Bolo and she has a nail in her forehead, right? The first thing I'm looking at is the nail in her forehead. She's telling me what her issue is, but in my infinite wisdom, thinking emotionally, I'm thinking if I take that nail out of her forehead, she's good. I take the nail out of her forehead, she still got the problem. Why? Because I wasn't listening. I was so focused in me and not in the person that I didn't understand what they were trying to say because I was using my emotions to lead opposed to logic to lead in the emotion in that moment. That's the point that I'm trying to make. I'm not telling you that, listen, empathy is me connecting with Mo Love in her place of where she's at, putting myself in her shoes. Let me give you an example. We were given wheelchairs out on my channel, right? And a friend of mine got into an accident. And he was locked into a wheelchair. And I'm giving this guy my brother, I'm giving him information, I'm giving him things, but his body language seemed like as if I was disrespecting him. So, but he didn't say anything to me pertaining to it. So when he left, I sat in a wheelchair for 4 hours and I understood. This is a man that was 6'4", that didn't need help. Now he sees things from 4 feet tall for the rest of his life. Now he needs help. This is a man that was very egotistical, didn't need anybody. Very manly man. So now when I give the advice, I give it from a position of understanding what it's like to be in that place. So it's not the message that's the problem, it's the deliverance that's the issue. And that's why we have a problem, because empathy talks about knowing where that person is and meeting them there and giving the information to them so that they can receive it. It's not about just giving it to them any which way. To the strong, I'm strong. To the weak, I become weak. You know, JT may be one of those brothers. I can just say it. Yo, JT, man, get it together and you get it. He got it. Some brothers, you may have to give a little bit more of a pep talk. So you have to know the man or know the woman. And this is what they're afraid of. When they hear us communicating the way we're communicating, and we could disagree. That's not the issue. The issue is when we sound like maniacs, when we're yelling at each other and cutting each other off and doing this. This is why they pull back and say, I can't trust you, because submission is a choice.
Yes.
I agree with
Bolo,
that.
so Bolo, so if everyone is dealing with a certain level of trauma, I don't think it's good to blame trauma, because if
I didn't blame trauma. I didn't blame trauma. I blame what I'm blaming is the person that's going through the trauma. They either don't have the coping skills to understand what they're going through, or do they have the tools to figure it out. So this is why the men that do have the experience, the OGs, we need to go back and lead those young G's and say, listen, I understand what you're going through. Let me explain to you how to get through it.
so adaptation of trauma pretty much is how you, and I agree with you. I do think
adaptation. What do you mean by adaptation?
Because I grew up, like I said, I grew up with a therapist, so I love these therapeutic words. Let's go. And I also grew up with a pastor, so I love all of these words and scriptures. I've been a heathenistic rebel child, so I love all this stuff. So let's go. And I'm not here to debate you because I disagree with you, but I see past all of this, man. I see past all the words. I see past all the therapy. I see past all the trauma. I see past all the hate. I see past all the love. I see things. Reality is trauma, love, hate, biasness, perception. All of that is reality is one of the craziest things that we actually really live through. And I don't even think as human beings we actually realize it. We sum it up into this word called we sum it up into a word called trauma. I grew up with a military therapist, so I definitely know about trauma. And we laugh at this. And when you summarize all these therapeutic linguistic conversations up, it mainly breaks down to how do you fortitude the person for the reality of life?
And how do you do that? And how do you do that? That's the point.
You don't do that by making a selfish person.
No. That's the point right there. See, what you're doing is you're giving me an excuse. You don't make a selfish. That's not what I asked you. I said, how do you help that man or that woman that is suffering with trauma? Go.
That's why I don't push the Bible and Christianity.
I'm not pushing the Bible.
Let me make my point.
Go ahead, brother.
I don't do that per se, but I've come to have a deep respect for it because I realize that it bridges that gap. Religion does kind of serve that purpose, and so people find their own religions. But especially for me, I realize that it does kind of solve a lot of questions. It answers a lot of questions that we were talking about, like, the trauma and pushing through, the why do I have to suffer type of questions. There are sort of built-in answers if you really get into the apology and the religious philosophy of it all, but there are sort of answers out there. So I get why religion is so powerful, and I understand certain elements to it.
Hood service, check this out, man. Here, and to your point, this is so crazy. Think about this. And I know JT gonna feel me on this. When you work out, you become weak. And through that weakness, applying that trauma to your body, you become stronger. Make sense out of that.
You know what? That's very true, because I've been doing I've been losing weight.
Oh my God. Stay focused, Pastor.
I'm trying to stay focused with you and have a conversation with you. I'm not trying to lose focus with you. I'm trying to actually agree with you for a second, but never mind. You got it.
Is the point that I'm making to you is right through what Hood Service said. is through the hard times. When you ask for strength, you don't get a download and the next morning you wake up, you strong. You're put in situations where strength needs to be applicable, applied. When you ask for patience, you're put in situations where you need to be patient in. And sometimes people don't have the mechanics or the wherewithal to figure this out. Bolo don't have the answers to everything. So I make sure that I surround myself with people that are smarter than me so that when I do need that answer, I can go to them.
No, actually, Bolo, you actually need to
Bolo,
surround
I'm
yourself with
sorry to
people
cut
that are
you
dumber
off.
that are dumber than you. Actually,
I'm not.
because no, actually, I'm dumber than you. I'm dumb. I'm stupid
No,
compared to you, Bolo.
no,
I'm
you're
stupid. Yes, I am. I'll take the stupid
not.
position, right? So check this, right? The
Yes,
reason
sir.
why the reason why I say you should take a position of people that are dumber than you is because the people that are smarter than you are going to program you. I've learned more from my patients that had such a lack of understanding of their position or what they were facing in life than I actually understood that I actually took from the doctors and the experts over the position in the of profession I chose for my life. And what I'm saying is, hey, believe it or not, you can probably even concede to this. You probably learn more from your patients than you learn from your doctrine.
I would disagree. What I would say is I've seen it in action more in the patients, in
Yeah.
the clients. I've seen it more in
So
action.
therefore, you learned actually
No,
more from the patients than the doctrine.
it's not that you learn what it
You're
is.
talking about learning something different, though.
No, but what it becomes is now it's no longer theory. It's fact. It's no longer
It's
in the
fact.
lab.
It's fact. It's law now.
Right.
And who teaches that? And the patients teach you that fact and that law. So
No,
you actually learn more from what you
no,
learn in school is is
no.
theory.
The
Okay, you got
patient,
it.
the patients don't teach the fact. The thing of the matter is when 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 you're a young when you have children, when you have a child and you've learned some things, right? And your child is just learning. This is the thing that keeps me going, right? What keeps me going is when you tell that child to do something and they're fighting you all through the fight, they're all through the way. And then when they actually do it the way you said it and that light bulb lights up and they see it, that's what gets me off.
Yeah.
Because now they see it, now they understand it, and now you can step back and let them rock out. They don't need you no more. That's the point.
Exactly.
And
So
Like
but
so
go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
when I teach a traumatic patient, a person that broke their leg, how to walk on crutches and how to go through and how to go through the therapy and all the multiple layers of therapy, and they eventually get there and they come back and be like, you know what, man, even though I broke my leg and I came into the emergency department to see you, man, you started that therapy to help me go and help me keep and stay on my feet and keep me going, right? But and you learn so much from that element of that fall. And a lot of my perseverance is not just because of me as a man, because I've also seen people that I've helped persevere, and I've learned so much from my own perseverance and their perseverance that no doctrine or no teaching can teach me. I've seen human perseverance that has taught me more than I can learn through doctrination. I've seen people be really
Well, let
depressed
me ask
and
you
really
something,
fight
Pastor.
through like
If you say no doctrine can teach you, should we constantly come up with new knowledge and new solutions? Is there no
and that's
timeless knowledge?
I think that's the problem. I think
Is
that's
there
the
is there
problem.
no such thing
But
as timeless wisdom, Pastor?
there is timeless wisdom. I mean, there's some things that my grandparents told me that I'd never turn against, and so I agree with you on that aspect. Yes, there's certain things my parents taught me.
What is a better mechanism? What is a better vehicle to transmit so-called timeless wisdom than what you're calling indoctrination? I know you're talking about religion basically, but still, that is kind of the vehicle and the function of it.
But the problem is, so you're talking about no, you want to boil it down to religion. So then you can look at healthcare as a religion. You can look at engineers as a religion. The thing about it, there's industries outside of religion, and what me and Bolo are talking about is the industry of therapy.
Well, what I'm saying to you is, this is what I'm saying to you, because I don't push religion. That's the one thing I don't push. I don't push it at all.
So we're not talking about religion. Me and Bolo aren't talking about religion.
And what I'm saying to you, I've never pushed religion. That's not what I push. I push the Bible, period. I don't push religion. Okay. So what I'm saying to you is, when I see, this is the issue that us as men have. The issue that us as men have, and we're having it on this stage, some of us, we're egotistical. We're prideful in our conversation. When you realize that you're nothing, that's when the world opens up to you and you understand. For example, when I've seen men, and I always talk about the men because we're the leaders, we're the heads or whatever, right? I've seen men try to put their foot on the throats of women. I'm this and I'm that and I'm this and I'm that. And my thing has been, Christ-like leadership is only one response to that. That's submission. When you lead a woman, and I'll show you, when you have a man that's ready to die, lead, guide, provide, okay, and understand you as a woman, fear no mortals, would you submit to that type of man?
Yes.
Mo Love, will you submit to that type of man?
Yes.
There is no argument. There is no argument. I don't need to tell my woman, yo, listen, man, you when I get up, you got to go make me a sandwich and do. I don't need to do all that, because she understands her position because of the man that she has and because of the man she follows. She understands. Our problem is we don't understand. The only one that demands obedience is God. Submission is a choice. What is she submitting to? So that's why I say to you guys, and you know, the younger men, right? The older men really don't have this issue, but the younger men, when you're hearing when these women are listening to you and they're quiet for 2 hours, in their mind they're like, I'm checking that dude off. I'm checking that dude off. I'm checking that dude off. Why should I submit to you and you can't even have a logistical conversation without everybody cussing each other out? Not saying you guys are doing that. I'm just saying that there is so much more going on while we're having this conversation, and we're so engulfed in just this conversation, thinking that people are not watching. In the other link, there was over 200 people. And this is what I'm saying. Your words move people. All of you guys on this panel have channels that bring people over. Your words are strong, man. And you guys don't understand, not you per se in general, don't understand the strength that God has put in your hands.
Well, really, Bolo,
yes, sir.
I want to jump in on that point if you will.
Please.
That is why, and earlier I was doing my best to not have like a real spat with the lady that was kind of asking questions, and I you know, I try to shift the energy and all that, because as soon as she came in, I'm like, girl, I love you, because I already know. But the point is, I'm trying to talk to the men about what men need to be on, because talking to the women directly isn't going to get us the results that we want right away. You have to actually form the men up a little bit more. And that's kind of why I took the energy I took.
I agree.
Hood servant.
You know what I compare it to? I compare it to, and I say this all the time. If you have a leak in your house and a fire in your house, what do you attack first, the leak or the fire?
Let's attack the fire.
You got it. Thank you, JT. This is what I'm talking about. Wisdom.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was drinking something. Yeah, you're right.
It came out the way. And JT, why would you attack the fire, sir?
It's very rapid.
Thank you.
And yeah, it goes. It
it
destroys real fast.
It's the primary threat. You know, you can stop the water from leaking, but the fire will kill you quicker and faster and more dangerous.
The fire will destroy the foundation of the home. Now, here's where we bring the example to fruition. In that example, who do you think is the fire, men or women?
It's definitely men.
There you go.
Right. As much as it sounds like, and this is what we were fighting earlier, and Pastor and I were kind of like in the trenches with this one, because when you take the position that we were taking earlier, everybody, it's easy to accuse you. Oh, you just don't like women. You hate women. Are you Taz earlier? What women you got, bro? That's not the point. It's not about me hating women, but there's an issue here, and we can't get to the heart of the issue talking to the women about it because the men are tripping. Men really don't understand the situation.
Conservative. The problem is a lot of us don't agree with you on what you're saying the actual foundation 80% is. We don't agree.
Fair.
You're saying it's the system somehow clicked a button and turned these women into this, and it's this whole power struggle across the dinner table. And I'm more like,
it wasn't a click. It wasn't a flip of the
Right.
switch, right?
No,
Either you or I were born into this, but this has been a process
that's not what I'm saying.
over years.
No, what I'm saying is this. The problem being, you're talking about majority of men and women that don't even like each other. A lot of men and women that aren't grounded on the basic moral principles that even qualify to maintain a relationship. Then which is actually the 80%. But they make the big thing to fix everything a power struggle in the court systems. Like that's the 80%, and it's not true.
Well, here's the reality of it, right? I point to the court system because it's a more practical approach. I can't convince everybody to live by biblical rules. I'm not going to make that my burden. The court is a lot more direct, though. I'm not going to make it my burden to speak to everybody's heart, but I know people will follow the law because guns are real.
No, but people go to jail. If a woman doesn't,
men go to jail more than women because guns are real. So let's address that power imbalance.
Hold on.
You're way off topic. What I'm saying is this:
okay, go ahead.
If a woman does not like you, they don't, and the place that you are is not where they want. Count the time before they are gone. It's happening every day, and it's been happening for the last 30, 40, 50 years.
If they like you, they're not doing none of that shit.
The conversation becomes dismissive to say they left because they was unhappy. Okay, why were they unhappy? Can that even be a part of the conversation?
Several changes over decades have actually totally revolutionized the situation between men and women. And so again, we keep talking about it from what I keep calling romance. It's not about how much women like men. Women have options and freedoms that they never had before. That is a reality that is affecting everybody on the ground.
What you just said contradicts itself.
Also,
hold on. How am I contradicting myself, please?
No, okay, you said.
Hold on, we had a lady that wanted to speak, y'all.
Yeah, let us speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
Also, Hood Conservative, you came up and you clearly said, we don't care about what any women want, what they think, or anything like that. You clearly told the other lady that. You were up here talking about child support and how it was all the woman's fault. You didn't come up with not one solution to help the men or whatever. All you came up here with was complaint. Bring the women. Before you came up with your disdain, it was the other guy. Birds. All women are birds, and all married men are suckers. So
I don't think I said anything that crazy.
You clearly said, we don't care what you think, we don't care what you want. So
can I address that, please? Can I address that one?
Yeah, just 1 second. You wasn't coming up with any solutions. You came up being condescending and blaming everything on women. And that's part of the problem in these conversations. No one takes a step back and looks at themselves in the solution. All you want to do is blame the women. And there are some women that do the same thing to men. So I have to acknowledge that as well. But all this conversation has been for hours is, the women, instead of figuring out solutions for men. If you say you don't care what we think or what we want, then why aren't you guys gripping up, getting together, and think of solutions and how to fix each other? Instead of, if you don't care what we want, why is it always talking about us?
We don't really like each other like that anyway. Hold on, fam. Like I'm gonna be thorough. I'm gonna be thorough with you, right? I'm gonna reiterate it again. Brothers brothers really don't pay that much child support, bro. The child support don't even be that much. It be like $75, $154. Like, I never came in these spaces complaining about child support. I never complained about my baby mom taking me to child support or nothing like that. Yo, salute to the dudes that's going through that. Like, most of these dudes ain't even dealing with Keisha in the first place. They are not in a relationship with Keisha who's putting them through the fucking ringer. Like, let's keep it real, bro. Some of these dudes dealing with white chicks, suburban chicks, whatever the fuck. They not dealing with a hood Keisha chick right now. Like, stop lying. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, my
And
main
Keisha is
complaint
not
wasn't
one.
child
Okay,
support, it was family court.
Papoose, Remy Ma is, yo, she said, I don't even want the child support. I don't want you to take care of the medical bills. I don't want you to take care of the schooling. I'm gonna do all of that. And some of these dudes is going through the same shit. Like, yo, she not even worrying about your bread like that, bro. Like, let's be honest, bro. Like, fam, Raw and Cell do monumental research. Like, they actually do research. They actually do, like, they have fucking, yo, fam, they actually have receipts, my nigga. Like, stop playing. I don't think they really putting these niggas through the ringer like that. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you gotta show me the shit. I don't think motherfuckers really going through child support like that. Like, as they say, bro.
Were you on the panel? Were you on the panel toward the end on the last round when it was Taz? It was fantastic. It was Pastor and myself,
Man, I
and we all
don't want to hear them niggas.
we were all trading our personal stories about what was going on with individuals. Like, listen, he went through one thing. Everybody went through their own thing. And so, and to kind of address what the lady that was speaking earlier, like, listen, I don't have beef with y'all. I don't even know y'all personally, so I have no feeling toward y'all, hot or cold, right? We are just people talking. So it is not personal. I don't hate women. It's not a beef against women. However, how do you expect me to trust you as an ally in a problem that you benefit from?
The other lady up here even said she didn't even have kids. So how was you saying that to her? How was she part of your problem? It just
I'm
doesn't
not
make
accusing
sense.
her personally of anything, but I think that's the actual issue between men and women, though. Women benefit from the way things are. Women benefit from the way things are, and men want to change the way things are. And I don't know if it's feasible to ask you to help me.
But see, now
the problem is they're going to have to help us, because if we do this without their help, it will be a hostile takeover. Okay. And you know that, Hood. In your Hood, you know that. Hood, you know
well,
that.
I don't know how much help I can expect to get if I don't convince enough men first, though, and that's what I mean. I'm not even ready to kind of come to you yet.
Here's the problem.
So I got to convince the women first? That's crazy.
No, here's the problem, Hood. The problem is we're back to the conversation of pointing fingers.
Yeah.
We're back to that conversation.
I'm not even trying to point a finger. I don't even want to point a finger at women. I want to talk to men.
What I'm saying to you is you're not doing it intentionally. You're in the ring fighting. We're on the outside looking in. Who do you think got the better view?
Mm-hmm.
On the outside.
The person in the damn fight.
No, he doesn't.
No, yes, he does. No, that's a damn lie. I know when I'm fighting.
Hold on,
no,
that
is a lie.
Thing,
okay,
you know what you.
That's a very philosophical.
You know what
right
you
there.
fighting more than the. You know what you fighting more than the person outside of you know what you fighting.
No, listen. This is the thing. You can't fight a war with inside the fight. You can't do it. This is what.
Generals win the war, but soldiers fight the war, and I think the generals have to plan it better. Take the general position.
Hold on, Bolo. Listen, fellas. Bolo was just saying something, and then conservative. You next after him.
This is the problem. The problem is, listen, I'm not trying to say I'm a general or anything like that. What I'm saying is this is why we forsake not the one, the fellowship, right? So that when brothers are going through something or sisters are going through something, the more eyes that are on it, the better solutions we can get. And that's what it is. So the point of the matter is, listen, The system is the system. The system is the system, right? During Jim Crow, we didn't have these conversations.
You can't fight for me better than I can fight for me.
Hold on. As black families, we were better off in Jim Crow than we are now.
That's a lie.
Fact, though.
That's a lie,
bro.
That's a lie.
As a
That's
family,
a
nigga.
lie.
Pastor,
yes, no,
Pastor, stop playing.
Pastor,
Stop playing, my
true
nigga.
as a
That's the
family.
whole
Yeah,
fact.
I don't agree
That's
with
the
that
fact,
one
my
either.
nigga.
How is it wrong?
So the
Hold on,
question
There was
would
more
be,
inventors.
how is it wrong?
hold on. So the question would be, how is it wrong? And Pastor just said it, so Bolo is going to answer it.
What I'm saying to you is, as
No,
family,
you didn't give me a chance to explain why I was wrong.
let me preface.
He's going to tell you.
Let me preface the statement, then you can
I
respond.
didn't get to say why it
I said,
was.
no, let me preface it, and then you can rebuttal. You can rebut. Okay. During Jim Crow, we had more of a family unit. We had more of a community. We had more of a brotherhood. We had more of a sisterhood through that. Explain that. During slavery, you walk down the block, you get your neck chopped off, to now that we're free and we're splintered.
So I was explaining based off your own very profession. They had to traumatically bond together based off circumstances, and you said that, and you out your own profession, out your own doctrine, said that traumatic bonding or trauma bonding is a negative. So if Jim Crow was black people having to traumatically trauma bond together due to racial disparity, how was that good off your own doctrine?
I'm going to show you how.
I actually agree with Pastor on that one.
Cool. Okay, you can. Let me show you how. Because now we had no one else to rely on but ourselves. It was about family. It was about, yo, make sure that my man Keel, he don't get a flat tire in that sundown state. Let's go get him.
So black people need white hatred.
In that Mississippi,
So you're saying,
why you cutting them off, bro?
Let me say it. What I'm
Bolo
saying,
ain't even say nothing, bro.
what I'm
he
saying,
did say it, bruh.
what I'm saying to you is, in anything that we deal with, affirmities always make you stronger, makes you more patient. How do you become more patient? Through going through something that you need to be patient in. How do you become stronger? By going through something where you're weak and you have to become stronger. So through those things, we had nothing else but to depend on us. But now when those walls are opened up, we can go wherever we want. What we don't understand is freedom makes us more slaves than having boundaries. And that's our problem.
So you're making an argument for trauma.
No,
for cooperative. So hold on, don't cut me off for a second. Let me have 5 seconds. So you're saying that black people cannot coexist in harmony amongst one another without traumatic white racism or slavery or deprivation. We need Jim Crow. We need Reconstruction to be better. We need.
Let me answer.
Okay, you got it.
Look around you. How are we doing? Look around you. How are we doing without it?
So black people fail. So black people fail with freedom. So black people fail. So we fail with
we
freedom.
not doing no patents. We have
So
more
black people, hold
patents.
on, Bolo, you're saying black people fail with freedom.
Come on, man. You gotta look
Hold on. Black people, do black people fail with freedom? Do we fail with freedom?
Pastor, I'm asking you a question, please. Look outside and tell me, how are we doing right now?
Great. We're doing great with freedom. We're doing great.
Then we can't have the conversation there.
We're doing great. No, what do you mean we can't have the conversation? I'm around great black people. I'm around great black people.
Pastor, I want to try to bridge the gap a little bit, because I know where Bolo was and where you're trying to be, and I think there's a space that we need to fill in between. So when you saying black people are bad with freedom, I don't think that's really the problem. Pastor Bolo started out at the civil rights era, and that was a thing that needed to happen, right? And I'm not gonna pick apart the civil rights era, but there were problems that needed to be addressed. They were addressed. The battles were fought. We won a lot of those battles, and largely we won the civil rights battle. So that is not the battle of today.
And we had more patent in that era, though. In that era of like what Bola was talking about.
Not fighting.
We had more inventors. We had more inventors too, though. So don't bypass that.
So hold on, because we had one person.
That was an era of a man doing for a man, like you like.
No, hood-servative, if I may. Let me ask for the people that's on this panel. Bolo said something that was very important, and what he asked something very important. How are we doing now? We had one person say we're doing great.
We're doing
better. I said it's fucked up when you walk outside. I think it's fucked up when you walk outside.
Individually, people can make more money than they could have ever imagined in human history.
Overall,
but as a family or
a community,
as a black group dynamic, we're actually on the losing front in way too many ways to count. We're shrinking.
We need slavery. So Hood, you speak against slavery,
I am not
but you
saying
say we need slavery.
No, shut up. I'm not saying we
You did. I ain't shutting up. You said that.
We'll stop, please. I'm not going to tell you to shut up, but please stop for a second so I can tell you what I think we need. What we need is actually to have patriarchy, which leads to brotherhood, which creates order and stability.
I disagree.
What we need to do, and I agree with you to a certain extent, Hud, what we need to do is to repair the relationships that are fractured. That's the first thing we need to do. Right? First thing we need to do is repair the gap between the young G's and the OGs. That's the first thing that we need. That's the first thing we need to do. Okay, because remember, unfortunately, during Jim Crow, when you had what was going on, all of the petty squabbles, we stomped those out quick. And now that we sit here and we look at it now that the war is now more psychological than it is physical, we have these conversations, which means nothing because we're fractured. Our women are against us. Our men are against women.
That's a fact.
Don't want to see. We're fractured. Why? Because we're focused on too many different things at the same time. And that's
we're not fractured. We're not broken. We have
come on, Pastor. Stop playing, man.
We have a hiccup. Bro. We're not broken. Stop this shit.
Let the man talk, bro.
Y'all want this therapeutic sickness, sadness. We are not that broken. We are not that broken.
Bro, I'm in a community. I'm in a community with these white ends, bro. Like what Bolo say, like we have a disconnection with the OGs and the white niggas because the OGs won't even do that.
I disagree. You know we are not that broken.
Bro,
we are not that broken.
I'm outside with the killers.
Okay, listen.
Fam, stop playing, yo. You playing right now.
So
you want some bullshit.
I'm not on no bullshit. I'm so serious right now.
Okay, so
black people are not that broken. Black people are not that broken.
We're not that broken.
Hold on. Pastor, how old are you, bro?
I'm 38.
You're 38. Okay. There's probably nobody here other than it'd probably be me and Bolo that's probably close to where Jim Crow was. We ain't even lived in Jim Crow, but we understood the fallout from it. And the thing that he's saying is that when it came down to those type of things that was going on with our ancestors, our grandparents, and their parents, that it did have the community to be on point with one another, no matter what that circumstance was. But that circumstance was at an all-time high with us in America. We can't sit back and say that it didn't affect us to a point where we had to stay together with one another.
Well, don't complain about Donald Trump oppression.
No.
Don't complain about oppression if you need it.
No, listen, bro.
Don't complain about oppression if you need it. If you need oppression to be better, don't complain about it.
Listen, we got to have a better conversation, bro.
We do. We have to.
So this is the thing. Because we have all these other things, we have all these different options, right? We are not together anymore. We are in a state of emergency when it comes down to black folks in America. You cannot sit back and say that's not true.
And oppression is not the answer. Oppression is not the answer. Black people do not need.
Listen. He's not saying bring it back.
Right.
He's saying that what had happened, we had to make sure that we were 100% together with each other.
JT, let me give you another example.
Oppression is not the answer. I'm sticking with it.
Let me give you another example, because obviously you're stuck on the oppression.
Yeah.
Let's say you have a beef with your brother. You had an argument about something, right? And not to make this personal, but in general, you have a beef, and then you find out that your brother has cancer. He has 6 months to live. How important is that beef? It's not important at all.
It's not important at all.
Exactly. So let me finish. You're going to mend those walls, because that's not important at all. But look what it took for you to get past that. It took death.
It took the cancer.
You know what's crazy? We just talked about this like not even an hour ago. Bolo, because me and Pastor had. I mean, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's not that we need slavery, and it's not that we need cancer.
Right.
What we need to realize is that we're on a clock. You better understand that we're on a clock.
Yes.
And what you guys don't see, let me finish for a minute, please, Keelan, and you can rock it. I promise you can.
Yes, sir. I'm on mute.
We're looking at wars going on around the whole goddamn planet.
Mm-hmm.
And here in America, we're sitting there talking about goddamn black people getting together with their women. When this war starts here, and it's coming, we're going to get wiped out, my G. Because you know what? We can't see. As a unit, we can't. We just can't. And this is the problem. You can't tell. You have 14-year-olds in Afghanistan that are more manly than 50-year-olds here. Why? Because they don't have all the options that we have here. You think women are talking about they don't need men in Afghanistan? No, they're not saying that. You know why? They don't have that option. They get in where they fit in. Why does it take that? So here it is. So here it is. We're calling it arms. We're calling a call to the men. Yo, let's get this together, yo. Let's get this together. And I'm calling to the OGs. Let's get this together. All the small little nonsensical conversations, we can deal with that on the way. But let's get it together, because once we come as a unit to the women, they're going to fall in place, bro. I promise you they will. Because you know, they're going to see togetherness, they're going to see strength, and most of all, they're going to see love and trust.
Nobody wants to go there. Nobody wants to go there, but the Taliban are the only people to defeat feminism,
Can we let that breathe?
No, we're not letting that breathe. We're not letting that breathe. We're not letting none of that breathe.
That's all I'm saying is the Taliban totally beat feminism.
We're not letting none of that breathe, because the reality of it is that's the same push for the alt-right, the aggressive Christians, for the evangelical Christians to take over this country, and they're doing that. They're all doing that under the. Hold on, Bolo. Let me get 5 seconds. Can I get 5 seconds, bro?
Let me
get 5 seconds, bro. Hold on, Kills. Everything you just said, the aggressive Christians and the evangelicals are doing right now, and look at how that's working out for our country. I don't think that's a good movement.
They're not wrong. You'd be better to act like that.
Hold on, Hood. First of all, I'm not a Christian, dog. You keep calling me these things and trying to put me under these banners that I'm not. It's better.
Well, I am a Christian. I'm Amy Zion.
So what I'm saying to you is maybe you need to ask me what I am before you say these Christians.
No, I said your behavior is the same. I don't care what you are. Your behavior is the same.
I need to go in the box.
I promise you my behavior is not that up.
It is very much the same.
Bolo never claimed that, bro. He been on the internet for years, bro. Tommy Sotomayor. He's been on the internet since 2014.
I'm not beefing with Bolo.
I've never heard that. No, it's not beef, though, but you putting a label on him, though, bro.
We're having a conversation. Hold on, man. Never mind. I'm on mute. I ain't gonna say nothing else.
And I don't want you to mute, but what I'm saying to you is, and JT has been trying to say it, Hood's been trying to say it, My man Freeze has been saying it, even Mo and F&M.
Everybody heard Bolo, but I don't want to interrupt.
What we're trying to say is there's a bigger issue that we have. The bigger issue is there's a fracture in the brotherhood as a majority, not a minority, as a majority. There's a fracture.
You're making the same argument that the alt-right is making. This is black face.
You said you were gonna mute, bro. You said you were gonna
No,
mute.
I don't give a damn. You mad that I said alt-right, hood. You still
What
my
the
nigga.
alt-right doing,
but
though? You acting like you at yo, Pastor.
Mute,
are you at the rallies with the alt-right? Are you at the rallies with these? Yo, man, let me keep it real with Bolo real quick. Fam. Yo, man, my team just got indicted, bro. 2007, bro. Look it up. Dipset, Rochester, New York, all of that shit. Niggas was in a RICO case, all of that, bro. Like, bro, I wish I could help my duns, yo. One of my homeboys got 60 to life right now, bro. Like, I'm glad I escaped that shit. It's fucked up here. Like, these OGs don't care about these young boys up here. All they do is get them a pack, get them a pistol, tell them to do some wild shit that they would never do them damn selves, bro. They don't care, bro. Like, right now, it's crazy. When the last 5 years, now you got Kia boys, Kia girls, going to high school with cars, driving on a high school property, trying to hit little kids and everything. This is a national thing, bro.
Thank you for saying
but
that.
who's talking to these kids?
Kills.
Y'all scared because I don't plug no smoke. I talk to these kids. I bring them food to the recreation centers. I don't document this on my YouTube channel, but I did it, bro. It was like 4 mass shootings. It was 4 mass shootings in Rochester, New York. Look it up. Google it, nigga. It was 4 of them. I've been to all the recreation centers trying to stop this shit by myself with no fucking help, no media attention, and none of this. And I don't bring this shit to the space, bro. I'm in the field with this shit, bro. Every day when I go outside, bro, I talk to the young bros outside, bro. Because I was like them. I was like them growing up. It was a fire in me that I don't know about that's telling me, yo, be reckless. Do this, do that, yo, without me even thinking, bro. Moms ain't worrying about me. I'm going to parties. I'm doing the wild shit, bro. Like, I understand what this generation going through because I'm outside with them, bro. And I still go to work every day. And I'm in a federal building, bro. Like, I ain't about to talk about it, but it is what it is. Like, I see it on both ends, bro. They don't care. What are you talking about? Niggas is getting indicted every day.
Let me say this to you, brother. First of all,
go ahead, man.
Let me apologize to you for the OGs that have left you out there by yourself. Let me apologize to you for that, B. Because it shouldn't.
Thank you, B.
It shouldn't have been that way. And this is what we're trying to create. JT, Freezy, Scam, Hood, Pastor, and on Freezy's channel. This is what we're trying to bridge that gap. So let me start by saying, I apologize to you. We shouldn't have left you out there for Dolo. We shouldn't have. So here's the thing. We need, when the brother like this is speaking, we got to hear the hurt. Cats don't hear the hurt. Cats don't hear the trauma. That's trauma. That's trauma he's talking from.
The young dude told me a couple days ago, yo, he was like, because I'm looking at the OGs, right? In my era, I'm looking at the OGs, yo. But the young man, he told me out of his mouth, he said, why you was looking at the OGs, dog? Why you ain't turn your head back and looked at me, though? Because I'm looking at you, you know what I'm saying? Running around the ranks, doing your thing and whatever. Like, I didn't know how to comprehend that shit, bro. I'm looking at the fly cards. I'm looking at the women that the older dudes was getting, but there's another generation looking at me. But I never turned my back and trying to give them some assistance. Like, how you supposed to get the ball off to the running back?
This is a breakdown of family. This is a breakdown of family. This is a breakdown of family. The fact that y'all are using the term OG, the fact you're using the term OG is a fucking breakdown. Your OG was an oppressor.
No. I
mean, we gotta get fuck these OGs, man.
actor, but
right, go ahead, bro.
he wasn't a good
nigga.
actor, but impressive is one word.
My
Here's the
OG
thing,
was
though.
a serial deleter, nigga. Yo, I'm gonna keep it a
An
beam with you,
oppressor.
Pastor.
An oppressor.
Look it up, my nigga. It is
Here's
what the
the thing.
fuck
No,
it is. But I
that's your
know these
story.
niggas.
He was
That's
an
But
your
they
story.
oppressor.
still honorable.
An
They still
oppressor.
honorable.
So black
I'm not
kids
gonna
can't
say
do
honor.
good unless they have
My
There's no
nigga,
honor. There's
my
no
nigga,
honor in the street. Niggas got a
you ain't
street
even
version of
honorable
honor, bro.
you ain't even honorable
Fellas,
on
we
this
need one
platform
mic.
right now, and you
we
cutting
need-
everybody
hold on.
off, and you cut off Bolo, you cut off everybody, my nigga. You ain't showing no allegiance. You ain't showing nothing righteous right now, cutting everybody off.
I
You know what I'm
cut my mic
saying?
plenty of
Not
times. I
being
cut my mic
honorable, my
plenty
nigga.
of
What the fuck you
times.
doing right now?
I cut my
You
mic
doing the
plenty of
bullshit
times.
right now, my
I
nigga.
cut my mic plenty of
And then
times.
you want
Bolo,
to be
Bolo,
this
hold on, hold on, hold
honorable.
on, hold on. Don't speak for
What
Bolo.
the fuck you
Bolo,
mean, nigga? I
Bolo, let me
said
ask
it,
you a
nigga.
question.
Hold
Bolo,
on,
let me ask you a question. Did I
Yeah.
cut my mic?
You have. Can I just do one thing?
Well,
I just want to do one thing. Keel, how old are you? If you don't mind me asking, bro.
you know what I'm saying? Yo, I'm up there.
Just give me an
I'm
approximation. You ain't got to give me exact.
nah, I'm
Nigga,
saying.
I'm 38. Why you
Okay,
afraid of
cool.
your age?
Yeah, yo, I'm in my 40s.
I'm
I'm in my
38.
40s, bro.
All right,
But
cool.
38.
Kills, you talked
Chill.
about
Right,
honor
chill.
in
But still
reference
got
to
a
the
young
streets,
heart, you
bro.
heard?
Hold on.
And
Let me point something out to you, bro. The concept of honor has no place in what we call the street, and we learning our lessons from the wrong place, and then we wonder why we can't get
My
it right.
dude. Because right, we use these YouTube devices as a mean of entertainment, as a mean of interaction, whatever the case may be. But in real life situations, you know what I'm saying, you will get decked in your mouth, or you will have to live up to whoever you think you are. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
I
In
get
real
you.
time.
I get you. I get you, bro.
Me personally, right? Certain individuals in these spaces, ask around, bro. I show heavy respect. I don't even know Bolo from Adam and Eve. I'm not cussing this dude out. I'm not interrupting him. I'm not like giving him like much pushback. I may say certain shit with y'all because I got a rapport with Pastor. I got a rapport with certain
That's true.
even with
Kills you, my nigga.
I
That's
got a
true.
certain
That's true.
rapport with individuals, but I'm
That's
not
true.
doing the
But
most like
bro,
y'all, bro. I'm not doing the most. Y'all doing the most right now. Y'all
well,
not showing no grace. Y'all not
if
showing no
you think I'm
passion.
doing the most, I
Y'all
Well,
not
hold on,
apologize.
showing
I'm
kills,
trying
kills,
not
anything right
to.
kills,
now,
kills,
bro.
kills. I just asked
That
Bolo, did
is
I show him?
that's
I just,
just
hold
my
on, kills, hold on,
interpretation of what's going on right now, bro.
kills. Respectfully, you my nigga. You know you my nigga. We been on panel. You been
Man,
on
I
my.
don't want to
You
hear
my
that
nigga.
right now, bro.
But however, I just asked Bolo, did I cut my mic and show him grace and mercy and let him speak? And he said yes.
Bro, you ain't.
I'm not up here trying to
Bro,
attack. I have a
when he was talking, bro,
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Shout out to JT from What We Know Podcast for his $5 super cap. Thank you, JT. Said, be like JT, support the channel. Salute my bro. I appreciate you, bro. Love, man.
All good. All
Let me
good.
say this, man.
bro.
Let me say this. Hold on.
You see how he just jumped in,
You got it,
because that's
Bolo.
hierarchy, bro. That's how
Hold
hierarchy works. This is his
on.
channel. We all know
What is
his
wrong
voice,
with
and the minute he
you?
jumped in, we stopped our fight, because there is an order, and there is an order to things. And I think as men, we kind of lost track of how order works, and it doesn't start from the street. That's the point I wanted to make earlier. We
Let me
can't
say
take
this
our
to you.
lessons because we grew up in the hood
I
and
I
act
never
as if
said
those are
that.
the
I
only
never
things.
said that.
Hold on,
No,
guys.
I'm saying that because I think that's a common thing that we all do with one
No,
another, and
it's
I
not
think we
about
learned
being,
wrong, bro. We learned a lot of
bro.
wrong lessons, bro.
Right, cool. Let me say this, man, because this is.
Go ahead, Bolo.
Thank you, bro. This is the problem that we're having. Cats are not trying to understand where cats is at. When you have
Amen. That is fact, right?
and forgive me for this example. Forgive me. If you have a dog that's been tied out in the elements for 4 months, and you're trying to help this dog don't know what you're trying to do. It's gonna bite you. But because you know that this dog don't know you, you're gonna give them that room of grace and mercy, like my man Keels is saying. We're so quick to want to defend ourselves. This brother here is crying out,
That's a
but
fact.
no one sees that point. What people want to try and do is defend their point. And this is the fracture I'm talking about. Everyone wants to defend themselves opposed to helping. The brother's crying out, yo, I'm seeing my people's this, my people's that. And we want to try to prove a point.
I've been watching Bolo since 2014, seeing him on Tommy Sotomayor. I've been watching Hood TV since I think 2015, 2000. Like I've been watching you dudes, studying you dudes for so long, but y'all don't even know, bro. Like
but Bolo,
so you don't think hold on though. You don't think that another generation is watching y'all right now, or younger, like the 2000, like the YNs? You don't think the YNs or the young men not watching y'all right now? Why they playing GTA, listening to y'all? You don't think they got different monitors, 5, 6 monitors, listen to us? Actually, why they playing their games and doing all of this? You know what I'm saying? I used to listen to Bolo playing. I used to listen to Tommy and Bolo and whoever else used to play my game. I used to do
exactly.
that shit,
So kills. The issue with this is, and I
on,
I don't want to dismiss anything you say because you
don't even
Rochester,
understand.
you know what I'm saying, you know, and I never do.
Yeah.
I don't want to dismiss anything you say, but the
Come on,
problem
bro.
Bolo, and hold on, you want to do that super chat before I finish?
Appreciate
They
you.
need
Appreciate you, Pastor. Shout out to Conversations with MJ. Thank you, sis, for your $10 super cap. She said the need to be right should not outweigh actually being right in the moment. Facts, Bolo. Shout out to you, sis. We love you. Thank you.
Yo, salute to MJ.
Do I got the mic back?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
go
Go
ahead, bro.
ahead.
All right, respectfully, like I know Bolo that we go through a lot of different things. So this is why I agree with Hood Conservative, right? We cannot we can't start from trauma, even though we've been through trauma. Our good days outweigh our bad days, and I really believe that in my real life. Like, forget the internet, forget any talking point, forget anything that I said on this internet. My good days have outweighed my bad days, and we have to start from our good days and not rely on our bad days. And I think if we continue to rely and learn from our traumas rather than learning and relying on our triumphs, you have trauma, you have triumph. I think we have to learn from our good days over our bad days. I
Yo,
think
Pastor.
you got it.
Here's the problem with that. The problem
There you
is
go. Go ahead, Bolo.
here's the pushback on that.
All
The
right.
pushback on that is the only way I can triumph is when I learn from my trauma or when I copy my trauma. That's the problem that we seem to disconnect. The reason why these young men and young women are doing what they're doing is because they don't have the coping skills nor the thought process to get past their trauma, so they can't have habits. They
And
did. Hold
And,
on.
and, and
Hold
hold on. Okay,
Brother,
give me 5 seconds. Give me 5 seconds. I disagree
No,
with
he's
you.
cooking.
No, I
Come
don't
on,
need you
Pastor.
to agree
He's
with me.
cooking, bro.
I don't need you to agree.
Come on,
You
Bolo.
keep wanting to cut in to defend
This
yourself.
is
You don't have
devilish
to.
right now.
No, you're cutting in to defend yourself.
Brother, you
Pastor,
Just what
you
I
acting like
said.
you acting like
stop
a whole demon right now, bro.
No, I don't. I am a demon, nigga. Praise Satan, nigga. How Hitler, nigga. I don't give a damn. But what I said
Look,
is
Bind up
hold
the
that
on,
devil
reality
right
of it
now.
That's
is.
so
When you
good.
hear certain triggers,
hold
the
up.
truth
Wait,
come out,
Pastor.
bro. The truth
Hold
come
on.
Bind up
out,
that
bro.
devil.
I
Hold on.
reject it
Get
in the
Hey,
deep.
yo,
name of
Bolo,
Bind
Jesus.
up
go
that
ahead,
devil right
Bolo.
now in the
Hold on
name
one
of Jesus.
You
second.
heard what he said, Bolo.
Hold on one second. Get deep behind these Satan. Shout out to Mark, the
That's
Red
right.
Tax
Right.
Coach, for his
Fact.
$10
You
super
heard what
cap.
he
He
said.
said, until we as black people learn how to communicate without the disrespect, we will stay stuck. Shout out to Mark
Absolutely.
Perez Tax
Absolutely.
I
Coach.
Big
agree with
fact.
you, Mark.
Come
100%.
on, Bolo.
I agree.
We got the devil. We got the devils on these platforms. What the fuck going on?
This is the problem.
There's no power here.
The
No
problem
power
is
there.
cats want to look at the good times, and this is the problem. If the mountain was smooth, all of us can climb it. The good times come from you being able to say, I went through that bad time and I learned from it, and I'm a better man or a better woman from it. But if I don't,
Testimony.
if Thank you. That's a better way of saying testimony. If I don't have the coping skills nor the wherewithal to get through it, how do I get there? This is why we have the perpetual cycle of violence, the perpetual cycle of unwed children being born and things of that nature, because we don't want to break that cycle. And people are up here trying to defend themselves or defend their point, opposed to hearing the people that you're trying to help. How do I help somebody if I don't listen to them tell me this is where I need help at? This is mind-boggling to me. This is why the Father, and you're a Christian, and the Lord tells you to listen so that you may know how to respond. Listen so you may know how to respond. What does it mean? That means to know where that man or woman is at so that you can take your message and tailor make it for them so that they can receive it. Giving meat to a baby doesn't help. It just doesn't. But you want to be right. This isn't about right. This is about being in the moment, like MJ said. He's telling you this is an issue. All right, brother, let me write this down. The women are saying this is an issue. All right, sister, let me write this down. What is the most clear and present danger for us to deal with? We'll deal with that, and then we'll check out everything else. But to sit here and say that us as a Black community and a Hispanic community, that we don't suffer with trauma, the majority of us, is asinine. It's madness.
That's crazy, yo. You putting a falsification on Black and brown people that's not true. Most Black and brown people are not suffering from this trauma. You're saying hold on. No, stop, nigga. Y'all let him go for. Y'all let him go. Y'all let him go. Y'all won't let me go.
Coming in and rebutting, and you're not letting other people talk.
I ain't. Okay. Well, y'all got it. Then.
Okay, we heard your stance.
I'll get it, y'all. So he gets to keep rebutting. He gets to keep rebutting me, but he gets to keep rebutting me. But I can't rebuttal with nothing that's being said though. You got it though. See, this is the reason why. This is the reason why I ain't playing with you niggas no more. I ain't playing with you niggas no more. Y'all about to find out.
Memorial's Day.
One mic, please.
Tomorrow, Memorial's Day, right? Everybody be cooking. Everybody be rejoicing each other.
Yeah,
whatever the case may be.
Cookouts.
This woman is right now. No, I'm saying I don't want to make it like I'm a simp or whatever though, but it come across like that, whatever. But she's trying to talk. How come we can't like this chill for a minute and this vibe and play some music in the background on some low vibration? Let the woman talk. Everybody get a chance to talk, and let us have it like a circular conversation. It ain't that difficult to have a circular conversation. Like
it wasn't circular because Bolo was talking, and when Bolo was talking, it was circular because you niggas agree, and I disagree. And so it's not circular. It's not circular once I disagree. Once I disagree, it's not circular anymore.
But that's the thing,
Okay,
Pastor. Why do you disagree that most Black people are not in trauma? Explain your why. Don't just
y'all made a whole argument for trauma.
Explain your why, Pastor. Stay focused.
I've been trying to the entire time, but y'all cut me off every time I do. Y'all got it. Every time I tried to logically talk about my disagreement, y'all cut me off as if I'm hating on Bolo. Bolo, have I ever disrespected you or hated you on this panel?
Bro, are you going to get to your point so we can?
I've been getting to my point, but y'all want every time I try to
let somebody else get the mic. We had wife.
Yeah, here you go. Let somebody else have the mic. That's how you bitch ass niggas are.
So
that's how you niggas are.
Speak. Cool.
I swear if I saw you, I'm glad him started that boxing shit.
Hey, bro, listen. Okay. You ain't gonna do shit about it. Let her go ahead and say what she gotta say.
What's up, nigga?
Yo, JT got about 30 years in the military, man. Leave that man.
I'm not worried about that military shit. Nigga, I grew up with military. I ain't worried about that shit.
Why don't y'all play some chess? Why don't y'all play some chess? Why don't y'all play some chess and get out y'all shit?
No, Pastor, that's your trauma that want to fight, bro. That's you speaking from your trauma because you Black.
Hey, bro, y'all keep proving a point 100% when it comes down to it. Let the lady speak so we can go and get to another part of this conversation.
Exactly.
Are you guys okay?
Nah, I'm not okay.
I know.
I like your hair. I like your hair. I like your hair. Your hair and your glasses look cute, Mom.
Well, the point is that when women and children see this misbehavior, it's not attractive, it's not appealing, it doesn't affirm that we're triumphing, whoever said that. No, it sounds like a hot mess up here. It sounds like it appears that nobody's listening to one another. And what's so awesome is that God, he has power over everything. But he's the last one we consult on anything. And when we're in trouble, he's the first one we want to call to get us out of trouble. But it's like we let our spirituality, we let our godliness go to the side for the sake of being right, doing what feels good, shooting up the block, getting lit. Like that looks like fun. What really makes us victorious and what really puts us on top is being on one accord, being in unity. And the Bible says a house divided against itself cannot stand. And that's where we are right now. We are not standing. We are not triumphant. The men the men that are against the woman. The enemy wants the woman against the man. It's the same playbook is being played out from the garden. And the fact that we don't look towards the word, the fact that we don't look towards God, we're missing a big piece of everything that's making everything everything should go. And a lot of other cultures, they're very heavily into their faith. That's why they can operate the way that they do, because within faith and within religion or beliefs, there's laws, there's principles. And those laws and principles guide you morally. Now, the streets, they don't have no love for you. They'll do anything to get what they want. You know what I'm saying? So we really need to have a higher principle that we're drawing from, not from this low vibrational world, the one that want to keep you oppressed and all these things. We can't look to it. And it's funny that you guys said, you're out in the streets, you're out here, nobody's talking to these dudes here. I actually went in the prisons and talked to the young men.
Yeah.
Something that a lot of people can't say. And so it's like, you got to get in the fire. You got to let these people know, these young men know that you're there for them from the outside. You know, when they're sitting in their sin, when they're sitting after the biggest mistake they made in their lives. I've been around people that got bodies, 12-year-old, 14-year-olds. And in that moment, yeah, they were probably possessed. But now they're sitting there, and the last thing they need is, oh, this is how you get the game, bro. No, they need God, because they need something higher than them to bring them out of those decisions that they made, so that they don't turn back and keep making those decisions. And when you introduce them to Jesus, when you introduce them to God, it introduces them to a higher power than themselves, because relying on themselves is what got them in the problem that they're in right now. A lot of things in the choices that we made now got us in the situation that we're in now. Because if it was left up to God, he would say, no, don't go over her house tonight. But you went over there, and now you got a baby out of wedlock. So a lot of things we bypass, a lot of red lights we run, and then we want to, oh, it ain't going to work. But you're the one that's the violator. So we need to sit back and be introspective and look at, and consider God and pray. And it's not such a bad thing that Bolo's suggesting. Because
may I ask you a question?
Go ahead, love.
If you don't mind, love. Yo, I honor, yo, truly, trust me, I honor everything. I honor everything that you're saying right now. You know what I'm saying? I wish I could turn on my camera right now and show you like all the food that you about to cook for Memorial's Day. You know what I'm saying? And then half of the kids gonna be knocking on the door, beating down the door, and want to eat. And that's what we do. We feed the kids in the community. Like where I live at, it ain't no litter over here. There's Puerto Ricans, white people, retired. See, I live around retirees. It's people that been owning their houses since 30, 40 years in my community. Even though that we live in the hood, but in the neighborhood, you know what I'm saying? We still know each other. Like I could go to my next door neighbor house in 2025 and ask for some sugar right now. And ask for like, yo, can I borrow this? Can I borrow that? There's like 4 or 5 neighbors I could go through right now. outside on camera and be like, "Can I borrow something?" Maybe two gonna say no, but somebody gonna give me a yes. You know what I'm saying? Them the communities I like. I like being in the field. I like being hands on. If your kid is at a recreation center, you know what I'm saying? Look up Rochester. We had 4 mass shootings up here. And I went to each and every recreation center that I try to go to and talk to the youth, yo. Because I used to work at Wegmans, right? And then you know how you buy them sandwiches, the big platters? It's like $34. Bring, know what I'm saying? I bought them to the rec center. Not trying to be on camera, not trying to have the media or nothing. I just want to bring peace to my community. I did that, ma. You know
But
what I'm saying? If you
but
go to my community tab right now, I got baptized. Yo, my baptized videos is on there. Me
Mhm.
doing this, me doing that, but none of that get promoted. But it's all good though. You know what I'm
But you
saying?
know, the next step that you have to do as a man of God now, since you're baptized, you're going to have to go into spiritual warfare. It's not enough to just bring sandwiches when you're having the spirit of murder circulating over your community.
No, I'm
So
talking about.
you have to tear it down now. It ain't the sandwich can't tear it down no more. You got to fast. You got to pray. You got to reach heaven so we can break the chains
it's
that's over the community
a,
so that we can call it down. You know that you have the power over your voice of God. He said the same spirit that raised Jesus from the dead lives inside you. You got to start saying, I command the spirits of mass shootings right now, pedophilia. You call it down in Jesus' name. Because a lot of things can be stopped just by our words. We're the most powerful tool in the earth right now is the church. But the devil knows that. If he can get us yelling at each other, not believing in what is our spiritual authority, we're going to be on panels like this and keep talking in circles and circles. Like Bolo said, there's wars going on right now. Okay, well, we're here. You know why we're here? Because
But I'm
this is the
talking.
solution.
and that's the
And that's
reason why I
you
said
don't
we need
think
to.
you have it, but you have more people fighting with you than you know. You got the host of heaven. It said, if God before you, who can be against you? You can't bet nobody be against you. I've marched in neighborhoods that gang infested, that command that area. And you know what? We have to take it by force. Like I said, going into the prisons. And it's not just people sitting there. There's spirits in there too. Because just because you lock up the person doesn't mean you locked up that spirit. So
And
when they leave,
this the
same
reason why
thing.
I was, and sweetheart, I'm not trying to cut you off.
Mhm.
What you're speaking is beautiful, and I agree with you 100%
Okay,
wholeheartedly.
as long as you agree in some
I
way,
do
that's a
agree with you.
beautiful
I know
thing.
I agree with you. Not in one way. I agree with you wholeheartedly. This is why I
Okay.
agree with. This is why I agree with Freezy putting you on the mega screen. But what we were talking about as men and my disagreement was is
Hmm.
when we were leading with trauma and people growing from trauma. I disagreed with that wholeheartedly. I agree with you that we need to grow from a spiritual, holistic, faith based rather than going from a trauma base. When we start to learn and grow and become better from our trauma, all we do is learn excuses. And that's what therapy gives people. And that's just why I rely on God over therapy. That's just why and trust we played this game. We did the therapy game and we did the religious game. She's like, my mother's a therapist and a pastor. So I seen it from both ways. And we had this discussion. And me and my mother have come to the conclusion that relying on God will outpace and outdo anything we learn from any man-made doctrine of therapy. Our where you are at spiritually, or your baseline of spirituality will carry you farther than any other techniques you learn through therapy. Can they be used as a tool, just like a knife? Yes, they can, but they won't carry you as far as your faith. And y'all got it.
And exactly is why you have to build your faith. You know what I'm saying? As much logic as you was trying to rely on, you were yelling so much. But just seeing this other side of you, you're saying, well, I believe in my spirit. How would I know that? Because you were yelling all the time. You know what I'm saying? So we got it. So now I had to, or people have to pick and prod and dig and go through the pile to know that you do. believe in God, that your mother does believe in God. So it's like all the trauma and like the loudness had to get out the way, like Bolo was saying. So we do lead with trauma sometimes, and we may not know it. See, that's the problem. So that's why we have to sit and listen, and certain people only have the specialty to diagnose or to discern. Like, okay, I see where he's probably upset. We probably won't say trauma, but we'll say, well, he probably is frustrated.
Can I get
So
inside
now
there?
we have to
High
say,
school, high
yeah.
school. Can I just cut you for 1 second? JT or Freezy, can you share my screen, please?
I think Freezy got it.
Freezy, can you share my screen?
Yeah, let me share it right now.
Thank you, bro. Now, this is from the National Literacy of Medicine. And you can read the whole thing. I'll just read the point. Exposure to trauma, whether they're through witnessing or direct victimization, is often a daily reality for many black males. Finding from this review suggests that 56 to 74% of black males exposed to trauma events may have an unmet need for mental health services. Future research examining relationships. You could take it down. And the point of me saying that is, one, I never said that, this outshines who the Lord is. I'll never say that, right? Because my whole breakdown, everything that I do is based around God. But when God tells you, bear one another's burdens, what does that mean? Bear one another's burdens. Are we just going to sit around a campfire and talk about it? Or are we going to try and figure out solutions to it? How do you figure out solutions? That's not for you to interrupt whoever that was.
No, Bolo, I no Bolo, because the
Hold
leader
up,
of the
Pastor.
panel tried to call me out when I said I was a demon. But Freezy, you
Brother, you
yourself
said
said
you
you
was
was
a
a
demon.
demon.
He didn't
I
say
did
you.
say that,
He
nigga. I
said
did
it.
say that. I did
Okay,
say
then
it.
what are you
And
saying
Freezy, you
then?
said it too,
You
nigga.
saying when he
And
said
Bro,
Freezy,
you
you
was a
said it
demon.
about.
you acting kind of demonic right now. Okay,
Damn.
you acting real demonic. Yeah.
Yeah, and all you niggas have been before.
I was
His
just
point.
joking. First of all, I was just joking, man.
No, I
Okay,
took that personal though, because when I said that,
bitch, you the
I
one
meant that.
said it.
I
The
did
fuck
say
wrong with
that.
you?
Okay.
Okay,
I'm not. No,
then.
don't get mad at me for saying that. I said it and I meant it.
Okay, well, it was a joke. Okay, you said it. Take more
Well,
responsibility.
let me hit your cash out. Let me hit your cash out because I gotta talk shit tonight.
Damn right.
Hold
Y'all
on,
good.
I'm gonna hit your cash out because I'm gonna talk shit tonight. Because
Okay.
y'all fucking with me.
Okay, $50 or more. Shout out to MJ. What's going on, sis?
So
Hey, how's everyone? How you doing?
Hey, MJ, what's happening?
Hey, I came on the panel because I think we were starting to lead into maybe talking about solutions. I understand that people have things that they need to get off their chest. A lot of people use these panels for it, and it's fine, it's cool, to a certain extent. So I wanted to go back to what Bolo was kind of saying earlier about the solutions, because where he seems like his basis of solution starts with thyself first, correct? Before we move on to other things. So I wanted to understand his thought process on that.
thank you, sis. The thought process on it is, before I can help anybody swim, I got to learn to swim myself. And that's the issue that we're having, right? We have young men trying to be men when they have no example of what a man is, jumping into relationships, creating children, and creating that system, that circle, that cycle that JT, Freezy, myself, and Scam is talking about. And we need to break that. How do we break it? We break it by the older men, since some people get offended by saying OGs, the older men go back and reach out. Now, again, we have to deal with the older men also, because a lot of the times when older men get to a certain point in their life, they tend to forget the struggle. They don't want to remember the struggle. And that's the problem that we're having, right, MJ? We have to remember the struggle because that's what connects us through patience with those that are coming up. When you forget the struggle, then you lose patience. And we tend to forget what it was to be a young man and the stupid decisions that we made. And then grace and mercy goes out of the window. So we have to meet them where they're at. And that's the point of trying to get to know each other. This is why a lot of the times I'll put my number in the background and say, call me. Because you can't really do it on a panel with 10 people, 9 people. You have to get to know that individual themselves and try to figure out a way how to inject God through understanding their pain and their trauma and bringing them through. Because what happens is the trauma and the pain encapsulates them from growing. What do I mean by that? When things are going good, they're very cohesive, coherent. Soon as things go bad, they zone out. They're out of control. And we've all known people like that, right? We've all known people. As soon as they get pissed off, you can't control them. They're out of bonkers. Why is that? There is something wrong there. Now, are there times when people just zone out at times? Absolutely. But we're talking about 64 to 72% of our men that are doing this.
Bolo,
So,
that's a high number.
brother, I just pulled out the statistics. That ain't me giving it to you, Pastor. That's not me. That's not Bolo figuring it out. We just shared the screen.
That's a high number, dog.
It is.
That's a real high number, dog.
It is, brother. It is a high number. So that's why I'm saying that we got to do the work. That's why I'm saying that the work got to get done, because it is a high number. 10% is too much. 10% is too much. So when you have, brother, listen, man, everybody has something to do. Everybody could be someplace different, but we're here. There's a reason why we're here, because we love each other, right? We love our community, right? So let's start applying that strategically, opposed to no one having a plan and we just willy-nilly it. It hasn't worked that way. So let's come up with a plan to say, check this out. The first people we're going to deal with is the men in all capacities. Older.
Yeah, I remember you talking about Bolo. I don't want to cut your bill. I remember you talking about doing a man class. I remember you said that.
We are
doing what I'm saying? And when you do that, I'm gonna hit your I'm already subscribed to your platform. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna come on your platform. I hope you allow me up. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show some class and all of that, like I'm doing now, because I'm kind of frustrated right now. But it's a lot of heads that wanna come up here. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, though. I'm gonna show some class. I ain't gonna wild out. You know what I'm saying?
That's the purpose.
I ain't about that shit, man.
That's the purpose of it, right? Because all of us talk about, yo, you got to be a man, you got to be this, you got to be that. But these young men are, egotistically, they're not going to ask you, well, what is it that you're saying that we have to be a man? What are we doing wrong, right? So this is why I rely on the freezies, the JTs, the scams, the pastors, the kills, the older gentlemen, when we start this men's class, to give your experience, because I can only give you blue. JT can only give you purple. Freezy can only give you orange. Right? But together
I'm gonna give you black, though. I like black.
Black, cool.
Yeah.
So the point I'm making is
black is great.
Let's stop talking about it, right?
Right.
We've been talking about it as talking points and all this stuff, and then we sit back and here's the thing that really grinds my gears. You have 4 young ladies on this panel that are listening to us.
That's a fact.
They're hearing us argue, hearing us call each other out of our names, hearing us fight, and then we're going to turn around and say, hey, Mo Love, submit.
You need to follow.
Make it make sense.
Yeah, that's a fact.
May I say a statement?
Maybe some breakfast in bed, ma. You know what I'm talking about?
So
but I've been wilding out.
Oh, sorry.
Ahead,
so
MJ.
what I wanted to say is, after just listening for like about an hour or so, even from the other stream, what I'm getting is y'all are in like a terrible predicament when it comes down to men, right? And I never thought that men didn't have their own battles and that they have to fight for, because I have been a little bit more intuitive about that, me being a boy mom myself. So I'm always looking at the things that he's going to face while he gets older. But what I see that y'all going through, y'all are really going through a spiritual battle. I'm just going to keep it 100 with you. Absolutely. Because it's like, especially with black men, y'all want to do the right thing, but you know that when it comes down to dealing with the society that we live in, to get things done, you got to be the bad guy, right? You got to use that sort of power that will not paint you in the righteous light. So y'all are conflicted because you want to get things done. And you might have to go a way that's not going to be respected, right? Or the way that you want to be respected. And then it's like also you have to have resources to even move the way that y'all want to move, and y'all don't have that either. So you're not starting on, I guess, like with everything in the basket per se, right? So it's like you're always continuously playing catch up and then being critiqued at the same time while you're being playing catch up. And I feel personally, and I could be wrong, right? And y'all can correct me. I just feel like y'all are really going through.
I'm gonna correct you.
No, let her rock
I just
out.
feel like y'all really going through a spiritual thing. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all don't know which way y'all want to go. Y'all don't know which way how y'all want to represent yourselves or come to the world, and how y'all are supposed to make everything move. Because like I said, we uphold culture, but men create culture, right? So y'all having a problem about how y'all going to navigate and do that. And going back to what Bolo said, there's not that many people who wants to get on board under one particular code, because everybody thinks they're the chief, and then everybody wants to create their own little kingdoms, right? And then but they still want to be around each other. They still want to move in between each other. And then when you know that there's a group, like someone's particular kingdom that's doing something that y'all not rocking with, y'all still allow them to come in. Y'all still allow them to change the way how you had everything set up. And then then it's like starting all over again. It's the recycle. This is why we have so many leaders that have came and gone. We have so many leaders who have replicated older leaders come out and do something foul, or find out they were doing something horrible. And then, like, even if their message was correct, you had the wrong messenger. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you're constantly, you get 1 foot in front and then y'all taking 2 steps back. So I mean, like I said, I'm willing to accept the critique. I'll drop the mic.
Yeah. Let me respond to that, MJ, because I agree with you 100%. Here's the problem. Q's, I'll let you rock out, Q's, right after I'm done. Here's the problem that we have. The problem that we have is that people that don't necessarily teach or lead, soon as someone try to teach or lead, they want to teach and lead. They don't want to just sit back and just play their position, right? Those that are saying, we're going to make a stand and start doing this. Soon as you start, these are the dudes that pull out the books, they blow off the dust on it, and now they pull out their robes and they want to come out and teach. But before you started doing it, they weren't doing a damn thing. They didn't have their feet in the paint. They wasn't out there trying to make things happen. But soon as you say, we got to make something happen, the first thing they want to do is fight you. That's the first thing they want to do is fight you. They don't want to get involved and say, okay, listen, let me get in it, and then, we can kind of figure out how we're going to go. The first thing they want to do is say, nah, we ain't doing that. So this is why in this man's class, it's going to be scrutinized. Dudes that ain't got no character or integrity, they not teaching nothing. I promise you they not. And those that want to go, this is how much we ask you to pay in the village. We ask you to pay 2 things, attention and pay it forward. That's all we ask you to pay. So those men and those young men that want to add their brick to it, come through. But let me say this to you. There will be order. We're dealing with the Lord. The Lord will deal with confusion. There will be order. And any sign of disorder or confusion, out. Because there's too much, and I understand that there's room for this, but there's too much nonsensical banter and conversation that we need not have when it comes to us getting ourselves together as men.
Facts.
Yo, Bolo, may I add on to you, because told me I'm a upstate New York dude. I'ma always say what I say, right? Some of these females is uncouth, unwealth, never dealt with a dude like you in their life. They will never ever be in your presence and have a conversation with you, because they dealt with unholy type of dudes. So why would they spill their nonsense on the internet, bro? Like, some of these chicks on the internet is lying, bro. They lying to yo, I will never have a chick lie in my face, right? I'm a good dude, right? But then she deal with an ass nigga and act like she holier than thou, my nigga. I'm not built like that.
But
Like
here's the
these chicks be
problem,
on these
Q.
platforms and be lying in my face, and I deal with built men. I deal with solid dudes. I
Right.
deal with dudes who don't talk about kids and all of that shit. But they go to other platforms and cuffing these niggas and spending money on these niggas, yo. You
Well,
feel
here's the
me?
thing, Kills.
These shit be lying, bro. Don't
Hold
lie
on,
to
hold
me,
on.
yo.
But there's a
Shit
two
be
things.
lying and shit, yo. Acting like they hollering down and all this bullshit. The fuck out of my face.
Kills.
I better be single to
Kills,
deal with a
calm down.
demon ass bitch.
Brother, calm down. There's two things.
Nah, yo, I'm built for war, bro.
I understand, but not every war. I understand, Kills. I get it. What I'm saying to you is this goes for the women too. What I'm saying to you is for you to be able to discern whether a woman is hurt and going through a trauma, the same thing as a man. When you cuss and you get loud, I don't take offense to it. I just see a brother that went through something. So we got to work through that.
Yeah,
Right?
yo,
Let's give that, hold on. Let's give that same grace and mercy to the women. It's worse because they're the weaker vessel. It's worse because when we pick up as men and break out, they're stuck with the child. They're going to say in most situations. So what I'm saying to you is that's our problem. We've learned not to give grace and mercy to one another because of the trauma that you're going through. You see what you just said? That's a trauma, dog. It doesn't make you less of a man. It doesn't make you less of a man. You just say, man, I'm tired of this and I'm such and such.
I'm tired of the lies
but listen to what I'm saying.
Sides.
You're unable to see what they're going through because of what you're going through. You're unable to see it. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Because when you go, how you feel affects how you see it. We can't change that. So when you're able to conquer, like Pastor said, when you're able to conquer your trauma or whatever you've gone through, whatever it may be, and now you can see them what they are saying opposed to what they are doing. Because a lot of yes, sir.
But Bolo, I don't want to the reason why I never did it, right? The reason why I never did it in my real life, you know what I'm saying? I never messed with like a chick online or an uncouth chick before it because the game I played, yo, that could cost me my life.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I never dealt with a chick that be online. Like I look at chicks like who they dealt with in their past, like they past history. Like you know how the police deal with your past history, the judge bring up your past, like who you dealt with. Like I don't deal with chicks, I swear to God, yo. I look at chicks past niggas who they fucked with and I judge them by that. Swear to God.
Can they judge you by your
Swear
past?
to God, yo. My past history is great.
Well, hold
on.
We're dealing with people from an institutionalized position. That's an
I'm
institutionalized
an
position.
asshole.
I think that viewing people through that. Hold on, Judge. Kills. I'm not trying to judge you, brother. We having a conversation. I
judge you, nigga.
You can. You can judge me. You can judge me. That's fine. But what I'm saying is,
whole life, nigga.
What I'm saying is, we are
I
judging.
told you to go to Angry Man platform and go holler at him, my nigga, when you was on your bullshit. And I told you that. Don't fuck with a gangster like me, nigga.
And I hold my own gangster. And I hold my own gangster.
Nigga,
you know what, nigga? I live in Texas.
I'm a demon. I'm a whole asshole, nigga.
I live in Texas and I let my
nigga,
demon ways go.
Live up to your shit, nigga.
I do. I can.
I'm outside, nigga.
I very much am, but I'm not
Hold
worried.
Wait. What's going on?
Different. Yeah, what's happening?
What just happened?
It went left real quick. I think what's happening.
Yeah, can I get in here?
Freezy, did you get me though, Freezy?
I ain't said
Yo,
nothing.
Freezy, did you get me though, Freezy? I'll try to teach you
Nah,
something. Did
yo,
you
me
get me?
and Pastor good, Freezy. Me
No,
and Pastor
I'm
good.
cool. I'm cool. I'm
Yeah,
cool
but
with kills. I'm cool
y'all,
with kills.
Yeah.
y'all
I'm cool with
almost,
kills.
Too
I'm
much.
I'm
cool.
me though.
I'm
me though.
cool. I will never attack kills. Even me and him talk shit all the time. I would never attack nigga. Yo, Freezy, did you get me though? Did you get me though, Freezy?
Yeah, y'all finna announce it in 1 second.
Yeah,
can I,
but I'm not mad. I'm not mad at kills.
hey,
I understand. I understand. I'm not mad at him. I understand. I ain't mad at him.
Damn, you
let me
can't
say
be mad
something.
at a realist though. You can't be mad at me, son. I got too many great shit going on. Even OGs respect me in these spaces. How can you be mad at a great nigga who do great things, who support channels and all of that since forever? Who show compassion in niggas, who don't cut niggas off. I never cut Bolo off. I never cut nobody off. I wait my turn to talk. I'm a funny motherfucker. I'm cool in these spaces. My nigga, I got too many accolades. How can you not love me?
So,
Females, I got more riches on female platforms than niggas platforms. Fuck out of here, bro.
so listen, this is one of the things that we have to talk as among men in council. There's a set of instructions that we don't listen to, and we ain't listened to them in decades. And the reason why we have the problems we have right now is because we're not paying attention to the instructions, whether it's the Holy Bible, the Quran, the Torah, or you just have men in your life, parents in your life that can give you instructions. We, at some point, we ignore the instructions because we keep falling victim to what we want out of life and not what we need to do in life. We do a lot of things that's for ourselves and not for our community, whether that's family or where you live or whatever. And that's one of the problems that we have as men, is that we are asking for women, and some of us are demanding that women will sit there and be what they call submissive and all these different things, when we are not even being at a point of duty to what we need to do with our community, right? As men. One of the things that I see when I see men is that I can tell the type of man that's in front of me when I see other men, how they actually look at that person, right? You got men that would listen to a man, right? How you think he's doing well? How you think he's doing with a woman? She's listening to him. She's actually listening. Only thing that we want is as men is for our lives to be at a point where it's complicable to our children, our wife, our girlfriends. When we do that, this is how women know how we take care of ourselves. If we're not drug addicts, we're not drinkers, we don't fall victim to our own desires and all these different things. We know that there are things that we have to accomplish in life. When you got a man, it used to be at a point where women, that was one of the accolades that women liked about men. He's a hard worker. We've heard that before. We've heard women say he's a good man. Then up under that, they would say he's a hard worker. That man stays in his lane. He knows how to be at a point where he can move through life with discernment, right? We go through, when you talk about all this shit about trauma and all this stuff right here, one of the things that make a man a pretty great man is that he understands through pain, and he end up moving through life because he understands what pain means. At some point, we don't want to be, when a man is broke and he end up making money, he don't want to go back to being broke anymore. So he holds a discipline. He holds a discipline even when he talks to other people. He holds a discipline when he has children. He end up turning into a better man when he has children. One of the hurtful things that men have when it comes down to them and that child support that you guys were talking about, it's not about the money and all that. He's not able to become a father to his kid the way he imagined being a father to his child.
If he got a divorce, he's not a husband to his wife the way he imagined being a husband to his wife. That hurt, it gets you to a point where you can make a decision. Most men will make the decision to say, fuck it. And they will fall into their trauma. And they will cuddle that shit like it's a baby.
Right.
And they won't let it go. And they get mad when other people touch on it. There's a sense of instructions that we have on this earth, and we as men have to seek it. Why? So we can share it with our community, starting with wife and children. Mm-hmm. And what we're not doing, we keep going over there, putting the damn cart in front of the damn horse. And we would sit back and talk about these hoes ain't loyal and these hoes ain't this and these hoes ain't that. And all we doing is the same thing we accuse them of doing, whining on goddamn online. That shit is crazy. Search for those instructions that's right there to make you a better man, the better person that you are. I guarantee it would change your life and every life that's around you. You got to go through the hurt. Your marriage may not work the first time. Try it again then. Shit. That's what it is. You got problems. And I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of people don't talk about it, but a whole bunch of people got a problem with their children, don't they? You don't hear them talking about that. Mm-hmm. When you have a problem with your children, what you got to do? Go over there and fix that shit. This is what we're talking about. We can, and that's what I like about when people put it in a biblical sense. They put it in a biblical sense. Doesn't mean that they're religious. It means that they understand where the instructions is. You can get instructions from the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, all of that. You can get those instructions. What we don't want to do is look at the instructions and read it. We want to look at the box that got a damn picture on it and think that we can make our lives better by looking at somebody else's shit and think that that's going to be the outcome for us. That's not how that go with us, fellas. It's not. It's going to be at a point where you're going to have to be a man of discernment. And that's not an easy thing. That's not an easy thing. When you're a man of discernment, let me tell you what you ain't going to be doing. Complaining about women. Just if them women ain't going, if that ain't the type of woman that you want, you're going to ignore her. You're not even going to, you'll point her out and be like, yeah, that's not what I want. And you're going to tell your nephews, sons, and all of them, that's not what you want. You're going to tell your daughters, that's not what you want to be. That man of discernment is a man that is assertive.
Yes.
He's very assertive when it comes down to that. Women respect men that other men respect. And we don't even get it. It's kind of like we don't even understand it. Men act like they don't even understand that. You're like, damn, you can see it. Women see it. They see it. They be like, yep, that's a man right there that I love to be with. If they're single anyway. If they're not single, they just be like, they just respect him just because he's right there. He understands. And these are the things that we have to learn. And I'm talking about dudes. I don't care if you came from prison, if you was in a war, whatever it is that you came in your life, you still got to learn how to be a man. You still got to be centered on this earth. You cannot cuddle your trauma and act like that trauma is going to get you by in the world. Guess why? Because ain't nobody going to care. Ain't nobody going to care. And I'm going to end it with that, man.
Hey, JT.
Hold on, Scam. Shout out to Pastor, man, for the $50 cash cap. Thank you, Pastor. I really do appreciate that, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pastor. He said, Pastor, the preaching demon. Man, Pastor, come on, man. Pastor talking about the preaching demon. Shout out to my dog, Pastor.
Lord.
I appreciate you, Pastor, man. Thank you, man. Pastor is the new sponsor of tonight's show. Shout out to MJ. MJ was the initial sponsor. I think MJ finished as the sponsor of the last show, too. We celebrated MJ. But shout out to Pastor. So far, he's the official sponsor of tonight's show. To be a co-sponsor, official sponsor, it's only $50 or more. Appreciate you, Pastor.
No problem, no problem, no problem at
Yo,
all, man. Because
finish the pastor, yo.
because I
Yo,
think because we're preaching through some very
Hold on, Pastor. Hold on, Pastor. Scam was next. Go ahead, Scam.
Yeah, JT, it's cool. Y'all just heard me in the last couple hours. Just ask about when he's talking about just relationship in general. And it ended up all these men got to start out in the courtroom. Like sometimes it's just a base conversation and we're just trying to talk about just the base thing. And instead of core values, basic principles, or just my favorite 3 words, people being better, it's all the way to the extreme of some crazy woman out there in Arizona doing something crazy. And we all got to focus on that.
Right.
And I'm like, well, okay, how about something basic that we know with ourselves? Nope. The woman in Arizona and everybody got to go to court. And y'all see this. Then we're talking about, okay, let's just say 90% of the people out of control. What about the 10% who ain't, or the one person you may notice not? Can we just talk about them? Did they eat breakfast this morning? They can't do that. We got to talk about the wild, crazy person in Arizona or how we all got to go to court. So a lot of times we got to form this, we got to get together as men. It's really translation. I want you men to go do what I want you to do while I'm over here trying to raw dog your wife when you out there fighting.
The pool boy. The pool boy.
Or I want you to get on board
thinking,
my bullshit and worship pearly things and the goofy stuff. I don't have any solutions. And when they say the word solution, I have a nervous breakdown, start slobbering, foaming up at the mouth. And the next person, a man who says something that actually holds some kind of weight, like, maybe I'm ugly. Maybe these women don't like me just because I stink. I don't know. When someone says something on the basic level, we got to and start. Am I wrong? Am I off?
No, you're not wrong. I'm on the same. Yo, Skim. When they was having the Million Man
The
March.
reason why I think it was.
Hold on, yo. Let me
Y'all got it, man.
build
Y'all
on
got
top
it.
of what
Hold on,
Skim
Kills. Let Pastor go.
I
Go
can't
ahead.
build. I
I
can't
got
build
you.
real quick
I got
before
you,
I go
Kills.
to the story, goddamn. But I just want to go to the story real quick.
You next, Kills. Pastor. I had cut Pastor off for Scam, so let Pastor go. Then you can go. Go ahead.
You motherfuckers.
Thanks, Kills, man. Thanks, Freeze. Thanks, Kills. But hold on. So like this whole. So I think if you have a symmetrical face and you go to the gym, you work out, got a little bit of muscle, I don't think it's hard to like actually attract a woman, right? So the thing about it is this whole thing where men had to be like Rick Fox, you know what I mean? Motherfucking Nino Brown. No, the fact that this whole
Yeah, what's
thing where
wrong
niggas
with
say
Nino
that
Brown though?
nothing wrong with Wesley Snipes, right? The fact that we had to be Omar Epps, right? The
I'm
fact
trying to
that
find the people. I'm trying to
the
find the
fact that we
pimples
had,
little shorty
but
booty
yo,
with the
like
glasses.
y'all
Though.
got,
I'm
like,
trying to find the
we
pimples
got to
little
stop
booty.
this, right? We got to stop this, right? We got to stop this, right? Where we're trying to push women and men to meet this higher status of black beauty mark or white beauty mark or this America. This we're trying to keep. See, it's all conflicted, man. People got to meet a beauty mark. They got to meet a wealth. You gotta have enough money, enough beauty as a
But it ain't even
man.
true though.
You gotta work hard enough. Like we keep raising the standards on what it takes to just like somebody, yo.
But most of them ain't
That's
true.
what.
The whole point.
Go ahead. If you don't take my turn, but it's all good. Go ahead, mama.
Go ahead, mommy. Go ahead, son.
No, go ahead, Kills. I can wait.
No, go ahead, MJ. He let you
No,
go.
I don't want MJ the way you got it. I'm going to the goddamn store, MJ. You know I love. You know I've been typing all them hearts with you.
Lord, Kills down. All right, so
I've been trying to get you about a year now.
Lord,
Damn.
okay. So what I was going to say is we have to stop acting like women are not following men. right? Because if that's the case, then the men who are not acting like the men that women complain about wouldn't be complaining that women are still going to these men. So women are following men. Women have not stopped following men, right? The problem, what I think is like, why are we not looking that, why are these men making a better or bigger impact in women's lives than the men that other men who consider themselves good men or decent men say that women shouldn't follow? Why are y'all not the biggest impact? Why is this not translating into women to see that y'all are the better choices when it's time to choose a mate? Why are these other guys becoming the bigger impact? Right? And I know a lot of people will say, well, those women might have the mentality of just looking for resources or a certain title and stuff like that. But then again, going back to Bolo and going back to what we know podcast, those are not the women that you should be looking at, right? Those should not be the women that you're seeking. If she's showing any signs that she's interested in superficial things and not of a man of character, then why would you want to be associated with that woman anyway? Why would you bring her inside your kingdom and thinking that you're going to create a legacy and not a morgue, right? Or bring death upon your house, right? So you shouldn't be aligning with those women anyway. And I think that's one of the biggest tests when it comes to, because, you know, women, we have our own tests, right? When it comes to God, right? And we're playing, and we're paying for a tenfold for our bad decisions. But you have to also think about y'all bad decisions too. God put y'all in a position where y'all was able to control and handle things, and he put temptation all around you. And he wanted to see where you was going to make the right choice when he gave you that power. And you didn't make the right choice. You went after the things that was easy, available to you, and easy access. And now you're still you're seeing the consequences of that when you had so many options and you kept on choosing the wrong one. And then when you felt you didn't feel complete, you didn't feel fulfilled, you go back out there trying to do it again and again and again and again. And you're still picking the same selection, the same group, the same type of women. Like, I'm sorry, I can go on many of these guys' Facebook and IG accounts, and the women that they hearting is not women that in their mind would not be considered a good mother or someone to raise their grandchildren. But she's good enough to lay down with, right? She's good enough to have a weekend with, go on a vacay, fly her out and shit like that. And that became the priority, right? So my thing is, if you want women to start following these, you know, the men that you claim that you are, right? You have to show them an example that is more beneficial. But if you're out here promoting and preaching, have a baby by me, baby, be a millionaire, and you're changing her mind to think about, I want the money instead of actually having a good man, then what are we doing here? It's an argument that's going back and forth.
Can I say something after MJ?
Go ahead, I'm done.
Go.
I'm so sorry. No, finish, MJ.
It's MJ's fault.
MJ, were you done,
That
MJ?
was beautiful, MJ.
No, I'm done. I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. Sorry.
Okay.
MJ dropped the mic on y'all. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mo Love.
You did.
Say something along the lines that MJ said. So I hear, F women, they not about ish, right? Okay, so at what point do you look in the mirror and say, what type of women am I choosing to entertain? Because there are a variety of women. All women are not horrible. All women are not gold diggers. Some of us are actually God-fearing, and we want the real deal.
Facts.
So I think self-reflection plays a huge part in the way that we move when it comes to the dating scene. And as far as the projection of, which I hear all over YouTube, women don't listen, they don't submit. I live by this. If you are properly aligned with God, and that is specific to a certain type of man, every man does not deserve submission. Number one, the Bible is speaking of husband and wife, and then you have to be the rightful kind of leader. And when you are, everything else will follow suit. Like I always say, submission comes natural when the man and and yeah, so and it's not that women don't listen, we just don't align ourselves. Some of us, you know, some women, whatever. But for those of us who are intentional when it comes to dating and finding a mate, we just don't align with foolery.
You know, it's so crazy. Here's what's so crazy. When
Sound like it has to make
I'm
sense.
sorry.
So if you're not making sense, then you can't fault the woman for not being receptive to the things that you say. And we also pay attention to behavior, and that's vice versa, you know.
Yeah, Mo Love just dropped the mic.
Yo, crazy. Here's the thing that's so crazy when cats say women don't listen. They don't listen to you.
Right.
They don't listen to you.
Nah,
And
women
just
listen.
like
They listen.
and just like what JT said, it's a you problem. It's a you problem. And cats don't want to take the time to understand what their issue is. We keep saying that submission is it's a choice. Why the hell should I give my life and follow you? Who the hell are you? What have you produced in front of me? What are you giving me to submit to? I don't want to lose my life following a leader that can't even lead himself. And that's and that's the point. Cats keep thinking that being a leader means that you run through walls and bust down buildings. And I think that what JT was saying, it falls on deaf ears because being a leader, being a husband, is more of a service than it is an entitlement. And this is where we fall victim to, right? You know, I don't know if any of you guys seen Braveheart. And he said that, there's a difference between why the people follow you. They follow you because you can incarcerate their family. But
Nah,
they follow
Braveheart
you.
was on Demon Time, yo. Mel Gibson was on Demon Time in that movie.
It's like, brother, it's like you on second base with a hockey stick.
No, I'm not. You don't get
You
it.
are, brother.
You
We
don't
don't,
get it. They they
brother.
they
I
they killed it.
abuse
They
you.
killed his
I
son.
abuse you.
That was a movie of revenge.
My
They
man,
killed
I
his
don't
son.
cause.
Yes, it was.
All right,
They
I don't
killed his
need you
son,
to.
and then he
You have to listen
Bolo,
first.
Hold on, hold on,
Pastor,
Bolo.
we'll give you the floor after Bolo done, Pastor.
It's like, my man, the point that when he was talking to the king, he said to the king, they follow you because you can incarcerate their family. And the king said they follow you because they love you. When someone loves you, there is nothing that they would not do. They will give up their last. And it wasn't because they killed his son, it was because they killed his wife. So even when you're going to interject with the right information.
That's a lie. You lying.
That's the problem. The problem of it is, he, and even in the thing, right? When you look at the story of Braveheart, he didn't want to fight. He didn't want to be involved of the squabble that was going on, right?
That's so true. That is true.
Brother, can you just chill for 5 minutes?
Man, fuck you. It take you
Now you
10
gonna
minutes to
cuss
land a
me?
plane.
Now
It take
you
you
gonna
10
cuss
minutes to land
me?
a plane
So
or something.
you're supposed to be a man of honor and a man of integrity. You gonna cuss me because you keep interrupting me?
Come on, Pastor.
Damn.
Reel it back in.
And this is why we have this problem with women following. They don't like following men that can't contain themselves. But anyway, he went against the father. The father saw no honor in him because he didn't want to pick up the fight of the community. He just wanted to just plant and grow. So he fell in love with this man's daughter. And he asked this man, can I have your daughter? And he said no. But on the DL, they were doing a thing. They didn't sleep together, but they were, you could see the feelings. And at that point, the people that terrorized the community said, Any man that we see that's involved with the woman, we're going to sleep with them. And that dude happened to see them together, and there was something going on, and he slit her throat. And that's why Braveheart became on what you would say, I don't even want to say demon time. That's why he got into the fight. That's why when he walked up to the father, he put his knees down and said, do with me what you will, because if it wasn't for me, your daughter wouldn't be dead.
This is wrong. This is wrong. This is so wrong.
So the
This
point
is
of the
so
matter
wrong.
is,
You're wrong.
Hold on, Pastor. He almost
This is
done. He
wrong.
almost done, Pastor.
Go ahead. He got it, man. He got it.
So what happened? What actually happened in the movie is you were right when you
I want
said
to
that Brave.
interject. I want to interject. I want to interject.
Here we go.
See
Here
how
we
rude
go.
that is? Don't stop being rude. Just
Okay,
wait
you got
your
it. You
turn,
got it.
sir.
You
Please.
interjected for no
I'm
reason.
only doing
I
it because
interjected
you
for
did
a
it. See, I'm
reason.
being petty.
I
See,
see
that's what women do when they
an
don't listen to men.
objection. When you have
We're
an
trying to get a
objection, you
little
have an
petty.
objection for a
We're trying to
reason.
get a little petty.
Your objection was
And this is
meaningless.
why
Your
this is just
objection
showing
was
you that a woman
meaningless.
won't
You're
follow a
right. I don't
person
care
that's
about you. I
being
don't care
rude.
about you
A
individually.
person that won't
I don't care
respect
about
another
you.
man, a
It's
woman will
not a
not submit to
personality.
that. I'm
My
just
personality
showing
wouldn't
you
match with yours
and
anyway,
giving
but you
you
got
an
it. Please.
example. And it doesn't
It's
feel
an
good.
example. You
I'm
are an
sorry.
example too.
It's just an
Like I
example.
am an
That's
example,
all.
you are also an example. You're
Sorry,
right.
sorry, Freaky. I'm just being petty.
Okay, we're both an example. Let me move on to what I was saying. What I was saying, Bolo, is the reality of it is that's not true. The reality of it is, did Braveheart not want to join the war? That is very true. You're right. You're right on that. But when they took his son, you're right about his son asking the father's hand in marriage of the daughter and everything, and they're burning down his house. But when they actually took his son,
What
his
son?
first,
He had no son. The only child he had was the one that he got when the chick, the queen that got pregnant. That was the only child he had.
the initial son that joined the war outside of his.
Man, Braveheart had no child. The only son he had was the chick that he got.
Are you talking about Braveheart with Mel Gibson, the movie
Yes.
Braveheart?
Who do you think I'm talking about?
He had sons.
What
No,
son?
No,
You're
Pastor,
wrong.
you're talking
Pastor, you
about the
talking about
wrong movie.
Gladiator. You talking about
No,
Gladiator,
no,
man.
he's talking
Gladiator.
about he's talking about the Patriot with Mel Gibson when he had two sons and he didn't want to get into the American Civil War and his son ended up getting killed. He's mixing up the movies.
Second
Okay,
base.
my bad. You talking about the Patriot?
No, he's talking about Juice with Omar Epps.
I'm talking about I'm talking
Yeah,
about the Patriot.
you talking about next
I'm talking
Friday.
about the Patriot. You talking about Braveheart?
See, you
What
just
Braveheart? What the
yelling, you're
fuck you
wrong, you're
talking about?
wrong. Like, you
Braveheart,
gotta be
nigga?
quiet and listen, like Bolo said. Like, it's
So the
just
point
apparent.
in
People
that
have listening communication issues, and that's bad in our community. We don't have conflict resolution. We don't listen to understand. We listen to respond.
and
And
that's the
it
problem.
just keeps showing up all the time. And that's what we're trying to say. That's what Bolo was trying to exemplify, how a man gets respect, how a man gets followed just by listening, or that somebody loves you. Okay, good. If you can't even respect another man, how do I know you're gonna overtalk me and disrespect me? Like he said, people are watching us, children, men. And I only gave you the pushback because you were given the pushback in the wrong manner. And as you've seen yourself, you were wrong about your judgment about the movie because you didn't sit and
I
listen.
was wrong. I was listening, but I was wrong about the movie. I was wrong about the movie, but I was listening. I was wrong about the movie. Y'all right.
Listen, here's the point. The point of the matter is when I listen to JT speak, no one interrupts. When Freezy speaks, no one interrupts. When Scam speaks, no one interrupts.
Oh, they interrupt me. I just got to troll them.
When Keel speaks, no one interrupts, right? But when you speak, people interrupt.
No, people don't actually interrupt me that often. I've spoken for
I mean,
quite a
people
long
do.
time, and now people haven't interrupted me.
What I'm
That's
saying
fine.
is,
And like, and if a person does interrupt me, that does not mean that I'm not. I want a person to interrupt me or to object what I'm saying. I don't get. I don't need a person to get along with what I'm saying like you do as a
I don't
therapist.
need you to get along with
But
what I'm
I
saying.
need people
What I
to
want
actually.
you
I
to
need
do,
people to actually have
what
a
I want
conversation
you to
with
do
me.
is let me
Right?
finish
So I
my
don't need that
thought.
get along gang like
What
you
I
do.
want
You're
you
a
to do,
therapist. You
what
need
I
people to
want you
understand
to
what you're
do,
saying.
what I
I
want
need people
you
to
to do is
engage in what I'm
Pastor,
saying.
please be
No, ain't
quiet.
no damn pastor, please.
Be
MJ.
quiet and let
No,
Bolo speak,
MJ.
man.
Ain't nobody, ain't MJ, no.
Be quiet.
But no, I'm not
What I
MJ.
want you to do, Pastor, is let me finish so that when you do retort my statement or you rebut my statement, you do it in the right way, opposed to you quoting the wrong movie and just to get in to rebut something that you're wrong on, right? Because you used the wrong movie. I don't have a problem with the back and forth. I don't have an issue. I don't shy away from conversation. That's healthy, right? You may show me something that I don't know, and that's the point of it. However, when you're just jumping in to jump in because you disagree with something I'm saying and you're not hearing the whole statement in its entirety, how can you make a proper rebut if you don't hear it? That's what you just did. And you quoted a whole different movie that had nothing to do with anything that I was trying to say. And all it does is make your facade or what you're saying look like it's something that's not genuine, even though you may be. You dig what I'm saying? So even if you and I disagree, we can do it respectfully. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with that too. I do agree with that too. And I was wrong on the movie, but
Then you cussed me out too.
yeah, I was wrong on the movie. I was wrong on the movie.
Then you cussed me out. You said,
yeah, and you know what? Because you know, and let me tell you that was very knee jerk. That was a very knee jerk reaction, yo. That was wrong. That was wrong. I'll admit that. That was wrong.
So
I'll admit
everything
that.
I'm saying that we need to do instead of so this is what I'm saying when the scriptures tell you listen so that you know how to respond. The reason why the Lord says to respond is because reacting is knee jerking, right? It's just you mother effer. And then when you finish hearing a statement, you say, "Oh, my bad." That's why the Lord says, "Be quick." Listen, violence is not off the table. It's not. But listen to the whole statement so that you know to pick whether it's a talking to, whether it's violence or something. So for you to just cuss and say it was a knee jerk, now you're asking, I'm not saying you, but now we're asking women to follow us and we're knee jerk. You know what I'm saying? And a woman's gonna say, I don't want no man that just reacts. I need a man that's gonna respond. I need a man that's gonna think about what he's gonna do. For example, if I'm walking down the street, and this is to you, Pastor, specifically. If you're walking down the street with your woman, and I don't know how many children you may have, but let's just say for this example, you have 2 children, okay? And 3 men say, your woman got a fat behind. She banging. What do?
Right.
And a knee jerk reaction. You know what I do? I keep moving with my family. But I promise you, deep down inside of me, I'm like, God damn, son, why you testing me like that? But I'm
Why?
gonna move with my family. I'm gonna move with my family though.
Why?
Because I don't think that it's good for men to go around disrespecting each other. Because I wouldn't do it to him and his family. So I wouldn't expect no man to do that to me and my family.
Keep pushing it. Let's say they keep pushing it. They following you now. You got a fat behind mine. That your man ain't nothing. Come deal with me.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
What you do?
You on demon time.
Hey,
and I'm telling you, hold on, let's talk about this.
Following
And I'm telling you, I'm not good enough a man to keep walking away with my family.
What do you do?
And not become and not attack.
Okay.
What do you do?
So what would you do? So would you attack?
Yes, I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna fight them niggas. I'm gonna stab them niggas or shoot them niggas. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. If they keep following me and my family, I'm not that good of a person to keep walking away.
It's not about. And here's the thing. And the reason why I give that exercise, right? That's an exercise that I use, right? It's not that you're that good of a person. What it shows is the ego and the pride, because you can't properly protect your wife or your children when there's 3 guys, just you. So my ego and my pride would have to be put to the side until I can get my family to a safe place. Because I know I can't properly protect them, right? There's 3 guys and there's just me. I don't expect my children to fight.
Nigga, I'm in Texas, nigga. We stay strapped, nigga, heavily strapped. We good.
You don't think they strapped too?
They too, and I can shoot better. I'm quick. I train a lot, nigga. Let's go. It is what it is. Because if they following you, they're not gonna give up.
Here's the point.
If they following you, they're not gonna give up.
Here's the point, Pastor. The point of the matter is, even though you might be the best strapped dude on the planet, you still put your family in jeopardy. That's the point.
I'm sorry, we're gonna have to play that Jeopardy, because the reality of it is, what y'all just said is they're following me and my
Yeah,
family.
following me is
I
different.
can't call
You can't just
911
walk
fast
away.
enough. I can't call 911 fast enough. They're following us. They're
Right.
going to become a problem.
Right.
What do I do?
But
What
here's
do?
my issue. I'm gonna
How
tell you.
far? How much do you keep walking away?
I got you. Here's the problem. In that example and in that scenario, I didn't give you a length of time of how far they following you or whatever the situation might be. I'm giving you that scenario, and in that moment of time, they continue to follow you. They can follow you for 5 feet, for 10 feet. I wanted to see what your response would be when you said, I'm not that good of a dude. My pride is going to be, I'm going to stab somebody. And what I'm saying to you is, we have to see past our knee jerk. That's what I'm saying. We got to see past our knee jerk, even if we're playing, right? Even if we're just men. And you know, sometimes we joke with each other, we call each other out our names or whatever. This is not the forum that we're in right now on this panel to do that, because we have 4 women on the panel that are listening, and we have 6 men that are reasoning, right? That are reasoning. So they're looking to see how we do, and there's people listening. They don't want to hear us cuss each other out or whatever. They want to hear solutions. What are these men talking about? What do we look forward to? JT gave a whole breakdown. And this is what I hate. One thing that we do in the village is, let's say if Mo Love says something that is prolific, we end the show on what she says. We let it breathe, like Keel said. We let it breathe, man. Because sometimes you have to let things marinate. We didn't let what JT said marinate. Soon as he finished, someone jumps right in and breaks the spirit. Someone breaks right in and breaks the spirit. And I'm saying this to you guys with love, both to the men and to the women. If you guys don't understand that this is a spiritual war that we are encountering and something is coming real soon, and you think that this is just a carnal thing and you continue down this road, you are in trouble. Because the Lord tells you, seek me while there is still yet time. There's a reason why. Let me ask you something, Pastor. Noah's Ark, I know you're familiar with it. Who closed the door in Noah's Ark? When Noah got into that big ark, who closed the door?
His son.
No.
It
God
will.
did. God did.
Well,
and there was a reason why God did it, right? There's a reason why he did it. You know why? Because Noah, being a man, if he hears his family calling for him, he's going to open the door. But you know what was the point of the Lord? I gave y'all time. And when that time is done, it's done. I don't care who calls out. That's why he says, seek me while there's still yet time, because there's going to be a time when you can't find them. And while we're supposed to be getting this together, we're sitting here arguing about goddamn Braveheart or the Patriot.
we're not arguing about that. I admit the fact I was wrong about that.
No,
You
I'm
got
talking,
that,
I'm
but
going bigger than that. What I'm saying is we're supposed to be getting this together, man. Or as best as we can. Get this together. We're going to have little disagreements, but I don't think it should be that important to the point where we can't have a cohesive conversation where we can get the brotherhood and the sisterhood together and we build.
Can I tell y'all what I've been noticing? Well, I first noticed it about myself, and then I started noticing it in other men, especially black men, right? Since I've been younger, I've always had a high IQ. I was tested for it, right? In the 3rd grade.
Bullshit. No, I'm just playing. Just playing. Just playing.
You know, I had a high IQ, and I took pride in that, right? But I was not a good decision maker, man. Like I was making dumb decisions, and I was not effective. I was not very effective as an adolescent, teenager, and after I left home. I just was not an effective person as a man. And I always pondered on that. Like, I know I'm not dumb, you know what I'm saying? And but I couldn't understand why it was hard for me to like make consistent progress in everything in my life. You know what I'm saying? I always found myself at a deficit, and so I started evaluating that. And then I started looking at my father, my father had the same problem. You know what I'm saying? He had the same problem, and my mother had the same problem. And I started understanding that you can be smart as hell. You could be, very smart, very intuitive, and still not be effective in life. Right? And
What
it's,
you mean? What you mean by that?
so smarts and smarts does not correlate to wisdom. Right?
It does.
It's not
Facts.
it's not the same thing. And I had to realize that the reason why a lot of men get into a lot of arguments on these panels and stuff is because they're
Why?
smart. It's because
Who's
they're
smart? The
smart.
women or the men?
No. Listen to what I'm saying. Because most of the time when we hear people arguing on these panels, it's not the women. Like, shout out to Fantastic. Even he said that. Even he said it. He was like, 90% of the time, 95% of the time is men arguing. He even admitted that.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, why is that? You know why? You know why most of the time we find the men having the debates and showing their intellect and all that? It's because it is a lot of smart men, but we have not been trained to be effective with the brain power that we have, right?
I agree.
The powers that be know that, especially black men are, they're very smart men, but they had to find a way to stifle that, right? And what I had to understand was I had to start learning wisdom. I was book smart and, I was just smart in general. I was very quick with numbers, but I just didn't have a lot of wisdom when it came to life. And that's why I wasn't effective. I started learning how to talk to people. I started learning how effective listening is instead of cutting people off and stuff. I started learning how effective having patience is, right? As a man, I started learning how effective just applying a certain amount of discipline in my life. See, I want to be effective. I don't just want to be smart, right? I want to be effective as a man. And so when when people talk about the white man or other people, politicians in different high places, whatever, one thing I realized that, and not all white people, but people that's in pivotal positions and stuff in society, they've learned how to be effective, even if it's for the wrong reasons, right? There are effective people that work for the wicked, and there are effective people that work for the righteous. And there's a whole shitload of people in the middle that just there holding up a lot of fucking space. But I want to be effective. And for so long, I was in the middle, right along with the rest of the useless, just ineffective people. Right. And it's a lot of smart people in that bunch, but they just not effective. Right. And so when we just have to be self-aware wherever we are in real life, on panels, right? When we're talking to people, when we're doing business, if we're trying to conduct business or whatnot, as men, we have to learn how to be effective. As women, we have to learn how to be effective. But I dare y'all, the people that's going to show the women how to be effective are the men. It starts with the men. I'm telling you. And so that's that's what I want to contribute to the conversation that's going on.
Yeah.
I think that we need to learn how to be effective. So many of us have suffered from arrested development.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I still wanted, I still was living in that young boy that wanted attention, and I wanted to feel important. A lot of us get caught up in that position mentally in life. We never got the attention that we wanted, so we fight for it. So when we get older, when we leave our house, instead of waiting for it, we try to demand it, right? And we think we're doing the right thing. We think we're being macho, but really we're suffering from arrested development, because a real man, a mature man, knows how to be effective. He knows how to just chill out, wait his turn, be patient, and go and wait for the right time for the kill, like a hunter, right? When you in the woods and you hunting like doves or something, or deer, you're not finna just jump out prematurely and try to shoot the damn deer. No, you're gonna sit and wait for the right time. You're gonna breathe. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna try to calm yourself down. That's what a hunter does, and that's how we're supposed to be, even in conversations. And I'm gonna just yield with that.
And Freezy, I don't think we can handle conversations that way. I think you're wrong for handling that situation that way, because you're not a country fella. I'm a country boy, and I know when you go for the kill, you actually go for the kill. You never really hunted, and I'm not trying to go for the kill, and that could be a problem, Freezy. Going for the kill on these conversations coming from a real country boy, North Carolina, Texas. I ain't never been up north, right? When we start going for the kill, cause my phone about to die. And thank you for having me up, and thank y'all for letting me have this conversation with y'all, even though I added up a little bit. But going for the kill is not the way, Freezy. That's coming from a real country nigga. Don't go for the kill.
Can I say that?
It was good. It was good talking to y'all. Yo, shout out Bolo. Thank you, Bolo. Thank you for dealing. Bolo, thank you for dealing with me.
Before you go,
okay.
Before you go, when I said go for the kill, it was just a, what is it? Somebody help me out. It was
an analogy. I get it.
What I meant by going for the kill was simply being effective. It wasn't really just going for the kill, but I was just saying learning how to be effective. And then another thing, with all due respect, you don't know if I done hunted or not. You just assume that, but that's a whole nother thing.
You don't miss them picking with you.
No. But it's not. It wasn't about that. It wasn't about that. I'm just saying, as men, we have to learn how to be effective. That was my overarching point. And I think that we've talked about a lot of things in this conversation, right? We've talked about the manosphere. We've talked about marriage. We've talked about men, like how men communicate with each other and all of that kind of stuff. We talked about the troubled youth, right? We talked about the youth. Kills talked about the youth and the problem with the youth, right? So we have to ask ourselves, why are we having a hard time being effective positively, right, in a lot of areas of in life, and dealing with these different aspects of life?
Because you know why?
Hold on, before I go Freezy, because my phone is down. I agree with you. You say I agree with your overall archery. Because I mean, like, this is like hunting, right? Archery is bow hunting, right? I agree with your overall archery. That's the reason why I come to your panel, man. And that's just why we have these back and forth, right? On these panels, because I agree with your overall archery, what you aiming for. That's just why I come up here, man. And thank y'all for having me up, man.
I appreciate that.
Yo, you good? You good? Come on, Pastor.
Go ahead, Bolo.
Here's the thing that's the problem. And this is the problem, and I hope Pastor can hear this before he dips it, right? That it's the point. The point of the matter is, again, I love you, brother, but we always want to try and be right. The point of the matter is, when Freezy was talking, he prefaced the scripture, right?
Okay.
Get wisdom, get knowledge, but with all thy getting, get understanding. What does that mean? Anybody can have wisdom and anybody can have knowledge. The problem is the application of said wisdom and said knowledge, right? Knowing how to be efficient, proficient is what Freezy is saying. That he was smart, but being able to delineate that information that he got in a way that was sufficing to the person that he was trying to give it to is not a testimony to the student, but a testimony to the teacher, being able to meet said person wherever they are and being able to take said message and tailor it for that person. And that's what we've been talking about here. Meeting people where they are and giving that message to them, being able to help them to get through their trauma, get through their experience so that they're able to see what is right there in front of them, to see the greatness, to see the relationship that they can have with God, so that they're able to go out there and see what type of woman that they will need, opposed to seeing what type of woman that they want. There's a difference.
Okay.
We need to start needing the women that we want, opposed to wanting the women that we need.
Hey, yo, Bolo, I want to challenge that thinking, right? Because I was, yo, I'm gonna put myself out there in a limbo. You know what I'm saying? I don't really do that. I never came in these spaces talking about my baby moms and all of that, and you know what I'm saying, child support cases and all of that. Yo, that is what this space is made of, right? As y'all quoted, right? But me, I was with my baby mother for 18 years, bro. I was like 23, 20 something with my own house at a young man, you know what I'm saying? With 2 daughters, right? But my whole thing was like, I was too comfortable. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep it real. I was too comfortable. I was wild. I was in the streets, you know what I'm saying? I was dealing with the gangsters and the who it was, and I wanted to be that nigga, you know what I'm saying? Amongst my so-called peers, right? So the whole thing was I couldn't, how you say it, abstain it, because I was comfortable, bro. I was too comfortable. I was like, she ain't going nowhere. She would never leave me in my life, bro. I'm being vulnerable right now because I don't do this. You feel me? I don't do this shit. You know what I'm saying, yo? But I got young dudes under me because it's like it's a chain of command. Like young dudes, these dudes is doing 60 years, bro. These dudes doing RICO laws, bro. But they still love me. You know what I'm saying? So somewhere I failed to like hold that. I don't know.
Thank you for being vulnerable, brother. I thank you for being vulnerable.
I'm being very vulnerable right now because I don't do this shit.
Here's the thing. You're showing you're a strong brother, showing that it's okay to be vulnerable, right? In the aspect of you're not being weak, but you're trying to show your experience that you had so that it can help someone. That's the point of what I'm saying. If we can continue to do that, that's what bridges the gap, right?
Wow.
That it's nothing wrong with me saying, well, you know what, man, when I was young, I did this stupid thing, man. You know, and I paid for it, and this is what I had to do to get to where I am today. That's what we're looking for. That's what JT was talking about when he gave his soliloquy, and that's what Freezy is talking about. Being able to be vulnerable and still be a man. I don't look at you as any weaker. I don't look at you as any weaker. I look at you as a strong brother.
I respect that though, because in these spaces though, they look at you with certain things I be saying in these spaces, they be like, yo, man, that's some simp shit. I be like, yo, fam, man, I used to give when me and my certificate and the other used to go out, the meal used to be like 200, sometimes $1, sometimes $1.50 for a meal. These dudes in these spaces be like, oh, that's too much. You simping, you doing this, you doing that. Even with the papoose. Like, what's simping with your wife? How is you a simp with your wife, bro? I don't understand this shit.
So Kills, this is the thing. Freezy had hit on something. He was just saying about we smart as men, right? And the correct word would be that we're critical thinkers. This is the thing about being a critical thinker. It starts wars. The critical thinker is what starts the fire. See, being a critical thinker, and that's what us as men are. We're critical thinkers. So it may sound wrong or incorrect when you first say it. Like what you today, what you put out to us, right? A lot of people will sit back and they'll be talking all kind of other shit about what you said. But we kind of embraced it because we're men. So we understand exactly what you're saying. The reason being is because we are critical thinkers. A critical thinker is not someone that is popular, right? Critical thinking, it starts fires. People get mad at critical thinking because it doesn't cater to your feelings, right? It doesn't cater to anything. It is what it is when we speak it. This is the thing about that. So when you say what you say, and you got brothers to sit back and say, I feel, and you got Bolo saying, listen, I understand exactly what you're saying. It's because it doesn't hit like it would hit other people. Bolo is he's a critical thinker. So he understands exactly where you're coming from. This is the whole thing about men and women having that synergy with each other. When men can be critical thinkers and women can understand that man is a critical thinker, he's not going to be a person that caters to other people's feelings and things like that. They're going to respect that dude. They're going to respect him. But this is the thing about it. They're not respecting that dude because he makes them feel well. They respect him because that man shows that he can be a protector by his critical thinking. That's the difference. That's why when dudes, we trying to figure, you got a lot of dudes, man, like a lot of the younger dudes is trying to figure out why is it that women will listen to certain dudes and they won't listen to other ones. Trust me when I tell you this right here, brother. The panderers, women ain't listening to them goddamn panderers. Trust me when I tell you. The only women that's listening to those panderers are the women that don't want to do the work. When you're dealing with a critical thinker as a woman, there's work you have to do with that guy. Because he's going right. So this is the thing. And these are the things that they're not telling you. When you got a critical thinker, like how we argue with each other, any dude on it. Me and Freezy we don't agree with each other. Me and Bolo don't agree with each other all the time. Me and goddamn this nigga call himself Pandora right now. We don't agree with each other all the time. But there's a
We lost you, JT.
While JT recover, shout out to just a regular dude for $5. He said this is male centered. If you go to the beef sector, 90% of women are arguing, 10% of LGBT argue. Also
over there.
Just a regular dude for another $5. Thank you, bro. He said, if you go to the black sector, 65% of women are arguing and 35% of the men are arguing.
Can you hear me now, Freezy?
Yeah.
We can hear you. I'm over. I don't want to cut nobody.
Hold on. Let JT finish his point. Go ahead, JT.
No,
what's wrong with pandering, man? It's twice a week. That ain't so bad, is it?
No, I understand where you come from, bro. This is the thing, though. That's the thing about, and again, I'm just going to preface it back to what Freezy was saying as far as us when it comes down to the knowledge, right? We as men, we're searching for the things that can get us right where we need to be at. That's where that instruction comes from, right? Like what you were saying, Kills. The things that you're saying, man, we can agree with you. So the only thing we need to put together now is the instruction. Because as you get older, brother, you ain't gonna be sitting back and you ain't gonna be as fiery as you are right now. At some point, you're gonna have to use right. So in America, we understand that you gotta have a grasp of the English language in order to, you know what I'm saying, to pretty much shorten what you're trying to explain.
Right. But JT,
so women are listening to us, but this is the thing. Women are listening. We got 4 women right now that listen to us. And trust me when I tell you, they are absolutely listening to us. And when they come, I got 3 of them right now that'll sit back, and if I say some shit out of pocket on another channel, they're gonna be like, "Well, JT, you were saying this right here." So you know what I'm saying? So I understand exactly.
And JT, I don't want to cut your bill, brother, but even Pete Morgan with me, right? My stepfather passed away at 93 years old, and he was a veteran, bro. And then you know what he told me? My stepfather told me, yo, at his dying, well, really not his dying day, he was like, make sure you make up with your sister, bro. Make sure you make that holy, because me and my sister was going through some shit, and I ain't talked to my sister for 2 years. So you know I was raised with training, because my stepfather was a vet, and he was a mason. Like, he built some shit here in upstate New York. You feel me? And all he wanted me to do was, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so that man's contribute was to mend something that was broken. That's the only thing we can do on this earth, is to mend things that we have control over that is broken. It's the same thing with me. I got 2 daughters. They grown as shit right now, and they love each other. And I'm going to make sure that they stay loving each other, because guess what they end up doing? One stays in Arkansas now, and the other one stays in Tennessee. And when I see when they get together and they be beefing with each other and shit like that, the thing is that certain things that I'm not going to involve myself with, because they are siblings. They have a different relationship that they have with me and their mother. But what I will do is I will talk to both of them by themselves, and I would talk to them together. And the only message that I have is that y'all got to maintain being together, because y'all all y'all got. The reason why I would say it, and it's other people that they have, but the reason why I would say it is because I understand that I'm getting older. I'm getting old, right? I done had people in front of me. I have a grandfather, and that's my only grandparent right now that's living now, and he's about to be 98 years old. So I have to be able to understand that where he's at is where I'm going by the grace of God. So at the end of the day, again, I'm gonna go right back to what I said earlier. We have a set of instructions, and we need to seek those out. It's all in front of us. It's all in front. We gotta mend this right now. We are in a state of emergency. Black people in America, we're in a state of emergency. Quit dancing and motherfucking hustling and shit and thinking that everything is okay. It's not okay. It ain't okay until we make it okay. That's where we have to get to now. So when we're talking about men versus women, there's not a man versus women. We got to get that shit out of our goddamn system, y'all. Mm-hmm. We have to get to a point where everything that's in front of us, all this hard shit that's in front of us, don't be scared of the hard shit. Don't be scared of it. Get your ass in there, embrace it, and start fighting.
Yo, fam, I was on platforms with Tyranny. No, I mean, I be joking. I was like, yo, you look like, you know what I'm saying? For Color Purple, you got that dress on, like easy shit, yo. When I had a different name, like, yo, fam, I really got more wrenches on female platforms than anything. Like, even Sexy Red TV that be on these platforms, or whoever, right? I be trying to make it light for them. I don't be trying to come out combative with them. I am come from like a hardship or whatever, stern type of women, but on these platforms, I've been on here for years, bro. I be trying to make it like, I be like, damn, yo, me and her are kind of like co-workers, though. You know what I'm saying?
But kid,
we got like 5 years in this shit, 6 years in this shit on these platforms.
But don't you think that
keep coming at her?
But don't you think that this is what's way more important? This is the craziest part about us as black folks, man. Don't you think that it's way more important for a person to be able to trust you for whatever it is that you can offer, and all these different things that we can offer our people, right? Don't you think that the trust part, because you can say whatever you want to say. One of the things I do love about black folks is that we are way more honest than what other people will give, even with us, what we give each other credit for. This right here, me and Freezy, we've said this for years. this right here, the platforms, right? Why y'all think he doing this shit for a whole fucking weekend at a time? Because we have to talk to one another. Because understand, folks, look at your family. Your family is going away, is drifting away from one another, right?
Right.
So we have to find a way to mend it, and this is one of the ways to mend it is to be able to hash this shit out. We can sit back and we can talk all kind of crazy shit. This is a waste of time, and we ain't. No, it is not a waste of time. Trust me when I tell you, this what we're talking about. This is why I do, and everybody pretty much to actually understand what Bolo is talking for years. You said it, and it's a lot of other people. Myself, I would say it. I've been hearing Bolo for a very long time before I even got on fucking YouTube. Right?
With Tommy, 2015, no, 2000
So you,
and like, yeah, like 2013, 2000, yeah, yo, with Tommy,
That's
I've been in the mix, bro.
yeah. So what we have to do though is take what we have right now in front of us because we're putting the work in, bro. Freezy ain't putting this damn work in and doing this shit all weekend and having a damn marathon because he just want to have a fucking marathon. Come on, man.
That's why I'm mad. That's why I'm mad as shit even to this day, bro. I don't want to cut your bill. Nobody building this platform, right? That's why I'm mad as shit when JP came up here, when Freezy did like a 12-hour live and talking about, I'm gonna report your channel. That shit was all fucked up. Yo, I'm gonna say it, bro. I'm on my shit. Like, yo, fam, Freezy don't bother nobody, bro.
Right.
He don't go, he don't disrupt up nobody, none of that. Why is this clown ass nigga JP coming up here talking about some shit that he always do on his platform?
He
always going through it with them chicks. Now they over here, and now they in a house, they in his house. You know what I'm saying? Of whatever it's called.
But this is the thing. But this is the thing, Kills. Freezy got it. Like at the end of the day, me and Freezy, we like I said, we chop it up off this shit right here, right? We done this before, even before Freezy started doing his platforms. I know who Freezy is. That's why you would hear me. I troll Freezy, right? I'll be like, nigga, you out here. But I understand why. It's for the simple fact that we're trying to be better men, right? He has this platform because he's a better man. Trust me when I tell you. You see how he cussed JP ass out, right? The reason why he did what he did, but the reason why I seen it, but the reason why he did is because you fucking with a man's integrity. Quit fucking with a man's integrity. This is the thing about us being that whole.
You cut out JT.
You cut out JT. Yo, Kills, look in the back chat. I left my number, man. Give me a call, okay?
Am I back?
Yeah.
You back, JT.
Okay, I'm gonna end it with this right here. This is the reason why. This is the reason why it is what it is. We are men that are we're gracious, right? Don't look at us as being no punk ass dudes. At the end of the day, when we are out here, we're men. It's kind of like this. I'm a pit bull mixed with an alligator, mixed with all kind of other shit with a gun, right? But I'm never going to have to put that out here on the platform because my people respect me. All they know is JT, Freezy, these guys are nice guys. They good, but we ain't that damn nice where you could come over here and disrespect us because nigga, you gonna get just as much smoke with us than we give to you. But we're not trying to preach that. We're trying to be better people. But please believe, and this is the thing that women like. When a man can stand up for himself and he can stand up for everybody else that comes down up under him, right? This is what women actually like. When you got these damn trolls that come out here, and that's why I understand when Freezy would sit back and say, hold on, man, we got to be respectful, right? We got to be respectful. And people will be so damn disrespectful where it gets to a point where it's like, y'all about to turn me right back to what I need to be right now.
Hey, what's wrong with trolls?
Yeah, you ain't no troll. Goddamn, I don't know what your name is today, but you ain't no troll. You're not a troll because I can tell you right now
That's why Freezy and me and because we all sit back and talk. We all sit back and talk, and we've been doing this shit for some years now, y'all. And at the end of the day, I get crazy when I talk. Mo Love know it. Fear No Motors know it. My girl, wife school, she know it. But we have conversation and banter sometimes, right? But trust me when I tell you, all of us, when we get to talking with each other, and I swear to God, I have never met none of these guys in person, but when we get to talking about some other shit, we can understand what each other's like, what we really are to each other.
Right.
Like Dusto, nigga, I call you Dusto, Scam Likely, all that. He's a really good guy. That's why when y'all hear me, man, I go in. You know what I'm saying? It's another dude, Jeff Brown, right? Me and Jeff Brown, we get into it about. But if you actually see my face, I be laughing and all that shit because I understand that these brothers actually are good brothers. It's the same thing with you, Kills. It's the same thing with Bolo. When we're talking to each other, we have to be able to challenge one another, but it has to be in love. It gotta be in love, bro. And when the women are listening to us talk to each other, we can't be sitting back talking about nigga, you ain't shit and nigga, you ain't that, because what we do is take them further back. They're listening to us and we are saying, listen, you got to follow the man and all that. And then we just fuck it all off when we sitting back and we ain't listen to the man. That shit sounds crazy to them. And they be like, yo, what y'all talking about?
JT, you know, I have figured out why, like, a lot of men, they were attracted to like the red pill and the manosphere and all that kind of stuff. I get it. I get it, bro. It's almost like Alcoholics Anonymous, right?
Like, come on, bro. Yo,
you drink too?
Let me break it down.
Yo, break it down, bro.
So it's almost like Alcoholic Anonymous or mental health groups where people share a commonality where they feel like, you know, they can be in a comfortable environment where they can share things and they won't be judged and they share like a commonality. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it won't seem like once you give your testimony or once this other person talk, then this other person time to talk, they don't stick out like a sore thumb. So this how you form focal groups and people become very they come relying on it and they become kind of almost loyal to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But so I get it. I get the whole concept. Because it provides some sort of relatability between men, and then women have their own too. But I think what the biggest problems is compared to like Alcoholics Anonymous.
Yeah.
The people that run these groups in charge of this, they're trained professionals.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to this shit on YouTube, these groups and stuff, they motherfuckers just be winging it. Like they just be winging it, bro. And then our so-called leaders and stuff, self-proclaimed leaders and stuff, they never was qualified. We just got through talking about that.
Yep.
Right. And now we're seeing the effects of all of these, what is it called? Self-proclaimed
Gurus.
I don't know what to call them. Like these, you know, these.
Yeah, Guru is a great name.
Yeah.
Guru is a great name.
Hold on, Kills.
Go ahead, bro.
What I'm saying is when you break it down to its purest form, and we always ponder on why are all these men so devoted to this shit. And I get it. It adds a sense of comfortability and relatability.
Yeah.
And you're just naturally drawn to other people that have similar complaints, right? You just naturally drawn. And so I don't fault the people that are drawn to it. I fault the people that's grifting these people, dog, and they know what they're doing, right? And they're being very irresponsible. So because think about it, everybody has issues in a healthy world. Like, we should be able to sit down with our brother or sister and tell us our deepest, darkest secrets. Like, if something happened to us when we was a kid, like, we should be able to tell our deepest, darkest secret to our brothers and sisters, right? And then not leave the circle, or not leave, this this group or whatnot. But the problem is, the world that we live in, this real world, this shit is cold, and it's untrustworthy, and it's very deceiving. And people will, instead of people actually being sincere and wanting the best for you and hearing you out, and being a shoulder to cry on, or a listening ear, people will take advantage of the information that you allow them to have in your life. And so that's why this is what creates a lot of bitterness, and this is why we hear a lot of yelling and frustration and stuff, because the right groups have not been the right groups have not been recognized in our community. You understand what I'm saying? Like, when Bolo talked, I know Bolo is the right group. I know JT is the right group, right? The reason why I created this platform is because I wanted people to understand this. I want this to be the right place to be, to where we can create offset groups outside of YouTube, like we do in Discord and everything, and have meaningful conversations like we do on Saturdays and stuff like that. So the only reason why I said that is because Kills mentioned a certain person earlier. Man, the reason why I don't hesitate blocking people, because I am serious about what I'm trying to accomplish over here. And absolutely. I know a lot of people that come over here, they don't give a damn about that shit. All they care about is their own agenda and their own spotlight or whatever. That, you know what I'm saying? And so I told Mo Love and Fear No More this. It's not like I hate these people, and I want, if people are watching from the clouds, I don't hate nobody I blocked. And I mean that. I don't hate nobody I blocked. I love you. But the reason why I blocked you is because I seen what your intentions was and your agenda, and it don't mesh with mine. And I'm serious about what I'm doing over here. I'm dead ass serious.
But Freezy, like, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't want to cut nobody off, right? Know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say old boy name. I ain't gonna give him no shine time, right? Like, say what you want to say about me, right? Ask around, bro. Ask around. I be like, yo, that nigga is not built like that. Like, yo, fam.
But I don't care if he built. Like, I don't even want to. I don't want to go into that. It wasn't for that.
Yeah. But I be like, yo, but see, yo, my whole thing is the snitching shit though. Like, I don't like snitching, right? Because yo, my father, I ain't been around my father, yo. He been gone for 5 years, bro. My father is deceased. He's gone like everybody else's father is deceased or whatever, yo. And my brother did a lot of time. I did what I had to do for my shit. I almost got 7 years for what I had to do. He even, old boy, who I'm saying, not you. I'm saying, know what I mean? Talk about that he had a case or whatever, almost got 7 years. I almost got 7 years too, my nigga. I've been a trial too, my nigga. And all I'm saying is, I'm not going to no YouTube court and trying to snitch on a nigga channel though, fam. I never did that shit, son. I think that's snitching. And you apply, hold on, you apply a platform and you let us talk. I didn't heard him talk crazy shit on your platform. You give this nigga free reign. For him to say that shit is clown shit, bro.
Go ahead, y'all take
You
back
said
over.
It's not a point of that. It's a point of the person revealed what's in their heart. Like Freezy just said, he wants people to be here. The fact that he exposed himself in that manner lets us know that that is not a person to follow. I don't care if they proclaim themselves as a president, guru, whatever the heck it is. That right there in that moment, he exposed himself. If you're not for him, he will be against you and he will shut your stuff down. So there's a lot of people like that in these spaces, and a lot of men, because they get behind these guys, they idolize. That's the problem. We don't idolize God anymore. We're idolizing these fake dudes that ain't at home alone, dying alone, just like the women they talking about. So it's like we really gotta really have discernment, like JT said. Move forward in discernment. Ain't no more excuses no more. We don't need that no more. We need solutions. We need to move forward. As we said, it don't matter about that.
My daughter.
I like what Bolo said. What we doing now? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't care about what you did.
What I'm doing,
You
what
gotta
I'm
heal
doing
that
now.
stuff and let's move and go somewhere else. We don't have time.
Right. Can I say something really quick? F&M, are you there?
I am.
Happy birthday. I love you.
Happy birthday, sweetie.
Hey,
Happy
Thank
birthday.
you. Happy birthday.
so much
Yeah.
for you,
Thank
sis.
you.
Like,
Happy
it's
birthday, girl.
been such a blessing.
Forever
Thank
21.
you. I
I'm so
appreciate
proud
it.
of you. Girl, I'm so proud of you. Like, you have encouraged me along the way, and you are really doing your thing on your channel. Shout out to, I think you almost hit 13K. I'm just so proud of you, and I love you so much. And I pray that God continues to bless you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Even though I told you I didn't want anybody to know it was my birthday.
Damn
Oh
that.
my
It was the day you was born, girl. What you talking
I'm
about?
so sorry.
No, I love you and I really appreciate it. I really
I
do.
forgot.
That's
I just got
dope.
back. I
You
just got
know,
back. It's
we are
what I
here,
missed.
so.
What I missed.
The
Nothing.
celebration of old girl's birthday.
The celebration. Big celebration. Big stepper. Big stepper. You heard me? Big stepper.
I
Shout
love
out
you, bro.
to
I
Come
love
on.
you too, Mo.
No, listen.
Shout
This
out
is
to
the
you, Fano
thing.
Motors.
Because
Thank you.
you don't have to fear no motors. You don't have to look at the numbers or nothing like that, but you have to accelerate. You definitely have to acknowledge, this is the anniversary of when you came on this earth.
Right.
So man, come on, man. We gotta look at it how we used to look at it. Don't look at it like it's just another day. Look at it as if you can acknowledge your parents, man. Because this was it don't have nothing to do with just you being put from your mom's womb. But think about this. Think about all of the people that came before you that had something to do with you, right?
The great.
Oh man, this is crazy. It's crazy.
That's
Your
crazy,
ancestors.
bro. Break that down.
You look exactly like somebody that you don't even know. And you share that blood with them, right? So you are the fruition of all the things that came before you. There's no reason for you not to celebrate that right there. You don't even have to. Let me tell you something. It was funny when we talk about celebrating our birthday. There was a time when I gave my mother and my father, a gift for me being born. And the reason why, and I told them, because I had nothing to do with this. I just existed. Now that I got people that is because of me, now I understand now. So birthdays, it can be looked at a different way. Some people don't even celebrate birthdays, right?
Right.
But just look at it from this, and I respect it. I respect it.
I don't celebrate my
But just
birthday
look at
no
it
more.
from another angle.
Right.
There are thousands of people that you are because of. Thousands of people that you never will ever get a chance to meet that you share that DNA with. So that's why your birthday is very important. It's more than just you. It's way bigger than you. However,
I never looked at it like that.
you had some people that done did some shit you had nothing to do with, and
Right.
now you appeared. Do you know the lottery behind that? Do you understand that you won the lottery? You beat the lottery? Hundreds of millions
Right.
that could have had, and you end up being the one that was chosen. Man, if you don't celebrate your birthday, girl, you better, hey, it's your birthday. Go.
Yeah,
you better celebrate that shit, man. Let's get it, bro. Let's get it.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. You are important. You needed for this world. So yes, sir. You celebrate that.
Thank
Absolutely.
you. I really appreciate it. And me and Freezy are supposed to be doing a live stream later on today if he's not too tired.
Right.
So
man,
we're gonna
Freezy
talk
got,
about
I don't know what the hell Freezy got behind him right now, but Freezy is out here grinding like a motherfucker right now.
Right.
If you guys heard our conversation, you'd be like, damn, nigga, you done did more than we talked about. Freezy is in his zone right now. And I'm going to keep on. Yeah, man, look, he in his zone. Freezy in his motherfucking zone right now, bro. Freezy is here. Keep doing what you do, brother. Most definitely.
Yeah, I woke up, went to sleep, went back to sleep.
Man,
I got my daughter on the weekend. I only get, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Come on, bro.
I'm on my grown man shit. I get weekends with my daughter, you know what I mean? But I've been listening to this platform all day, fam. You know how you go through your phone and you be like, you scroll or whatever. Ain't nothing really popping. But I've really been like listening to y'all all day. Like all day for the last past crazy hours. And this about to be Memorial's Day. It's mad fool. Like your fam.
We relevant.
I can turn on my phone right now. It's mad food in my goddamn sink. It's oxtail, chicken, and
come on, bro. Come on.
Wild out. And be listening to Freezy. Yeah.
If y'all don't get some goddamn t-shirts to say I'm relevant, we relevant. Yo, come on, man. We all are relevant, bro. Let's keep doing what we doing. This is a whole different culture that we have right now. We are building a culture, y'all. I don't know how y'all looking at it right now, but understand what I'm telling you. We are building a culture. This culture right here, way after us, understand where this culture, this shit gonna be on this gonna be on NBC. This shit is gonna be on some shit. We don't even see where this is about to get ready to go for us.
I love that.
But we gotta keep, and I that's why we gotta appreciate each other right now, in the moment right now, because the conversations we having, trust me when I tell you, these conversations wasn't even done in the living room. This shit right now, what we talking about, we have very intelligent people. We got to start treating each other like we are intelligent people. When we start pushing back on each other, let's be more conducive with each other with our conversations, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I had to show great, sir. You know what I'm saying? My daughters 19, 17, they know I got a YouTube channel. My ex, you know what I'm saying? The mother of their kids know I got a YouTube channel. I gotta be graceful, you know what I'm saying? My homeboys know I got a YouTube channel. Like, I'm not bashful or none of that. I know that we are the rock stars because y'all watching, somebody right now is watching us right now in their house, on their TV right now. We are the loving hip hop niggas. They be like, yo, we bigger. Kills remind me of Stevie J, or he remind me of Peter Guns, or he remind me of this nigga that.
Yeah.
Like, we gotta be mindful of that, bro.
Hey,
we
Kills,
are the new loving hip hop niggas.
Niggas laughed at me when I said this shit a couple of weeks ago on Freezy's show, right? When I said, Freezy, you bigger than, I don't know who I said he was bigger than, but see, niggas laughed at me, right? It was a big YouTube person, and I said, Freezy is bigger than him because I see past what's happening right now. You dig what I'm saying? These conversations, I swear to God, dog, we got some conversations right now, dog, that they gonna be digging these shit up.
They
And they gonna be
jack
having
our shit
conversations
every
about our
day, bro.
conversations.
They jack our
Yeah.
shit every day,
Come
bro.
on,
They
bro.
jack our style. They jack our space. They jack our shit and take it to their platform. You got boxers getting platforms. You got Fat Joe and Jada Kiss got a platform right now. Yo, my timeline is filled with new content creators getting broadcast every day. Back in the day, it was only a minute of people being in this space, bro. Now it's filled with shit.
So
Jacking our style.
how could we put
you can't stop it, bro.
how could we put spirituality beyond under anything else? This is what we call the spirit. When we sit back and we see people, they pander and all that crazy ass shit because they don't understand what the spirit actually is. I see the faces I see on here right now. I saw y'all on fucking Friday, but y'all still right here. Y'all rocking with my nigga Freezy, right? That is a spiritual thing. When we talk about spiritual and gospel and all these different things, that don't mean if we don't talk about it that it don't exist. That's crazy as hell. When we talking about spiritual, that's exactly, it's always there. It's constant. It's the same thing with life and death. It's all constant. We have to open our minds, folks. We have to open everything. We got, man, at the end of the day, we have to get beyond what we think we know. Challenge every day. Challenge what you think you know. Watch how much you end up having a great conversation with anybody. I don't care who it is. You can have a great conversation with that person because you understand that it's way beyond you. We are spirits having human interactions.
Right.
If you look at it and you really believe that right there, you cannot have and induce the trauma that people are saying. Do y'all understand that we done had some great people that have been? Y'all know who Nelson Mandela is, right?
I'm sorry, JT. I just wanted to tell you guys that I'm leaving the panel, but I just wanted to say goodbye and not be rude. And everybody in the chat.
All right,
Okay,
sweetie
well,
pie.
Thank you,
great to have
Sir
you.
Freezy. I love you. Happy
Love you
birthday to
too.
my members. Okay.
And sis, listen,
Thank you so
we
much.
gon' I love the way that you go and you challenge us. This is white school. I love the way that you challenge me. Like I said, the thing is that we all have to do it.
Yeah.
But we got to be respectful when we do it, right? Because we have to challenge each other because we got to find out the person that's in front of us. You get what I'm saying?
but I'm saying the thing is also with that, but it's okay. There's the teacher, and it's time
Yes.
to we're supposed to be on meat now. Like you said,
Yeah.
we 50, 60 years old. You say you about to be old. We can't keep
I'm old as shit.
having lifting 20-pound weights. No, we got to get our weight up. So I'm not going to be so easy on grown folks. You know what I'm saying? But I understand that we all have trauma. So I can be relatable and come down in that sense. But okay, now we have those, like we talk about the Army. There's people that are the drill sergeants. Okay, cool. Maybe I might be a drill sergeant. You may not like me, but we're going to get through this boot camp together and you'll be better on the other side. That's cool.
There you go.
may feel your way. So I don't mind taking that role. There's other people, there's other roles in the community that we take. So that's cool. I'll take it. And I like the challenge because, like you said, it brings us to another place, have those conversations like you just said. So I'll do it. I'm going to keep
Hey, yo, sister. Hey,
doing
yo,
what I
sister.
do.
Yo, somebody. Hey, yo, sister. Yo, may I
All
challenge your
recognition.
thinking and may I challenge your mobility? I want to ask you a question, sister. You know what I'm saying? I've been watching Full Metal Jacket since I was a little kid. I watched Full Metal Jacket growing up, right? So what if I put, like vetting a woman? What if I put that woman through like a training program? Am I wrong? Am I wrong to put her through like if I want to pursue her or or do we want to pursue each other? Is it wrong that we put each other to like a training program?
That's called courting, my G. That's what that's
Yeah,
called.
that's
Yeah,
what
cool.
I
exactly
was
it
just
is.
about to say that.
She fair, yo. Why you gave it up? I want to see what
Yeah,
she was
yeah.
gonna say.
She
I
gonna say
want
the
to see
same
what she was
thing.
gonna say. I want
There's
to
nothing
see it
wrong
though.
with that. Yeah, there's nothing wrong
Yo,
with
Bolo. See, you gave up the sauce. She gave up the sauce,
Oh,
bro.
my
I
bad,
was
man.
trying to
There's
challenge her,
nothing
bro.
wrong with that. If you claim like you ran down your whole accolades, I'm this, I'm that.
I
So
ain't about to
if
run
you
down like yo, my
okay, but I'm
security
just
card,
I'm
and
saying if you're this great guy and this great catch,
I ain't
and
doing that.
you want to invite a woman into your kingdom, and you want her to be in a high, like beside you and underneath you, yes, you have to vet her in a specific way. If you're seeking different results to grow, if you're still wanting to be, say if you want to go in the community, you're like doing this, and she just be at home and she ain't contributing.
I'm talking
That's
about the
not a
army
person
though.
that's in alignment with you.
Like
You need
she
to
gotta go
get
through
your
the mud though. She gotta
sitting
go
with
through the
you,
mud for like a
passing out
year though.
flyers.
Like
You know what
she
I'm
better
saying?
put on
So
effort. See, you got me misguided though. I don't think you listening though. I don't think you got your listening ears on. I'm
what do you
talking about
mean?
she gotta put on her Timberland boots and her army fatigue, and she gonna go through some shit though. She may go through some shit with
Well,
me.
nobody wants to go
I
through
may
anymore.
I
We
may
want, like
shit
we
I
just talked
may
about
shit
that we
test
don't.
her. I may shit
No,
test her
no,
though.
no,
What
no,
about the
no.
shit
That you
test?
can
That's
test
toxic.
people with questions and still leave her with dignity. You don't have to make her come out of her character. You see a person in their 4 seasons,
Nah, she may
and
get a nail or
that's
two.
what
She may get a nail
that's
or two
what.
fucked up. A nail or
Well, I mean,
two.
well, not in the streets. If do you want a wife or you just want a person from the streets? So
Nah,
this is
she gonna
this
be
is
a
it's a
wife
different
though, but she gotta
mindset.
go. She gotta get. I'm talking about when you making biscuits, when you making homemade biscuits and homemade cereals, your nails ain't gonna be beautiful though. Like you gonna have to go through some shit. What's wrong with that, huh? Like when you in that kitchen, you gotta go through some shit. Your nails ain't
Um,
gonna be pure like that. Ain't gonna be pure and
this
and
is where I leave it with the men.
pristine and all
Um,
that. You
I'm gonna
hear
leave
me?
that with the men's class that you probably need to take, so you will have a different mindset
You
about
see?
what a husband is or a person that's seeking
Mm,
marriage. I can't tell you that. You know what I'm saying? All I can say is that you look for a woman that will align with what you want to go through. And a
right.
woman does not want to be drugged through the mud just to love you. You know what I'm
Nah,
saying? So there's a lot of women are
the
having
mud would
bad
be good.
experiences. So if you're, like I said, if you're running out all these accolades, be that. You don't have to put me through the mud to show that you're already that guy. Like he said, you don't demand it. Don't make demands. That means you don't have it. You
Hey,
command it because that's who you are.
You got females who put mud on their face going to the spa and they be doing
Kills,
mud baths.
kills, kills. Here's the thing, kills.
You
Here's
know
the
what I'm saying?
kills,
Like the
I
kills,
don't
mud can
know.
be
I'm
good.
gonna leave that to
kills,
you, Bolo. That's a man
I'm
issue.
on mute. I'm on
kills,
mute. I'm on
kills.
Hold up,
mute.
before you say that, Bolo, shout out to Von Bryant for the $10 super cap.
I did made it laugh though.
Von said, quote unquote, when a man's ways please the Lord, it makes even his enemies be at peace with him. Shout out to Von Bryant. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Von. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it, bro.
Yo,
Thank you, man.
hey yo,
Kills,
Bolo, the mayor
I
kills.
in
love that for
Rochester
him.
did a
Huh?
whole mud bath, bro. They went to Mexico and did a whole mud bath.
No, no. Here's the thing.
They like mud, but they
Kills,
gotta
kills,
be the right nigga. If he
kills.
the right nigga,
Listen,
she will go through the mud.
and and
Wow.
Bruh, they do
Read your
mud baths,
IG.
Bolo.
kills. Here's the thing.
All
When
right.
Thank you.
when you are that dude, right? It's like when these cats scream out, "I'm an alpha. I'm an alpha." Alphas don't need to scream out what they are. They are who they are. They don't need to talk about it. They are about it, right? So when you are that dude, check this out. Your woman's gonna fall in line. You don't need to.
Absolutely.
She
Mhm.
understands her position because
I agree.
she understands that you tolerate nothing less. She understands that she got a man that she can protect as well as he protect her. You get what I'm saying? So all of these conversations that cats are having, you don't need to have them. They fall in line, bro. I promise you. It's the same way when Freezy speak, everyone be quiet. He doesn't have to tell everyone shut up. They just understand. It's more so when you are that, they understand. So when you have to continue to repeat what you are, again, you have to look in the mirror and say, are you really what you are saying that you are? Obviously not. And that's the point. You know what I'm saying? So again, you don't have to, as men, you know, I always use this example because,
Bolo,
yes, sir.
Bolo.
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
yo, ask DJ Witch Doctor, know what I'm saying? He on my Facebook page, right? Know what I'm saying? I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, you know what I'm saying? When it comes to like you don't gotta repeat yourself. You if you if you like the most loudest dude in the room, you could be like the weakest dudes in the rooms and all of that. I get that though. But DJ Witch Doctor is actually on my Facebook page and all of that. He see it though, but there's some things that I'm failing at though. So
So
I'm
what
not
I'm
gonna say
saying,
that I'm the perfect dude on the internet. I'm not
none
the
of us
perfect
are.
dude on the internet.
None
You
of
know what
us
I'm
are.
saying?
But
But I
here's
be
the thing.
having it in my way a little bit though, especially when it comes to the ladies though.
Yeah,
Like,
but here's the thing. Here's the thing. You ain't gotta do.
go ahead, bro.
You don't have to do that when you are who you say you are. You don't have
Right.
to do that.
Alright.
You understand? Because what I'm saying to you is, when you know what your worth is, when you know what you're worth, your value shows in your standard, right?
That's a
So when you
fact.
know, when you have direction, intention, you got that relationship with Christ, and you're on your thing, you know what you need in a woman.
Right.
And you're not going to tolerate nothing less. She's going to understand that. Those that try to slip by are going to fall to the wayside, and that one that understands is going to fall right in suit. You don't have to go through all the different rigmarole. You don't have to go through that. That's the point that we're trying to
So
make.
you mad? So I ain't saying that though. But all I'm saying is, you know what I'm saying? I watched Full Metal Jacket and I can't and like if she put me through the vetting process, whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? And if I see that overachieve that, I'm cool though. But if I put her through through a shit test, I'm wrong, right? I'm the
No,
bad guy.
it's not
I'm
about
the
you.
bad guy. I'm the
No,
bad guy
no,
because I
no,
put her
no,
through
hold on.
a
No, no, no,
little.
no, no. Listen to me. Listen to me.
Go
It's
ahead.
not about you being the bad guy. In other words, meaning the dude that you see in front of you is the dude that I am. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a perfect man. I'm the chief of, I'll tell you, I'm the chief sinner in the room. You know, I'm not perfect, right? So the dude
That's
that
what I
you
need to
see,
hear, bro.
the dude that you see in front of you is the dude that I am on the phone, the dude that when you call me, I'm gonna talk to you. I'm that same dude through and through. So at the end of the day, I'm not putting her through a test. I'm being me. You understand what I'm saying? It's not a test, that there's not hoops that she has to jump through. This is who Bolo is. So she's either going to accept that or not. This is not some type of farce that I'm putting up in front of you. Not at all. This is who I am. So when she realizes who you are, she's either going to acclimate herself or not. There's only two choices we have, bruh. There's only two choices. There's not 10. There's two. You're either going to fall in line or you're not. And that's the same thing with God. You're either going to fall in line or you're not.
Right.
We try to say that there's 10 choices. There's not. There's two. That's it. So you don't have to be the bad guy. Just be you. There's only one kills on this planet. Be the best you can be, because God created you authentically. He made you on this earth to do something. Be you, my G. That's it. You know, when you listen to these cats
That's a
in
fact.
the red
That's a
pill, right?
fact.
They always change. I hate when Marvel changed the stories originally, but when you look at the Hulk had beef when they changed it in the movies. The Hulk had beef with David Banner because when he was a child, his mom's was getting beat, but he was a child. He couldn't do anything. So that alter ego called the Hulk, that's why he hated Bruce Banner. That's why he would always call him a puny human. So when these men go to these different channels, Red Pill or whatever, what they're living vicariously through these Hulks, through these beasts that don't think, because the Hulk was more of a detriment than he was an asset. They only needed him to smash. Anything other than that, they would be like, man, get out of here. I don't need just a Hulk, bro. I need a thinking brother. Just because you have the power, what makes men men is having power and not needing to use it when it's easy to use.
Yo, Bolo, I misspoke, right? I misspoke. Okay. So I never really put them through nothing, right? So why I'm on Facebook right now, I could go on Facebook right now and put up a post like I never put none of my exes through nothing. Like all my exes always say like you always was there for me. You know what I'm saying? Yo, fam, like it's crazy. Even my one ex, right? I got a text message to one of my exes. She was like, "Yo, do you still remember my boxing?" Yo, fam, it's crazy. I'm like, nah, I don't remember your boxing. Like it be funny though. It's like funny. It's like funny shit. You know what I'm saying? But it's still like personal, whatever. But like, I never put them through nothing. It's like you know what I'm saying? Like a screen wish. You feel me? Like they always had it easy for the most part, yo. When I came through, they ain't had to lift a fucking finger, bro. Like they mothers, they fathers, they all love me, bro. You feel me, Bolo?
I feel you. I just want
Like
you to
all my,
understand.
I'm talking about since since I was 17 till now, bro. All my exes, and I did with some crazy ass. And then you ain't even talking about the older women's that I dealt with. They had it easy, bro. They ain't got to do shit.
Goodbye, Freezy.
Because I'm the fucking protector. I'm the protector. I'm the provider. I'm gonna hold it down. Even the most underworld. I'm talking about the underworld bullshit. I'm still gonna hold it all the way fucking down, my nigga.
But here's the
And I
problem.
don't gotta really call nobody. Like
But
if she minds and like she choose me and we choose each other, like that's what it is, bro. You know what I'm saying?
But that's the
All the
problem.
way.
Skills,
But me, bro, it's a compliment. No, bro, Bolo. To me, it's a compliment because I had long relationships, 5 years, 10 years, 18 years, shit like that, bro. You feel me?
What I'm saying is that's the issue. The issue
Like,
is
shit.
you shouldn't have to go through those things. So again, this is why we say it's a call to arms for the men, right? Because what the older men are going to teach the younger men the mistakes that we made so that you don't make it, right? So what does that mean? Learning to love yourself, not putting yourself through certain things that you don't have to go through, right? Now, some people need to learn through experience, and we can't change that. But there's certain things that you don't need to go through that myself, JT, Freezy, and Dust have gone through. That's what we're supposed to do. So what I'm saying to you is, if the mistakes that I made can help you not make that one mistake, then I did my job. So all of these chicks, hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
All of the chicks that were bad that you held down, it's not a testimony. No, listen to me. You held them down. You did what you're supposed to do.
All of them. They all say, like, yo, you was that dude.
Ooh, but here's the problem. The problem isn't the bad women. The problem was the choices you made in the bad women. You feel what I'm saying? So you gotta pick,
but they go better to get better dudes.
You have the echo.
Oh, I do?
Yeah, you got an echo. What I'm saying to you is that you have to do better in the courting process, so that you don't have to have that bad woman that will say, although I was bad, he still held me down. And that's the whole point of trying to make less mistakes and learn from other people's experiences so that you don't have to go through it.
That's true.
Facts. That's the whole thing about courting, because courting is a participation in family, and a lot of people don't understand that. Courting is a whole different level of dating, because what you're doing is that you're intertwining families. This is why it was a little bit easier for us as Black folks going and being in the same neighborhood because a lot of people knew each other's family. Now it's not like that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't realize that anymore. So when it comes down to it, when you're talking about being able to pick that mate, the reason why we have the problems we have right now because we don't have courting. We ain't got that.
But JT, it was, I don't want to spoil your bill, right? My last year, shorty, like she know my whole family, right? So this is some other shit that I've been through, right? She know my whole family. It's like my mother-in-law is like 6 of her friends or whatever, but she got daughters and all of that and nieces and whatever, right? So I did court her, right? I did court her. I told her what it was. We was vibing, whatever. Yo, she beautiful. She don't wear no makeup. You know what I'm saying? No kids, none of that. But she love her nieces and nephews. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you a question. What did your mother say about her?
Oh, yo, man, my mother, you know, hey, yo, JT, you already know, man. She ain't shit. She ain't about shit.
What your daddy say about her? What your daddy say about her? What your daddy say about her?
My daddy been gone for 5 years, bro. Yo, so my daddy
Okay. So
he
your uncles and aunties.
He probably would have said the same thing that you saying right now.
So your uncles and aunties, what did they say about her?
My aunties, my aunties and they never met her. Like, I don't like to present things that I'm dealing with in front of my family because they judgmental, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes I made like a JT, real shit, right? Sometimes I made like a white woman. Sometimes I made like a fat woman. Sometimes I made like a woman with a big toe, bigger than the other toe. Like, my family is judgmental. They will judge you on every and anything, bro. Like, real shit. But I like different variety, though. I like different variety of women.
But this is the thing. That's what courting is. Courting is the participation of your community. It has nothing to do with you by yourself. It has everything to do with how does she fit in with your family and how do you fit in with her family. So the courting part has been pretty much obsolete in our community. And that's one of the biggest problems that we have when it comes down to this whole thing called marriage. Because marriage has something to do with that.
But guess what, though, JT? Guess what? When my daughter is upstairs right now, right? Upstairs. I get weekends, right? Her mother, I had to go see her mother. Well, her grandmother, right? I had to go see her grandmother and her brother at the time, right? Her mother at the crib, whatever. I had to go through that courting shit. And her uncle was 6'2", 200 pounds. Like, I had to literally walk in the house and go see the 6'2" nigga, and he had to check me. But I respected the check. These dudes today is afraid of getting checked. You know what I'm saying? By whoever you see beyond that door. I went through that process, and that's why I was with my kid's mother for 18 years, bro. I went through that process. I understand being around grown man shit. I've been around my stepfather who's 93 years old, who passed away, and he was a veteran. I understand. That's why I give y'all grace when I come to these platforms, because I understand that shit. You can rewind this whole shit back. I never cut y'all gentlemen's off. I always heard y'all clearly, bro. And I'm an asshole.
So do you have
kids? Hold on 1 second. Shout out to Von Bryan for his $5.37. Von say, I had to scrape up the 37 cents. The peace and blessings. My God.
Yo, man, salute to the guys.
Listen to me when I tell you.
Here you go. Here you go on your 5 heartbeat. There you go on your 5 heartbeat spill, man.
You know I got love for you, Freezy. You just keep doing your thing, all right?
No, when Black Man did Von Bryan, he was spot on. When he did it,
yeah, I got me, man.
Yeah.
No, but the thing is this. I'm
Go ahead,
asking these
bro.
questions is because
Go ahead, man.
we don't really look at ourselves as being connected anymore. So this is the
That's a
reason
fact.
why.
I agree with you. I agree
Yeah,
when you say that we're
it,
not
it, it,
connected no more with the spirituality and the ancestors and all of that. You know what I'm saying? I agree
but
with you.
you do understand that you're in the ranks of being an ancestor, right?
Nah, I
I
don't
don't
really
think
see.
I don't think that
I be
we
on some
understand
young
that one
nigga
right there.
shit though. I
You
don't see
can't.
myself because I be seeing myself being like a YM man, a young man. You know what I'm
So this is
saying?
the thing
I don't
about
want to
that.
be no ancestor.
So this is the thing. You're going to be older with the grace of God that you will be older
Right.
longer than you've been
Thank you.
younger, right?
That's
So at the end of the day, this is why you have to get at a point where you have to be on point with spirituality.
right. That's a
Because at the end of the day,
fact.
again, I said it earlier. There's a group. There's a sense of that we have instructions right in front of us. And the thing is that we have to seek those instructions. They're not going to be put in front of us. So
But
we have to
Jay,
seek those instructions. So when you're talking about this thing about being an individual and being a kid and being young and all these different
right,
things, it's funny to me that people will put more energy into trying to stay young instead of being at a point of trying to embrace when you're getting older, because that's grace of God. That's grace.
you're
That's
right.
grace. And
But
we don't look at it as grace. We would sit
nah,
back
we
and
don't. We don't.
we would do the craziest shit in the world by sitting back trying to be young. That shit don't make no
That's
fucking
a
sense to
fact
me
though.
at all.
Because yo, I'm gonna keep it real with you though, JT. In the hood, right? In the hood, in a fucked up ass mindset in the hood, right? Yo, we looked at it like, yo, the women that's cussing. Why the fuck she live long though? Like, know what I'm saying?
She
Damn,
don't.
she like 80 years old, still cussing, still waving. She live longer than the cool dude.
Trust me when I tell you this, brother. The woman
That's a fact
that's
though, right?
no, the woman that's in
The
her
old, the
70s
old
and 80s. No, listen to me.
grandmama be 80 years
Yeah,
old,
let me
cussing
listen.
and raving.
All right,
Man, she live longer than everybody.
let me cook. Let me cook though. That
Mhm.
woman that's 80 and 70 years old, that's telling her, speaking her mind.
Yeah.
No, she was that woman. She lived
Mm.
her life. She just
Right.
fed
That's
up
a
with the
fact.
bullshit. When she see the
That's a
younger
fact.
people, she wasn't like that all her life. See, the ones that do it when they're young, they end up having a short life. The
Mm.
ones that end up saying, you know what I'm saying, baby, you ain't got it together and you ain't doing this, and they doing the cussing and they don't give a fuck. They
Yeah.
understand throughout their adulthood how to be out here in this world. And once
Mm.
they get to be at an old age, they understand that you young motherfuckers ain't got it. So let me tell you before I get the fuck up out of here that you fucking up. That ain't the one that was cussing while she was 20 and 30 years old. No, she was doing
Yeah.
what she was supposed to be doing when she was there. It's just when she get older, she gets fed up with the bullshit that she's
Mm.
seen. And now
Yeah.
she's cussing your ass the fuck out. But
Right.
this is the craziest part. When you hear them talk, they'll tell you about that man that they've been with for 50 years. They'll
That's a
tell
fact.
you,
Yeah.
they'll tell you about that man that they had a life with.
That's a fact
See,
though.
the craziest part about getting old is that you don't have anything. It's just like being born. You have nothing to do with that shit. You're just
Mm.
there. So when you get to be 90 years old, you only thing you did was exist and you tried to keep yourself together. Most people that you how did you become 30 years old? 90 years old, right?
Nah, I heard it. I heard it though. I heard it from my stepfather. He was 93 when he passed away. He told me the game, but I'm nothing like him. He said he shut the fuck up. He said he shut he never argued with my moms, bro.
Have you
Never.
ever heard a couple? Have you ever heard a couple that was together for 50 plus years and people ask them, well, how did y'all learn to stay together?
they can't give you all the ins and out. They just
Nah,
lived life.
no. The couple, yeah, that's a fact.
They live life.
But
They're
but
trying
he
to
actually told me.
philosophize it.
I know my moms, and I know him. He actually told me verbatim out of his mouth. He was like, "Yo, I just don't say nothing. I just be quiet." You know what I'm saying? He
No,
always been quiet all
I
his
swear
life.
to God that ain't the whole story, dog. We
No,
talking about
that's not
50
the whole
years.
I
story.
don't know the whole story.
Yeah.
Don't get
Just
me
read the
wrong.
whole
Don't get
story.
me wrong. I'm
Q,
just
let me
going
help
by.
you a
I'm
little
just
bit.
going by what he told me, bruh.
Listen, let me help
He's
you a
no
little bit,
longer
Q.
here, but he will tell you if he was here, bro, he never raised his voice, bro.
Kills,
He's
let me help you.
93 years old when he passed away. My stepfather and the veteran never raised his voice, bro. Never.
Well, let me drop this on you, Kills. You know what the perfect relationship is?
I never seen one.
Here's the perfect relationship. Two people that won't give up on each other.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's
That's
it.
the
and they never gave. Yeah, that's a
hold on.
fact. That's a
And it
fact.
doesn't mean that we ain't
Go
gonna
ahead.
fight. Doesn't mean that we ain't gonna argue. The point of the matter is us leaving ain't an option.
Come
See,
on,
when we
bro.
think, when a woman realizes and a man realizes what he has, this is where selfishness gets involved, right?
Okay.
Selfishness gets involved because me as the king, since we like to use those things, me as the king, my job is to worry about the kingdom. My wife's job is to worry about the king. When
Right.
I stop worrying about the king and start worrying about myself, now selfishness comes in. But if
Yes.
we're worrying about each other and we're completely giving, then selfishness can't come in. And then you realize what kind of woman you have. She realizes what kind of man she has. There's no out. We rocking this until the wheels fall.
The wheels fucking fall off.
There you
Hey,
go. There's no
Bolo.
option. Yes, sir.
Bolo, this is the craziest thing. I remember being a teenager and I said some out of pocket shit to my mama. And it wasn't even like what these kids be out of pocket
Saying
with their
that.
parents is right now. I said dang.
Oh,
And my father, this is what he told me. He said, "You better be careful what you say to my wife."
Word.
My wife. He didn't say your mother. He said my wife.
And you know when you see the difference, JT, when I saw when my mom passed and I seen the difference, and we're discussing, the funeral arrangements and all this stuff, and my father is just sitting there out of it, right? We lost our mother. He lost his world.
Yeah.
He lost his mother. And that's the difference. This is why the Lord tells you that a man shall cleave to his wife, shall leave his house and cleave. Your son and your daughter, they're going to leave and form their own families. That woman right there next to you, she's right to die. That man is right next to you is right to die. You know why they don't, like, if here in New York, the Indian people, they'll take lovebirds and they'll put them in separate cages and, put them together. They never let them in to the cage. Where they're both together because they'll never sing again.
Yep.
They got their love. I don't have to sing no more. I gotta. Why am I singing? So this is the thing.
Yeah.
I've seen men and women spend more time in getting their credit right than picking out the right person.
Come on, man.
Ain't that crazy?
Come on. No, and a lot of times it comes down to this, Bolo. It comes down to this because when you tell people that the marriage that is the accomplished marriage is to death do you part. See, people don't even look at the death part, right? They don't even look at it. Do you understand that you can have the greatest heartache that you're gonna ever have is to lose your mate?
Say it again, brother.
Yep.
The greatest heartache that you ever going to experience is to lose your mate. That's the end of a great relationship. And what you don't know is the thing is you have to be able to live without that person, even if it's for 1 year.
Yo, let me drop this on you because this Holy Spirit is moving me. I gotta give it. Did you just hear what he said? When a man loses his woman, it's a fraction of himself. This is why God was so pissed off with man. Because we're his wife. Understand, right? That this cats got to understand how deep this get. Next to picking God as next to accepting Christ as your Lord and Savior, your woman is the biggest decision you gonna make. Same as the woman. Your man is the biggest decision you gonna make. There ain't nothing bigger than that. Because the woman you pick can either propel you or it can change you from your trajectory. Same thing as your man.
Yep.
You dig what I'm saying?
Yo,
So
Bolo,
yes, sir.
I still think about my ex, Bolo. After 18 years,
Why?
after 18
Why
years
do you
with my children's mother,
Why?
I still think about it every day, man.
Why?
Why? Because I am a fucking father. I am a husband. You know what I'm saying? Like dudes don't even talk about like I paid for her to go to college, Bill. I paid that bill. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's like I'm built.
Why
to
did you two
be.
break up? Why did y'all break up?
Nah, I ain't gonna go. I ain't, yo,
Okay,
man.
call me.
You
Call me.
need,
We'll
you
talk
need
about
like
it. Call me.
Patreon. You need like
No.
Patreon.
I don't deal with Patreon.
Nah, yo, I ain't
Back
doing
in-
all
listen,
that. I ain't, nah.
Listen to me. We ain't got to do it
I
here.
ain't doing all that on the internet.
I left my number for you in the back. Call me.
Yeah, yo, I wrote it down.
Yeah,
but like I was, yo, I'm gonna give you a little bit. Like I'm 23. Yo, at the time I was like 23 with a house. You know what I'm saying? I was young. I was fresh. I had a hairline. I don't got the hairline. I don't got the fresh hairline though. You feel me? Like yo. You from New York? You from New York? And I'm from Rochester. So you know what it is. It's like that bop. Like you got that bop.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna leave it like that though, yo. When you got that bop and you think you that nigga, you feel me? I'm gonna give you a little bit of taste though.
So
Like
what?
I'm young.
So this is the reason why. Understand this. This is the reason why so many people are not trying to get married anymore. It ain't got nothing to do with all the other shit
I
that we
love
get
getting married.
sidetracked from. The thing is this: there's when you're talking about marriage. Marriage is you're not the benefactor of marriage, right? Your kids, your nephews and nieces, and everybody that's around in that community is the benefactor of your unity.
The neighbors, like you said, the neighbors,
Your
everybody.
right?
They
But
all in your business. Everybody
understand
is
this.
in your business. When you got a house on our block, everybody is looking at you, bro.
But
So I agree.
what I'm saying is
Hold
this:
on,
the
JT.
benefit is.
Let me read this super chat.
Oh, go
Shout
ahead,
out to my
bro.
sister, Fear No Mortars, for her $5 super cat.
That's a community.
Fear No Mortars said, Freezy is the hardest working man on YouTube in our life. Support the 28 hours weekend stream in our life.
What the fuck, man? You can find your new wife over here.
That's wild.
Hey, yo,
That's wild.
JT, yo, you can find your new wife over here, man. A lot of dudes can find them a wife over here, man. It's wifey, it's wives over here, yeah.
Yeah, but the thing
it
is
what
that
it is.
it's
Go
the
ahead,
thing. The
JT.
thing is that what we're talking about when you're talking about the concept of marriage, right? At the end of the day, it's way beyond what you can think of it being. It has to be something that's spiritual. I don't understand why people can't grasp that concept. So when you're talking about it, all you have to do, please believe me when I tell you, look at some people that are old and talk to them. You got them in your family, right?
Bro, JT, and I 100 agree with you, bro. Yo, bro, just go to my Please, bro. Just type my name in, James Kells, Keels. See
I
my
got you.
community wall. See everything
Yeah.
that I've been through. It's right there, bro. I had to get baptized. I had to get away from my children's mother because I had a black cloud over me because I was going through a lot. I didn't know what I was going through at that time, bro. I lost my father within that relationship. You know what I'm saying? I had to bury my father. You know what I'm saying? Even my favorite niece got murdered, bro. Like I don't want to put all this on the internet. It's like I've been through so much, and I think that I lost that relationship, yo, when my niece got murdered by her own girlfriend, bro. and I say this many times on the internet. I said it. I said I lost my way, bro. I lost my way, bro. You know what I'm saying?
And my
I lost my
condolences to you.
father on the internet. I lost my father in this shit, and I
Right.
lost my
Me too.
favorite niece, bro.
My
I'm
So
sorry
I'm
to
not
hear
condolences
gonna
to
sit
you,
that.
up
brother.
here. I'm
Sorry you
not gonna
feel
sit
that.
up here and be like, know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna sit up in here and be like, yo, that I'm less than nothing, that I was perfect within that relationship. Even before losing my father and my niece, I still was doing some dumb shit, bro. So I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like I'm not on here
That's
capping. I'm
my
not I'm
con-
not a JP ass nigga, bro. I'm
no,
not
my
that,
my
bro.
my condolences on that. Absolutely, my condolences on it. But
Nah,
let me
bro,
just say let me just say
You good
this.
because you never knew that. You never knew that's what I
Well,
said.
it's not just
You know what
that,
I'm
but
saying?
that's a reality that we have to face. And
Yeah,
the thing
yeah.
is this too. This is why, and I talk to a lot of my family members when I say this. I always tell them that one of the things that we have to come to grips with is that one of us is going to lose one of us, right? I'm. There was a joke by my man. What's his name? Patrice. What's his name?
Patrice O'Neal.
Patrice O'Neal, and he said that and the joke was that one of us is going to go, is not going to be able to make it to the other one's funeral, right? And the thing is that what we have to realize, and especially at my big age right now, bro, I done lost a lot of people, and at some point somebody's going to lose me. So what am I going to do while I'm here now? You dig what I'm saying? So the thing is that the reason why, just think about this thing we call the world is, and how much free will we have. But with having the free will, there has to be something that we have to be able to follow the instructions. We have to have some type of guidance while we are here. And that's my whole point. It's not forever. It's only for a lifetime. And I've been living long enough that I still own some shit that had a lifetime guarantee. And this is what's the craziest part about it. It's over with because the shit that I got don't have, it's like it's not manufactured anymore. So I understood what lifetime means. That doesn't mean infinity. That doesn't mean forever. That means for the life of the product. And I have things in my house right now that is not in existence anymore. So the guarantee is gone. When it comes down to us being human beings, we have to appreciate what we have day by day.
Absolutely.
And we have to give that message to one another. The instructions come through us.
Right.
Spirituality is us. When you're talking about everything that we be talking about, this shit is us. So at the end of the day, you have to understand that when we're having these conversations, at some time, these conversations are going to have to be hard for us to have. And one of the hardest things for people to have a conversation about is the end of us, death, the end of us, because we don't last but for a minute time. It may seem like forever until you start getting older. I'm telling you right now, that 20 years come quick now for me. 20 years, 10 years, that's like shit, that's like 10 seconds.
That's life.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Life. That's life.
So when you have that in you, you have to say, I got to do what I got to do right now. I got to just do what I have to do right now. And it's having balance with it. It's just having balance with it because you had nothing to do with being here, but you got all the accountability and responsibility of doing it. So take all that shit in stride. One of the things that which you can understand about people that either are very old and they're not mobile anymore, or people that's just not mobile, is look at their life now.
We would complain about going to work every day. We would complain about all the shit that we could do every day that we're able to do. Look at somebody that can't do it, and it's going to tell you it's going to change your life because they want to do what we could do. They want to be able to get up and go to work every day.
Right.
They want to be able to be able to drive a car. They want to be able to, and they're not able to do it. That's the things that we have to look at in life. It's not one dimensional. We have to we just got to appreciate everything that's going through. I don't give a damn if I didn't have a house to live in. But if I got the ability to get out here and try to get a house to live in, I'm gonna use that time that I have to try to get that house to live in. We don't have that in our mind. That victim mentality is killing a lot of us.
Yes.
That's true.
We take it for granted, man.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing that I take pause in when David in the scripture said in Psalms, Lord, allow me to know how short my time is. Because what that does is it allows you to know that we take time for granted.
Yeah.
We take it for granted until that time. And that was the reason why I said that to Pastor, right? That death is the ultimate equalizer. It makes you realize something real quick. It takes seconds to realize it. Everything else takes time. I got to think about it. I'll get back to you, JT, in a month. I'll call you tomorrow. I'll do that. Death is the ultimate equalizer. You figure it out real quick. What matters, what don't matter. You got 24 hours to spend time. You sit there and you get up a list, man, this person don't matter, that person don't matter. You figure it out real quick.
Yeah.
But why does it take that? And that's what we're trying to have these conversations and mine out. Why does it take for us to threaten you? For us to say, listen, there's something on its way coming across the bow. You better get it together. Why does it take? Because we're arguing about nonsensical things. If you've seen the lightning coming, I guarantee you, after this this stream would have been 10 minutes. 10 minutes. If you know God coming in 30 minutes, you're gonna be like, all right, guys, we're gonna get it together. Okay, break.
Yep.
It ain't gonna take 20 hours, I promise you. But because we don't know, because we think, because they tell us, nah, you good, we talk about all of these conversations that mean nothing. It means nothing.
Yo, Bolo, yo, I'm still stressed out because when this stream over, I still gotta feed my still pick her up, still put her in the wheelchair. That's my my great niece. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's
my
why
my great niece is special needs, bro. She's special.
That's why,
I deal with special needs. I've been dealing with special needs in hospitals. I've been in the hospital field since I was since I was 20 years old, bro. Maybe younger than that, bro.
That's why I left you my number, right? Because if you look at every stream that I do,
wrote it down. I got you.
Look in the description. We leave resources for people to start because, again, searching these things out when you're in your bag, as they say in the street, or going through whatever you're going through, it's hard. So we did heavy lifting. We did some of the heavy lifting, right? So whether you're an alcoholic, whether you're a drug addict, whether you're abused, whether you was raped, whatever it is, something there for you as a start. It's all free. It's all anonymous. They're 24 hours, 365 days a year. So we put you in a position where there are no excuses. The only excuse is you. You know, so and that's the thing, because again, we can't make you do it. All I can do is set the examples, set you in front, set the food up. You either gonna eat it or you ain't.
Or you ain't.
That's it. Those are the only things. Our job is to try our best to make it easier for the generation coming. That's our job, and that's what we're trying to do. A lot of us have dropped the ball, and we'll accept that. So we're saying, okay, cool. Enough talk about them dropping the ball. We're going to pick the ball up and we're going to bring it back. So we're trying our best to make it easier. We leave the grace of you guys, not you, but in general, guys complaining about, us leaving them. Cool. We'll leave that. Now that we got past the complaining, now that we've gotten past your grief, let's work this out. Let's figure it out. Let's mine it out together, because we all we got, my G. We all we got. There's nothing. If you look at this, I truly believe, and I got no scripture behind it, but I don't think there's going to be another generation after this. I really don't. I don't see my grandchildren being grown here.
Being grandparents.
Right.
Really?
Everything
Really?
going on right now, I don't see it lasting that long. And that's just me
I
telling you.
don't want
I don't
them to
have
be
a
around here.
timetable.
This shit ugly.
No, but this is the craziest part, though. This is why I always, my whole thing is that we have to tie everything together. The dopest thing that my grandfather told me, and he's 90, he's about to be 98 years old in September, right? He's 97 years old. And he said, it's crazy for me to see my grandson as a grandfather. Ooh. You know how deep that is, man?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I got a grandson right now that's 5 years old. Do you know how privileged I would be to see my grandson as a grandfather?
That's deep.
My grandfather told me something, and he said, do you want to see how crazy life is? That's how he presented it to me. I get a chance to see my grandson as a grandfather, and not just me. He was talking about me, and he got 36 grandchildren.
Wow.
You dig what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And my grandfather, he used to be, mind you, 6'5". So imagine how his grandchildren and his sons are, right? He came, and when I heard him say that right there, that was crazy. But that wasn't the only thing that I was like, wow, this is crazy. He and my grandmother, when I was born, they wasn't together anymore. He had another wife, which they were together for 40-something years. But him and my grandmother, before he was with that other wife, was together for 25 years.
Wow.
This is where I'm like, boy, this is crazy, right? They had 10 children together. They had him and my grandmother. They had 10 children together. They didn't break up until the youngest child was like 18 years old. But then he got with another woman, and they were together until she died. 40-something years after that. This is where it gives me the wisdom, because I understand exactly what life is about. But the thing is that when we're talking about marriage, we benefit, but we're not the benefactors. The benefactors is everyone that comes after us, our children. Why do you think that so many people, when they start talking about relationships, they refer to their parents? Because they were the benefactors of what they seen in a relationship, right? You have people that's 40-something years old, and they will refer to their parents' relationship, whether they were together or they were broken up, because that was our experience of seeing it front center. We saw a relationship front and center, and whatever it was that was in front of us, it's the things that we had to experience. So now, as we get older, the thing is that we should see something different. I used to have a problem with, my ex-wife, me and her, and she didn't understand. And like now she does. She understands why I used to be like, I'm not arguing in front of my daughter. Mm-hmm. Whatever it is you got to ask me. You better ask me in another time. We ain't about to talk about this. Right? And she didn't understand it because we were young. Mm-hmm. But she understands it now. Even with I got a 23-year-old and a 28-year-old. My 28-year-old has a son. The first thing that I tell her is that I don't want to see you arguing with no adult, no one in front of your child. And when you get ready to get to that point of that you about to be upset and angry and you about to lash out, just look at your child. Look at him. Watch what he do. Stay away from that. Because what you're doing is you're bringing on the burdens that you have,
and you're transferring it automatically to him, and you don't even know you're doing it.
That's true.
Can't teach something that you're not. You just
Come
can't
on.
teach it.
Nah,
You can't
but
teach
Yep.
something that you're not.
Yep.
I think it's a blessed situation that my niece, you
Yep.
know what I'm saying, she was murdered, you know what I'm saying, by her girlfriend or whatever, but she have a child and that, yo, her freaking father is a preacher, bro. He's a preacher, you know what I'm saying? Got a great congregation with her family and everything. You know what I'm saying? My sister is married, you know what I'm saying, to a pastor. Like, I don't want to put all this out there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I do come on the internet and like I don't portray that. You know what I'm saying? I be wild. I be on a different type of time. But yo, fam, I come from a family that, yo, it's crazy when you see it, bro. It's crazy. Like my stepfather was a veteran. He passed away at 94 years old. Like, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I come from a married family, bro. Like, I'm not stunting, not fronting about it. You know what I'm saying? But I just do what I do on the internet. You know what I'm saying? This internet activity, like, this is what it is. This is the mud.
You
But
got
when
any
it comes to
kids?
older, what happened?
I said, do you have any kids?
Yeah, bro, you feel me? Like, they young. They young. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yo, I was with their mother for 18 years, bro. You understand?
So yeah. So everything that you have to pour it into them.
Yeah, I do. I do. I really do, yo. I really go over and beyond on that. But all I'm saying is, all I'm trying to convey is like, I don't know, man. It's a different type of energy, bro. In real life, I give it all. You know what I'm saying? With my friends, with my family. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I give all of me, bro. But on the internet, like, it is what it is on the internet, yo. But there's certain dudes and certain females that love me on the internet, though. But it's cool, bro. I don't sweat it. I don't sweat it, bro. I don't sweat it really. I don't give a fuck about it.
No,
I
you
like
have
You know
but
what that means?
that's
You know what that shows me though, Kels? What it shows me is you do. You do care about it.
you're cognizant of it.
You care a little bit about it. I can't go to what
Oh
extreme.
yeah, yo, because
You
we
know what I'm
built
saying?
we
I
built a
can't say what
bond on the
extreme.
internet. We built some,
Absolutely, absolutely.
yeah, you
But
built you
what I'm
built
saying is,
bonds. You watch people over the years. You
right,
know what I'm saying?
absolutely.
Yeah, you right, Bolo. You know what I'm saying? I give it up with that though. But you gotta protect. You gotta
I agree
protect
with
your
you.
peoples.
I
You know
agree.
what I'm saying? Because all the wars I've been through, yo, they would have did me dirty if they would have seen my kids' faces. I got some beautiful kids, bro. Yo, at that particular time, Bolo, this one particular person, he would have went over and beyond to put my kids on the internet, bro. So I made it my way to protect my kids, bro. I got two beautiful daughters. I had to, my nigga. And I'm not afraid to admit it. Like, fam, fam, he did me so fucking wrong, bro. He did his bullshit on my daughter's birthday, nigga. On my daughter's birthday. And all I was doing was going to take my kids to the fucking mall, nigga. And I never made this shit public. But niggas in these spaces ain't respect my gangster or my handle. And I'm an asshole. Like, I don't want to go through it, bro. Like, I don't want to go through that past, bro. Niggas love this nigga. Yo, niggas in these spaces love this nigga. And he's a whole bitch. But yeah, but me and this bitch ass nigga still be on the same platform because I know how to, you know what I'm saying, put my integrity intact and still be on the platform like how we talking.
Right.
Me and this bitch nigga still could talk because I'm from New York. I'm from upstate New York, Rochester type shit. Me and this nigga still talk to this day. And I don't bring none of this nigga whole tendencies out. To this day, bro. But he did some whole shit on my daughter's
This is what I'm
birthday,
gonna
my
say to
nigga.
you. This is what I'm gonna say to you, Kills. You got a lot. You got a lot of anger. You got a lot of anger. You got
Hey
a lot.
yo, fam, man. It's all
Listen,
good, bro.
listen to me, baby. Listen to me.
I'm off you.
You got a lot of stuff in you, man. That you got to let go of. And you know, to what JT was saying, life is too short to focus on that madness and that nonsense.
Yeah.
You know, because here's the thing: you're giving them power when you allow someone. And I want you to hear my words, please. When you allow someone to pull you out of your frame, because no man can make me upset, because I know what I am as a man. I don't have to prove nothing to nobody. I only prove it to God. God knows who I am, and the people that love me and the people that know me know what kind of man I am. So to all these other cats, I ain't got to prove nothing to them. So when you allow them to pull you off of your access, we got to get you straight. You dig what I'm saying? Because again, if I walk into a room and say, everyone that's a hoe, shut up, and you get offended, I didn't say you was a hoe. I just said all hoes shut up. And you got upset. So you must think you a hoe. So it's more about what you think of yourself and how that moment affected you. That's what I was trying to show Pastor. It's how that moment affected you to get you upset and pissed off, because although you've moved on as men should do, it still bothers you. And again, that hasn't stopped you from doing what you do as a father, as a man, and to progress yourself.
Yeah.
However, there is a tick that you have, and we need to deal with that.
That's crazy, yo. How the fuck
You
you
don't
know?
want it to
Yeah,
come out
it is
strong.
a tick. It is a tick. It is a tick, though. I ain't gonna hold you.
But
Yeah,
call
you
me, man.
right.
I would rather talk to
No,
you.
I got you. I got you. I
Rather talk
got
to
you.
you privately than on the internet and all that stuff. But I love you, brother, and know that
Nah, yo,
we
you
love
Hey
good. You
Bolo,
good.
hey Bolo, let me know when you gonna do the man, the podcast for the man, bro.
absolutely will. I
So
absolutely will.
most
You know,
definitely.
and this is important, bro. This is important. So when pastors sitting there talking about, again, this is not about trying to make men weak or whatever. What it's about is it's about the things that pulls us off our access.
Yeah.
It's the small things that we don't even know. And that's the difference between being upset and having depression. There's different levels of depression, my G. There's some depression that stifles your growth, and there's some depression that you're functional,
Yeah.
right? And the difference is when I'm upset, I can say it was JT that made me upset. Depression, it is so vast and so long that I've lost who to blame it on, and then it implodes, and now that anger starts to affect me. And understand, stress is so deep that it changes you on the molecular structure. It changes your cells. It gets that deep, my G. This is why they tell you stress kills.
Right.
It kills. When you hold that in and don't let it go, it breaks you down. It does. So we have to learn to be able to. So when God tells you bear one another's burdens, many hands make the load light, my G. I can't take your burden, but
But Bolo, do you know
yes,
what
sir.
makes me? Do you know what makes me happy right now, man?
What's that?
Seeing them
Oh,
oxtails in the kitchen. I'm going to Mom Dude's crib for Mother's Day. You know what I'm saying? Talking to
absolutely.
dudes like you. I'm about to watch New Jack City when he go talking about. I want to see the. I want to see the pimples of the booty. You know what I'm saying? Know what I
But
mean?
here's the thing.
He said next door. He
But
said
he
next
said
door.
something.
But
He
here's
said
Hold
something
on.
important, man. He said,
Go ahead. Go
he
ahead,
said,
bro.
Mom Dukes, right?
right.
So that's the whole
Mom
thing
Duke's
of
89, man. She
right.
89.
So
Yeah.
that's that feminine energy, right? That we
Go ahead, bro.
absolutely need, man. When it
Need
comes
that.
down to these things, man. When we're talking about that right there, think about that right there. This is the thing that we see the women is. We look at them as that's our counterpart, right? And I've known a lot of women, man. My mama, women that I've been involved with, and things like that. The first thing they'll say, "What's going on? What's happening?" because they want to help, right? And it comes from the type of dude that you are. Where women, they have this nurturing, and people take that shit too damn lightly because you just hear the word nurturing, right? So much because it's kind of like a buzzword now. But no, that's a real word, bro. That's a real word when you're talking about the power that a woman has. That damn feminine power is something different. And it ain't got nothing to do with strength and strong.
They don't
It
understand.
has everything to do with, yeah, man. When I tell you, it's something different.
You know something, man? Understand it from this position. You can have sex with a woman, and this is carnal. Let's not even talk from a spiritual perspective, but from the carnal. You can have sex with a woman, and let's just say your rod game is trash, and she tells you. Do you know how much that will break you? But then you have that woman that said, you laid it down.
Even when you didn't.
My man, you go out there and find yourself a pit bull and just fight him. For no reason.
Yeah.
The pit bull was just walking down the street. You start trouble with him.
Yeah.
This is the effect that a woman in her femininity, the strength in her femininity is way stronger than she can ever be in masculinity.
Right.
And
hey, Bolo, is what you saying? Let me tell you, women, let me tell you how crazy that shit is of what he just said. Right? We see we see this crazy shit that's going on right now. When women would sit back and be like, hey, do it, it makes a person, even with women, when they do it, girl be twerking, and when women be like, girl, go ahead, twerk, they twerk even harder, right?
Mm-hmm.
Think about this. Why you think we got women cheerleaders at football games and basketball games? It's because that's an energy that y'all have that men can never have. The pom poms and all these things. When you guys, that whole thing of because it's called encouragement, right? Look at this. Now this shit might sound a little raunchy, but let me tell you how this shit go. Having sex. The reason why a lot of men climax, and sometimes they climax real fast, is because you're being a cheerleader. The whole thing that y'all got, that is power.
Yep.
The octave that you have, the octave that you have in your voice, that is power. That's why if we see some men out here being cheerleaders, we be like, no, that don't go. That's not, no. We need the women to be the short skirts, the pom poms, all of that's the psychological, y'all. That's your power.
JT, right? I met a chick yesterday, bro. Yesterday. I'm talking about she thicker. Hold on. She thicker than your fam. I think she thicker than a Media Stallion. I don't know how to say her name. She thicker than her, or like she on the same level as her, right? And she had me sweating. Like I was sweating on the forehead, my underarm pit sweating. I'm like, goddamn, you know what I'm saying? Shit out. And then there's other dudes around us though, right? They don't want to talk to her. They all on some bullshit. I'm like, you know what, yo, fuck it. I'm gonna grab my balls. I'm like, yo, I'm gonna talk to her like, yo, I'm like, yo, mom, you know what I'm saying? Yo, hit me up on, you know what I mean, Facebook or whatever. And I'm sweating by ass. So I just get off of work. We chilling this shit. And Stuyvesant, man, it is what it is. But I did what I do.
You a thug in the street.
I'm a thug. No, I just got off of work. I'm not a thug if I got off of work. How the fuck I'm a thug? I just got off of work. I'm not a thug. I just want to. I see. No. Hey, yo, fam. Hey, yo, Bolo. I glanced the situation. We all around her. All men is amongst her. I looked at her and I'm like, all these niggas ain't even trying to do nothing. Like they ain't even trying to get her number. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Everybody nowadays is reading their books. They in their phones nowadays. I don't be in my phone. I be paying attention to the world. I be paying attention to the crickets, the birds. chirping. I be paying attention to what's behind me, what's on side of me. Like I be in the field. You feel me? For the most part.
Right.
I be in the field. But I be looking. I'm like, yo,
But
she
here's the
hella,
thing. They
she
ask,
hella thick. I just had to say something.
right.
But at
Here's the
least
thing,
I
no, let
said
me say this to
hello.
you.
I don't want to be that dude that go home and be like, what if?
But
I
here's
don't
the
want to
thing.
be
But
that
here's the
dude.
thing.
At
No,
least I
you're making
said
the same
hi
mistake.
to an Amazonian woman,
But
or
kids,
however you put it.
you don't want to make that same mistake. You know what I'm saying, that you've made in the past. So
There we go.
she's banging physically, right?
Yeah, she banging.
Let's put that to the side.
Mm.
Now what you need to do is massage her mind, massage her temple, massage her spirit. Get there now.
Oh, what you mean massage her?
In other
Massage.
words,
Hold
meaning,
on. What you mean by massage her? Why, brother?
Love is an environment that you create as a man that a woman can come in and relax in.
Speak on
That's
it.
what I'm talking about. See,
Speak on
conversation
it.
like that.
But okay, brother.
Let that
I'm gonna
marinate.
give.
Hold on, baby. Let that marinate for a second.
Yeah, that man.
Let that marinate.
Nah, yeah, I'm gonna give him some context.
Because what
Go
you're
ahead.
saying is when you speak like that, you're tapping into her feminine side, and then and that is what gives her empowerment to reciprocate. You dig what I'm saying? Because
Yeah, I dig it.
your woman is going to touch you in a way no man can ever touch you. Now, I'm not talking physically. I'm saying, look at what we do. We work ourselves to death for our families, for our wives. We don't do that for brothers. So what I'm saying to you is, now that you've seen that she's attractive, let's get that to the side. To JT's point, you see these old men and women in Walmart holding hand. It wasn't a physical love.
I want that, bro.
It was a spiritual and mental and emotional connection that
Right.
took place. The physical thing is temporal. You need it, but it's temporal. What's everlasting is that environment that you create for her, that comfort that you create for her, that peace that you create for her, so that she can reciprocate that peace to you. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir, yo. And she called me like,
You
yo,
went right
she
back
texted
to
me
it.
last night like at 10, but I didn't respond. I was asleep though. I was asleep. I don't judge her. Like you said, I'm gonna make it comfortable. I'm gonna make it peaceful, make it spiritual, all of that, because I took them steps.
But
I
you
didn't
know it
got
starts with you,
baptized. You
though, right?
feel me?
But
Hey,
You
yo,
know it
Bolo.
starts with you. You know it starts with you, right? And you know
Yeah,
it
yeah,
starts
yeah. Hey, yo, Bolo, I've been hearing you for like, yo, Bolo, I've been hearing you for a long ass time, my
listen.
nigga. Like,
So it starts
chill,
with
bro.
you.
I got you, bro.
Listen to me for a second.
I've been hearing you for too long.
It starts with you, with your connection
Of
to God.
course. You're
So
right, bro.
once
You're
you do
right.
that, because you have to understand, marriage is not about the husband and the wife.
Right.
Marriage is about submitting to each other in the eyes of
Right.
God to serve Him. Because when you make it about you two, there's a ceiling.
Nah.
You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
always, like you
So
said earlier today, Bolo, you was
yes,
like,
sir.
yo, I'm always sacrifice more than her. Like, she
Absolutely.
can't be. Like you said today, Bolo, you was like, yo, on the will of God and all of that, whatever you said today, earlier today. I'm talking about earlier today.
Right.
You was like, yo, a man is always going to put more love than a woman. She can't love you more than she love
That's
you.
all that shit. It is
You know what I'm
can
what
I
you're
say
saying?
saying,
Like,
something too?
Bolo
but you
said
have to
that.
be.
Bolo
So
said that.
no. I'm not saying what Bolo said is not true, but you got to understand there's levels in this right here. You got to
That's
be
a fact.
tapped
That's
in,
a
bro.
fact.
You
No,
have to be tapped in. That message is not for people that's not
right.
tapped in.
You're right. He's
Yo,
100%.
I'm all the way in, bro.
What people do is they take that and misconstrue. The
Yeah.
Right.
point, the point of a protector is, and that's why I gave the example of a mother and her child. A child
Right.
can't love the mother as much as the mother loves the child, because
Mm-hmm.
her job is to sacrifice her life if need be. Now, when that child grows up and have children of his own or her own, they will understand it.
Correct.
That's what it is. They understand, because she can't protect herself. My
Yeah.
job is to protect. My job is to create that self-esteem that this child needs, the environment that I need to create is what's going to be the building blocks for this child to stand on. So that's the importance of it, man. And it starts with us. We create that environment, my G.
That's a fact.
Can I say something?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, babe.
Okay. I was just going to say that when we talk about relationships and all this and, you know, meeting somebody new and hooking up and everything like that, when you just said it starts with us first, that is so true, because even before that and going back to starting with us, we have to heal. I feel like too many people are not healing before they even take the steps to get with somebody and try to get in a relationship. I feel like a lot of people are just not healing out here. And I feel like that's a detriment because they're so quick to just jump into something else. But, you know, a lot of people are suffering different types of trauma, different types of heartbreak, letdowns, grief, whatever it is, you know, and when you just go and move from one person to the next, when you know you haven't got the therapy or you haven't healed completely, it's just a recipe for disaster, for another failed relationship or another failed opportunity that could have been something good, but something went wrong because we weren't healed.
Yeah.
And that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. So the healing actually comes from your church, which is you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So when we're talking about a lot of these things, man, we have so many different angles that we can come to this with, but this is one of the things that we want to do is get somewhere where we can be solid on what we're talking about when it comes down to women and men being together and then being able to weather the storm with each other, right? So that's one of the things, and I think we fail so far away from it. The messages that's out here has failed so far away from it, and I got to be honest, it does come from not having the instructions that is set right in front of us. So if you actually read the Bible, you will understand that the Bible is not about religion. It's about having instructions, right? They got stories and they have allegories. They have passages. They have so much. It's so much knowledge that's in that book where once you start reading it, it doesn't matter if you are a Christian or a Catholic or anything else, right? It matters that if you really are in tune with what you're reading. The dopest thing about reading and the delineation from that and having what we have this thing called that audible book.
Yeah, audible.
Is when you read it and you can understand it and you can digest while you're reading, it sticks with you.
Yeah,
a lot of people don't understand that. So it's kind of hard, especially if people don't understand about reading and understanding what you're reading. So that's why so many people don't read books, right? But once you have to practice it. So once you practice it, and especially when it comes down to reading something that has instructions, the Bible actually has instructions in life. The thing is that if you take those instructions and you start using what Bolo said earlier, application. You start using application. You don't have to sit there and try to read the whole damn book in 1 week. You just read what it is. And we, as people, we talk a lot. I hear Freezy talk, my man, Black Man Unfiltered. They speak about different passages, right? And other people, you can take those passages and you can start just researching them, right? And you can start reading. You can go from there. You can go from the things that people. I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna finish this in a minute. But what I'm saying is that we have to take the instructions that's there. It's not going to be comfortable for us. But
Right.
nothing is comfortable for, like, what we want out of life. It's going to be very uncomfortable for us. Sometimes we have to change our whole damn life to get to where we need to be at, right? That's what sacrifice is about. Once you start understanding what all of these things is, as far as how do we do something for the other person, right? How do we already understand how we do it for the other person? We come as close to righteousness as we possibly can, and then we share it. That's how you do it. All the other shit don't matter no more because we don't have a lot of time on this earth. So what are you going to do at the little bit of time that we have on this earth? Just find out what it is that you're great at and you just do it. And I'm talking about great at it when it comes down to being able to be a servant. We good at all this other shit. We can rap and sing and all that other shit.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, yo, JT, what up,
That's a
man?
good point.
Yeah, if you ain't never gave to anybody on this earth, then you actually is what they call blasphemy. Especially if you are here preaching to be a good person and all the other stuff that these people are doing. Service is what we need. And at the end of the day, I tell you, your life is just going to be that much better. That's what we need.
I think servants and also purpose. I think if people find a sense of purpose, they'll be a lot more fulfilled. That will.
They go hand in hand. Yeah, they go hand in hand. They go hand in hand. And the reason why we have to do it is because at some point in your life, you're going to realize how short life is. Because you're going to be like, I thought that shit was 3 years ago. You be like, I thought that shit was 3 years ago. They be like, no, that was 10 years ago. Is life going that fast? You like, damn. So you have to, and this is the whole thing about the whole heaven and hell thing. We in hell already. What you try to do is make heaven for you and everybody else, right? So you got to give. This is not about you. You had nothing to do with being on this earth. Think about how crazy that is when people tell you, listen to when somebody tells you that, well, yeah, life is not fair. Life is just life. Think about how powerful that is, right? Because it is what it is. You can't predict life. That's why you would hear people saying that they ain't trying to hear nobody talk about their fortune teller. That shit don't work.
Right.
That shit don't work. All of this has to do with us being better people. Just being a better person. Once you get to that, you ain't gotta try to dissect nothing else in life. Get on the path of righteousness and see how challenging it is, but how rewarding it is at the same time.
Right.
And you're gonna see your life is just gonna go a lot more better because it's just gonna be a little more simpler.
Hey, yo, JT, I think that it is better that I'm a person that will never put nobody business out there on Front Street. You know what I'm saying? Like I said before, like, yo, she's part of my family. It's like a blended family, and me and her had interactions, and I think that women don't want to parade themselves as ladies of the night. You know what I'm saying? But behind closed doors, they get freaky, whatever. But if you have a blended family and like Shorty give you some poom poom, it's like, yo, even when you see her, yo, I'm gonna keep it gangster though. Like I'm a whole gangster. Hey yo, fam, yo, it been like a year. You know, shit. She ain't give me no more poom poom. I am kind of mad. She ain't give me no more poom poom. You know what I'm saying? Regular shit. It's regular shit though. You feel me? I'm a regular. It's regular.
Yeah, but why not be that one for her then?
I don't treat her, yo, fam. Every time, yo, fam. Her mother is a councilwoman. You feel me? I just got some food a couple of days ago, bro. I'm good. I'm not gonna be like, this, that, these women's. You know how it is in these spaces. These dudes hate women. You never heard me hate women,
I'm
man.
not gonna say. I wouldn't say they. I wouldn't say that they hate women.
Just hate
What I would
women.
say is,
These dudes have a distasteful like.
I would say that they're going their anger. Listen, I have
Go
something that
ahead, bro.
I have something called AAA, right? And it's called acknowledgement, acceptance, and application. Acknowledgement that you are the reason in most situations on why you are where you are, right? And accepting. You have to accept the ramifications of the choices that you make. In between acknowledgement and acceptance is what JT just talked about. It's the growing curve. There
Right.
is no comfort in growth. When you are traversing new topography and landscape, it's new. It's going to be, something new to you in the aspect of it's not familiar. So you have to get comfortable with unfamiliar places in growth. And once you learn that, you now can take that last A, which is application. Apply what you've learned in your growth. A lot of these men in these spaces mistake movement for progress.
Facts.
Mhm.
Facts.
Mhm.
And this is the issue that we have. They move in the same place and they think that just because they're tired that they've progressed, and they haven't. And this is why I say mediocrity has become the new standard, right? Just because you know how to function in your dysfunction doesn't make you functional. You've just learned to function in your dysfunction. That's all. You're a functioning alcoholic. You still have a problem.
Right.
You dig what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So that's the issue that we're having, to be able to look at ourselves first. So now, when let me give you an example. Like, you ever heard the scripture, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth? We've all heard that, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
And people use that scripture wrong, right? People use it wrong. They tell you, I got to get an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. They say it wrong. Let me tell you why that scripture was given, right? When you understand the context of it. If JT is walking down the street, now I don't know JT. JT got a family, and he has $50 in his pocket to go buy food, Pampers, and all that stuff for his family. And I rob JT and take that $50. Now, according to eye for an eye, what I took from JT has to be replaced. $50. Follow me so far? Now, if I know JT and he has that last $50, and I know how it's going to affect his family because I'm taking it, now it's a different ball game. Now my punishment must match my action. You can't add more to it. That's what an eye for an eye means. If I took an eye, I have to give an eye, not more vengeance on top of it, how people use it. So context and understanding and clarity is very important. It's very important because
Absolutely.
who do you think your woman's going to come to for understanding?
So eye for an eye. Okay. Yeah, that was different.
Right? This is why God tells you, let me judge. Because if someone takes my last $50, I want to take their life.
Yep.
But God is going to apply the right judgment without emotion, right? This is what's applicable. This is why a judge, if he's too close or if she's too close to the situation, they say you got to recuse yourself.
Yep.
You can't judge correctly because you're too close to it. This was your niece that got robbed.
Judge and jury.
You know what I'm
Absolutely.
saying? So you can't judge correctly. We have to have someone that's impartial, someone that don't know no one on the thing and that's going to understand what's going on. And for me to be able to work through, this is why the trauma thing is so important, the therapy thing is so important, because when you work through it and understand it and you use your logic to search it, now when you're giving counsel to somebody, you're not getting a flashback of you going through it so that you're going to say, yeah, them damn women, they all, no. What you're going to do is take that emotion, connect, and say, hold on. If what you're saying to me is true, then blah, 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 blah. But I only have your point. I only have your perspective. I don't have hers, because I'm sure her story will be different. So you're not quick to jump on one side or the other. Your job is to be impartial. Your job is to give wisdom, understanding with all that get understanding of it. That's what we're supposed to do. So we'll hear each other and take the meat, spit out the bones, as they say. And that's what we're supposed to do, man. So before you get with that chick with the banging body, before you get with that woman, what I will say to you is get yourself right first. Because when she sees the work that you've done,
I just look at the text. Nah, Bolo, you right, brother. I just look at the text messages. I just keep it moving. I just look at it, keep it moving. It's nothing because I know I'm not right mentally first. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I got baptized over like 7 years. Yo, it's a long process. I lost my father. I had to go through dealing with my ex and dealing with this and dealing with that. You know what I'm saying? And then I don't even want to put a woman through what I'm going through right now. Why would I put her through something? You know what I'm saying? I want to make it peaceful, happiness, whatever it's called. I want to make it a good situation for her and everything like that. So I'm not gonna put a woman through that. You know what I'm saying? But if
and
she
that's the
rock
first
with
step,
me,
that's the first step right
fam, yeah, like it's easy though. They be like, because they look at me, they be like, oh, he got a different style, the way he look, the way he carry himself. Know what I'm saying? It's like, don't get it fucked up. People, females probably want to get me pussy off of GP, nigga. I ain't fucked up, my nigga. Don't get it fucked up. I ain't one of those. But I know I don't want to get advantage of that. I don't want to get advantage. I don't want to get advantage because she want to give me pussy off of GP. Like, I had incidents like that, my nigga. Don't get it fucked up.
Listen, Kels,
But I don't want to get advantage of that, my niggas. Sometimes, nigga, I don't turn pussy down.
Kels, this is what we're gonna
Like,
do.
my nigga, I'm a gangster. Like, I don't turn a lot of pussy down.
Kels, this is what we're gonna do.
Like, nah, I don't want you, bitch.
No, listen. This is what we're gonna do. What we're gonna do is this.
Yeah, I'm a hook. Don't get it fucked up.
We got ladies on the panel, and we got ladies listening, right?
Man, they understand lingo. They understand what's going on, my nigga. It's nothing new.
Kels, listen to me, brother. We got ladies on the panel. We got ladies listening. Let's have some type of decorum in how we.
Man, listen, man. I got to do a million over the world, my nigga. You feel me?
I'm saying let's speak. No.
I'm
What I'm
good,
saying
we good though. But I'm saying though, like, if you were good, if you upstanding individual and you got.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And you an OG in your community, it's like they understand the bop. You know what I'm saying? It's a bop. It's the way we get down. And like I'm saying though, like I turn a lot of things down and I ain't had it, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You don't gotta do nothing to get it.
No doubt. But what I'm saying,
you don't gotta do much. It's easy, bro.
Listen, Kels, what I'm saying is
let's keep it official tissue, bro.
No doubt. You're definitely keeping it official. What I'm saying is
I'm always keep it official, bro.
The vernacular that we're using, the words.
Yeah, I know. Hey, yo, but they go hard. Yeah, okay. You got it.
Listen. What I'm saying to you is, you ever have a woman cook for you, and she puts so much love into it that you can see it on the plate? You ever have that? Okay, so
I said it was the bullshit. I said it was the bullshit, but it was good though.
Listen,
I said it was the bullshit.
You can tell when a woman puts love into a plate, and you can tell when a woman doesn't, right? She'll just give you the plate. When a woman puts love. So what I'm saying to you is I use that as we have to put love into our words. Because understand, words carry spirit. It's either going to give life or give death. So when you're speaking and ladies are listening, you want to breathe into them life. You dig what I'm saying? You want them, hold on, listen. You want them to gravitate to what you're saying, and you want them to understand every word that you are saying, because what you're saying, you mean it. But when you start using certain types of words, and I'm not telling you cussing is off the table. I'm saying that when we're talking,
my mother cuss, everybody, my brother cuss, my nigga, my next door neighbor cuss, my next door neighbor couldn't even find their fucking daughter this afternoon, my nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, Bolo, I get what you're saying. I understand it. but the females run the community. The ratchet females
What does that have to do?
dictate
What does that have to
yo,
do?
they run
Are
the
you trying to
community,
get yourself?
bro.
Hold on. Are you
Not a
trying to
lot
get
of men, not a
female?
lot of men. Yo, fam, I just lost my brother, bro. Know what
I'm
I'm
sorry to
saying?
hear that, brother. I'm
I'm
sorry
living
to
in
hear
a community where women dictates the community, bro.
that.
It's
What I'm asking
sufficient.
you is, but what I'm saying to you, Kels,
But
is
they
you
understand my
Kels,
lingo and they love me. They love me. Even on
listen.
the internet, they love me, bro.
All right. Are you
Nah, chill
looking
with that.
for? Are you looking
Nah, bro.
for?
I'm not giving it up like that,
Kels, you
bro.
got to listen for
They
me.
love my style, bro.
Listen, I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to change your style, my G. I'm trying to enhance it. I'm not trying to change your style. I like your style. What I'm saying to you is, you have to be able, as men, we have to be able to be very tenacious in any situation or any environment.
Females listen to these females
Right?
looking at the Nicki Minaj though. What if you
Wow.
ain't telling them listen to Nicki Minaj? They love Cardi B, nigga. Fuck you mean?
What I'm saying. Let me
They
ask you a question.
love Cardi B.
Would you talk like you talking right now if you were in a corporate setting?
Man, I ain't trying to, man, my nigga. I ain't a
I'm just
corporate
asking you a
setting.
question.
I
Answer
ain't
the
trying to
question,
be there.
please.
I ain't trying to be
I'm just.
nowhere near. I ain't trying to be nowhere near that, but I know y'all gonna do cocaine in the bathroom though.
No, but
I
that's
watch
not.
Wolf of Wall Street.
But that's
I
not
watch
the
Wolf of Wall
point,
Street.
Kels. That's not the point.
This is regular.
Is-
This shit is regular, bro. I've been in the corporate settings before, and I seen 20 bags of blow, and I ain't about to get too particular in that
You don't have
field.
to. You don't have to.
Fam, fam, we seen Wolf of Wall Street, bro.
Right.
Yo, female's gonna be a female. She like who she like. It is what it is. But I think, I think, I think that's a lot of capping for females. You got a lot of male hyenas. You know what I'm saying? And then you got actually look at the jungle, right? You actually look at the jungle. You got a lot of more male hyenas than you got lions. You know what I'm saying? Like a straight up lion, like cubs and all that. Like that's how I see it, bro.
So the thing is,
I
though,
see like you got dudes who want to carry who want to be a covering for the worst of our community, and they don't care about it. They don't care what the women's do, yo.
you're
So
just
it's the
gonna
same
be,
covering.
but that's the thing about with men. We're gonna be a person with the direction, right?
And that's cool.
No, that it's not cool when we are trying to make everybody inclusive. That's the thing about us being men. We have to be exclusive.
No, you
We keep trying to have the attitude of being inclusive. If you got those women that ain't trying to hear you and things like that, only thing that you can do is ignore them.
Right.
That's it. But the ones that want to listen to you, the ones that want to have, they're gonna listen to you when you got direction, bro. And I'm telling you right now, our power as men is a man that has direction. We have to have direction because now they can take on correction. They can take on all they will. I'm telling you, I have never seen a man that had other men that revered him and women that didn't. I just ain't never met that dude yet. If men listening to this dude, that means that this dude has some type of direction. Because it's harder to get men to follow you than it is to get women to follow you. The thing
Right.
is that we have
fam, women always love my fam. I swear to God. I swear to God. I kid you not. Right? Women love my flow. Like, okay, boom, right? Like, you remember when like the P3 was coming out or whatever the fuck. It was the news game or whatever. And I'm on the wildest side of town. I'm an east side dude, right? But I got live on the west side, right? And I'm dealing with a
Hold on,
chick.
kills. Hold on, kills. Hey, listen, if this your first time watching the live stream, please make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell. All right. Make sure you
and the
subscribe
like
and hit the notification bell and
and
hit
the
the like
like.
button. Appreciate that, JT. Thank you.
Fam, I raised a whole nother family on the other side of town, nigga. Like I don't want to call you that. back, man. You feel me? I raised another family on another side of town. I did all of that, right? Kids. She had two. What? She had. I think she had like two girls and one boy, whatever. A 13-year-old, a 16-year-old run away, and all of that. She was a female, whatever, whatever. Right? So the boys, I'm good with them. I bought them games, food, giving them money, whatever. She was giving me whatever. It is what it is, bro. My whole thing is if you never been in that situation and still dealing with your wife or your significant other, right? And still dealing with the other female aside the fucking time,
Wait,
whatever.
hold on. You talking about some polyamorous type of shit, dog?
Man, my nigga, I was in it to win it. My nigga, call it what you want to call it. You
Yeah,
feel me?
but
But let me
that's not a man. That's what I'm talking about right now, bro. Is that
my nigga,
it's not
that's
a
the
man?
silent generation. That's the
No,
silent
no,
generation, my nigga.
no.
They was
Listen,
dealing with that. They
no.
was
Listen.
dealing with that, and it's
So let me explain to you what I'm
go
saying,
ahead,
bro.
bro. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah,
You fucking it up.
you gotta have direction. If you want respect from the women, you have to have direction. When you are dealing with your life, if you're in a dating game and a woman sees that you have your life in order, it is attractive to them.
That's
When
a
they
fact.
see
Right.
that you are a man that has that you're going on the path of right, you ain't got to be 100% made and all that shit. You just got to be a man that has some type of direction, my guy. And when you
My God,
do it,
I'm telling
Can I
you, at
say
a
something?
period when I was from 16 to the age I am now, my nigga. Like I'm telling you, at that period right there, I was only what 20 something, and dealing with a whole family, and she was a nurse too, though.
okay, so
And
let
then
me ask you this.
even in that moment, hold on, fam. Even in that moment, that's the PlayStation 3 era. Know what I'm saying?
Do you
I
want to be
was getting the hold on, nigga. I
Can
was
I
getting the
say something? I
PlayStation
didn't say
3,
anything in
and
like
I gave that
no,
them
bro?
kids a whole nother gaming system. And
But
they still probably
you're
love
going
me to this
against
day
you.
for that, my nigga.
You're not exacting what was just said. So let me ask you this. I'm gonna go
What is
another
it?
route. Let me
Come
go
on,
another route with
man.
you. Let me
There you
ask
go.
you a question. Let me ask you a question.
There you go.
Are
You
you a
buck.
husband?
There you go, yo. That what you dudes do. Yo, yes.
No,
I am husband material because I was with my ex for 18
man. I
years,
ain't
my
saying
nigga.
nothing about no
I
damn
am I am
material.
husband. No, I'm blaming you not my nigga. You're not
I'm
gonna
asking
dictate
you.
how
Are
I
you?
talk,
I'm
my
not
verbiage.
dictating.
You're
I'm
not about
asking
to
you a
dictate
question, my nigga.
anything. I just told you I was with my ex for 18 years, nigga. You ain't
Are
about to
you?
dictate
So
nothing.
let me ask you a question.
Yes, I
Hold
am.
on.
I'm husband material.
No,
Yes,
are
I
you?
am.
No. I didn't ask you if you was husband material. Let
You
me ask
don't
you:
gotta.
are you a husband?
Yes, I am. I said it, yo, because I built the house.
Okay, all right.
But
So this.
my daughter is upstairs right now. My daughter's upstairs
Okay,
right
all
now.
right. Okay,
The fuck is you
that
talking
makes you a
about, my
father,
nigga? I
not a.
don't know you from a can of paint.
What are you?
Who the fuck
Why are you,
else? Who the fuck
bro?
else
Why?
you?
But
Nah,
why
yo,
did
because
you
I
have
Why
know
to
are
where
you?
go
you
Why?
going
there?
because
Bro,
you remind me of a DL nigga
where am I
because he
going?
asked me the same
What?
thing. DL,
That doesn't
Daryl
make any
Long asked me
sense.
the
No,
How
same
do you
thing.
go from
Are
no.
you
Now
this?
this is getting ridiculous.
Yeah,
Do you pay child support? Do
you
you
have
pay this? Do you pay that? I ain't trying to hear y'all.
all right then.
But
This is
you're
my
up
whole
here
thing.
talking and you won't let
I
nobody else
don't
get a
I
word
don't give a
in.
rat.
Yeah.
I don't give
Well,
a
you
rat's
really
ass,
should
bro.
because at the end of the
Bro, this
day,
is
you don't
grown
learn
man.
nothing if
Fuck,
you
fuck
never
what you
shut
talking
up.
about. Fuck what you talking about. Fuck what you talking about. Don't get me started on
So
you.
then the
You
I
have
will
go
ride
conversation.
you right
ahead.
now.
So
Patient.
Fuck
now,
you.
so
Fuck
now,
you. I don't know you. Fuck you.
And we don't know
I'm
you
just being
either.
I
so
don't give
there
a
we
fuck
go.
about your fat ass.
Listen,
Fuck
dog.
out of
Good.
here,
We
Hold
bitch.
on,
don't care.
hold on, bro. Hold on. You tripping now?
That was so
We
weird.
yeah. Is he gone?
Yes.
Nah. He out. Look, see, that's where you get wrong at right there, bro. We just trying to have a fucking conversation, and you just fucked up. You do understand that? You just fucked up on this platform right here. And Freezer already told you when it comes down to disrespect, your ass will get not only knocked off, but you will get blocked. We're trying to get somewhere with this when we having a conversation.
but you ain't trying to have the conversation, homie.
Bro,
you gotta calm that down, homie.
I'm gonna see y'all later, bro. I'm good.
Bye.
All right. At the end of the day, this is what we have a problem with. We have a problem with a lot of men not being at a point where they have what we were just talking about, direction. You see how he fell off he just fell off the hinges. And that's one of the reasons why we have a problem with this, because you got men that will sit back and do exactly what he's talking about. And I understand it. I understand this man have trauma and all these other things that goes on, bro. But at some point, you got to get past all of that and have the conversation.
Get the
help. You can't get on this panel and you talking to a bunch of strangers, and now you want to let everybody understand where you coming from, but you ain't trying to understand where they coming from. That don't make any sense to me. That's not what this is about. And I'm telling you right now, anybody, understand this. I don't know how you guys look at this thing called panels, but this is a new culture. This is something new for us. The things that we used to be able to talk about in our living room, this shit is global now. And a lot of people don't know how to handle it right now. They don't understand that there's different people that have different ways on how they look at things. And we've been 100% transparent with a lot of these men that's been up here. And I ain't gonna even lie, before I even came up here myself, it was like embarrassing. Cause I'm like, damn, y'all, you do understand y'all hear these women are listening to y'all. And the first thing that y'all want to sit back and talk about is that they ain't listening. You talking about how ratchet women are and all these different things. But yet men can't even have conversation with other men. That makes no sense to me. That makes no sense. And one of the things about us as men is that we understand that there's a time where we can go back, and you guys all heard me before. I go back and have banter with other men and stuff like that. But when we having real conversations, we have to actually, we gotta bulk ourselves down and have those conversations, because one of the things I do understand about women that come on this panel is that they do want to have the conversation with us. They do want to understand why we think or why we say the things that we say. Me, myself, I'm a lot older, and I didn't realize it till a couple of years ago that I'm a lot older than a lot of people that's on these panels. So I have to conduct myself a whole different route. And I want to have the conversation. I want to be able to get to the point where I can say something and then I can leave the panel and then everybody can have conversations after that, right? And most of us as men want to do it. You hear Bolo will come in here, and normally Bolo will come on the panel and he'll say some things and he'd be like, man, I appreciate you. And he get off, right? We all do that. But what we want is to have a better type of a community. And the thing is that with men, if we come out here as men and the only thing we want people to do is hear our pain and all this crazy ass shit, the shit don't sound good, bro. It don't sound good. Because at the end of the day, you will hear another panel, you hear men saying it, even on this panel, where when you get men to get to talking, they be like, man, I ain't trying to let a woman know exactly what my pain is right now. I just, by the time she find out what my pain is, I done got past it, right? We understand that that's not a direct, thing that can happen. At some point, we got to let y'all know exactly where we at when it comes down to our way of thinking. One of the things that get me to saying, no, we got to listen to women is because I got grown women, children. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That shit crazy as hell. I ain't never went to my daughters and be like, well, you got to understand, my nigga, that no, I got to be a father to them because they going through some shit. And I'm like, okay, let them talk more than I can't preach to them because I don't even know what their fucking issue is yet. But when we get to talking, we got to figure it out together, right? It's the same thing on this panel when I'm talking to y'all. It's the same thing when Freezy bring this type of a panel up, and the reason why he does what he does is for the simple fact that he's like, man, I'd rather just listen. Freezy ain't said nothing in hours.
At all.
Right.
But that don't mean he ain't listening, right? and a lot of other people. They come on here and we sit back and we listen to one another. That's what we have to do first. And then we can come out and then we can share with people. And then we can figure it out. We can have arguments and all that stuff that we have, but at the end of the day, we in a, we in an emergency, y'all.
Right.
And our emergency is that we are not, as Black folks in America, coming together. We getting further and further apart. And the only thing that we would sit back and talk about when we talk about relationships is slavery. Come on, man, we gotta be better than that.
Mm-hmm.
We've had those conversations already, so we gotta be a little bit better than that. Let me tell you one thing about when you're talking about the difference between marriage and relationships. Marriage, if you ever heard people that has been, 5 and more years in a marriage, the things the gripes that they have in their marriage, you ain't hearing it on panels.
Right.
That shit is way more deeper.
Mm-hmm.
The answer is not to leave. That's the problem that a lot of people don't understand. When you are in a marriage and you locked in, you have to have help, because what you're not trying to do is leave one another. And that's not an easy thing to do. So when we hearing all this crazy ass shit that women and men are saying, they're talking about dating.
That's true.
That's
I
way
have a
more
question,
easier
JT.
than marriage. Go ahead.
I have a question. So, do you feel that there are valid reasons to leave a marriage, or do you think that under no circumstances?
No, there are valid reasons to leave a marriage, no doubt about it. It's definitely valid reasons to leave, but you have to put the work in order to.
You're breaking up,
He went out,
JT.
JT. He'll come back in 1 second.
Yeah, I'm back. I think that's when you're talking about that is a case by case thing, because the things that happens in marriages don't happen when you just dating one another.
Right.
And they're way more complicated than what people can even understand. So that's the reason why when we talk about marriage, we ain't talking about something where you can just up and just leave, because you're intertwining your whole life. Not just finances is probably the easiest thing that you can intertwine and get, and get that shit back popping. But the whole thing, you got children together, you messed around, and you got, you have things with feelings with one another, right?
Yeah.
You have other things. You don't care about the stuff that's around it. No, I guarantee it's going to be how I felt for that person. And the longer we together, the more it's going to be hard for us to break up. And it's a reason for that.
That is true.
That's true.
We can't look at these things as just cannon fodder. No more. That's not what this is about. At the end of the day, we have to be with each other. If we got kids with each other, we are still family. So how do we deal with that? You don't have to be with a person every day and thinking that you got to still be dedicated to them when y'all broken up. No, but y'all still family. How do we deal with that? And then if you moved on with another person, how do you get them intertwined in that also? All of these things is the things you have to think about, and you got to kind of like brainstorm around this. The thing is that why would we be enemies with each other? We don't have a lot of time. If you want to see some of the most craziest things that would happen in life, wait till somebody die and watch how crazy that is. Because most of us are not even prepared to die. Most of us don't. You got people that's been in a relationship with someone for 10, 20 years, but they still married with the other person. You know, when you die, how crazy that is?
Don't let that person be a person that's about their money. They be like, man, that person's still living. We still married. And they ain't been together in 20 years. But they gonna come and get that money. This is why while we are living, we have to tighten up everything that we have. When you got children, they need to know everything that's going on with you, because when you get older, you're looking for your child to take care of you. This is why we make them stronger than us.
Mm-hmm.
We don't care nothing about kids nowadays, man. This shit is crazy.
It's sad.
It's really crazy. It's sad. It's crazy. It's all of these things, but it is because we're not walking consciously. One of the things that I can say about women is that there are way more women that are more diplomatic than men nowadays. They be like, we ain't getting along with each other, but you still my kid's father, right? And they still would look out for you. You be like, damn. Most dudes be like, damn. That's why you hear these cats be like, man, my baby mama got my back and all that. I would never in my life refer to a woman as my baby mama. And you guys should never accept that. You should never accept nobody calling you a baby mama. And then same thing with men. You should never accept nobody calling you a baby daddy.
Mm-hmm.
We have to start changing it. And that's one of the nuances that we have to start changing when we refer to one another. I look at you more than that. If you had my kids and we are not together anymore, I still look at you as family, period. We ain't got to, we're not emotionally bonded with each other anymore on a standpoint of being, romantic and all that stuff with each other. But you still family.
Right.
You still family. If we had kids with each other and we never married each other, man, we gotta bite that bullet and say, listen, we still gotta respect each other, because we did something that actually our kids had nothing to do with, but they got all the burden. And we have to be cognizant of it. And we have to say, okay, and it's not an easy thing, but we gotta get along with each other. Damn all the other stuff. We ain't no enemies with each other. How we do that when you got money and all this stuff to sidetrack us? That's what we have to talk about, though. That's why you would need a Bolo. That's why you would need a me. That's why you would need a Freezy. Because we could actually talk to folks through it. We can sit back and tell you, no, it's not gonna be easy. Y'all had a tumultuous, past. Or a tumultuous present, right? So let's make it less than that and understand that y'all family still. And then you deal with it from that point on. The problem is that I got to say this, and the more I think about it, is that men, we got a lot of responsibility. And that responsibility that we have, it does come from us. We have to be diplomatic when it comes down to being in relationships that we wasn't is no more. Mm-hmm. We have to be more diplomatic. I think that it does come to a point where with us as men that, yes, as far as that, some men don't want to be leaders, but we are. So what do you do? What do you do? How do you get to a point where you could just sit back and say, let me at least lead us to a point of being, cool with each other, right?
And can I say something, JT, to your point that you just said? And I feel like that's the situation that we see now, because like you said, some people don't want to be leaders. So at the end of the day, it's just like, we have all this contention of what a man should be, what a woman should be, what roles should it be, you know what I mean? And at the end of the day, it's just like, okay, well, if people don't want to take their specific rightful place as the, what I'm saying, the man being the head and the woman under the man, putting God first in the relationship. And to that point, it's just like, well, what are women supposed to, you know, I guess be excited about? We're not going to follow under the leadership of somebody who is not leading. Like, where are you going to lead me to? The gutter?
That's why it takes counsel. That's why it takes, like, we don't have the answers. All of us don't have all the answers, right?
Right.
So when this is what courting is about. See, courting is about that part right there, where you get into a point where you like, okay, our relationship is no longer, but we have kids with each other. That's that's that whole village thing, right? It's damn near null and void in America.
Right. Can I
We have
get
to get that back.
can I ask something? So I want everybody's opinion on this. There is this thing going around where people are saying, I'm married, but we dismiss like the paper part of it.
Like
And I
the
got
spiritual
condemned
marriage.
for saying, yeah, a spiritual marriage. I got condemned for saying no, I want the entire deal.
I can understand that.
Mm-hmm.
I can understand that. What they're doing is they're saying they're married through God only and not through state.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yes, but I also think it's a manipulative way for men to just say, okay, we're married and walk away whenever without any real commitment. I don't know. I guess it would be me questioning the motives behind
I
it.
think they're trying to avoid the detriment that could be brought on by the state.
And I get that too.
That's my opinion. I just think that's
No,
what they're trying
I
to do.
agree. I agree I agree with that. But the thing is that that's why marriage is way deeper than the whole state thing and all of these things right there. That's why I say you got to talk to some old people.
Mm-hmm.
You got to talk to some old people that
You
You
went
went
I think
out?
you
out.
dropped off.
You dropped off,
Or
JT.
was it me?
Went out,
Oh,
JT.
okay. Okay. Thought it was
you're
me.
not
Come
gonna
on.
get the answer that you're looking for. You're not gonna get that answer that you're looking for because they had a lifetime to be with one another.
Mhm.
And when you know their history, it will surprise you. It would surprise you. You'll be amazed at the things that they would tell you. The thing is, my mother and my father died 2 years ago, right?
My
My
condolences.
parents were married for 54 years, right?
Wow.
Until he died. But and the thing is that there was 4 years before it was 2 years before I was born, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I know so much about the history where, even when my mom talk about it, I remember seeing my parents in their 20s, right?
Mm-hmm.
30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. And I was right there. I had front row seat of what their marriage was about. They was separated for 2 years. It was a whole thing where my mother had some issues going on. My father had issues going on. Like they have a biopic. It could actually be a movie on how they stayed the same. It could be it's crazy because it's not that they were just, oh, we just have a beautiful marriage, and the marriage just for 54 years, this marriage has always just been what it is right now. Hell no. It was crazy. I remember it. Like, that's why I was saying that, do you know, a lot of people don't even pay attention to what their kids are paying attention to.
That's
I've
true.
seen my parents grow up. So do you know how crazy it is to see my parents grown up and to see my children grown up?
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Life has a way of showing us something that's so beautiful, but if we are not sitting back and we're not paying attention to it, we just think this is what life is about, and we don't even see the beauty in it. I've
Mm-hmm.
seen my parents grow up. My daughter
is 20, my oldest daughter, 28 years old. She reminds me so much of my mama. She has so much of my mom in her where I was just like, wow. It's like me visiting my mama all over again.
Oh.
And then I look at I got a grandchild. And then I look at my grandchild and I see me. Because his attitude is exactly like me. But however, he has a daddy, right? His daddy look at him and he see him in him too. And this is something. If you don't believe in God, I don't know what to tell you.
Right. That's how I feel
God,
about
I
God
don't
got
know
a
what to
way
tell
of
you
showing
either.
you. He got a way of showing you beauty. He has a way of showing you beauty.
Yes.
He has a way of showing you some things on this earth where you just be like, wow, but you got to pay attention. You got to be conscious of it.
Yeah.
This is the thing. So when we're talking about this whole thing of women and men trying to be together and things like that, we keep talking about the doom and gloom of it.
I hate
There's a
it.
beautiful thing that
Right.
comes behind this. But you gotta put the work in. You
That's
have to put
it.
the work in.
I agree.
At the end of the day, people are not going to be exactly who they are today, how they're going to be tomorrow. Sometimes it takes for them to have counsel. It takes for us to argue with each other. It takes for the tumultuous relationships and all of these things that's in existence. It takes for that to be there in existence. How are we going to deal with it is the big answer. That's how you answer life. How am I going to deal with it? And then when you do it and when you find out life is so fast, next thing you know, and I don't know if you guys ever experienced this. Have you ever experienced someone that's on their deathbed and they had their whole family surrounded by them?
Yes.
I have my grandmother. Yeah.
I lost my aunt a few months
There's
ago. Yeah.
again, God keeps showing us beauty.
Yeah.
Beauty. We already understand that we're not going to be on this earth forever. So while we're here, let's build some things. Let's work towards all the things that challenges us because it's supposed to challenge us. Because it shows us how we reveal one another. When you see the tumultuous things that going on in life, see, we can look at it one way and be like, oh, that's a damn shame. But look at it in all angles. You be like, yeah, that's God talking to us. That's God talking to me because there's beauty in all of it.
That's so true.
Can you imagine someone saying that if I'm dying, I want to be surrounded by my kids? Most people, when you're young, you like, I ain't trying to die. But that's a beauty right there. Where you have the family that sit back and when you can actually say, I'm about to exit. And they be like, grandma, granddad, great uncle, they got about to exit. We got to go to the hospital. Because what they're doing is they're saying this is bigger than me. This is about y'all.
You know what, JT? So my aunt passed November of 2024. My cousin she just called my mom. It's like she went down pretty quickly. We knew she was suffering with cancer, but we didn't know the severity of it. So when I got there, it took everything in me not to, just cry. And when we were there, like we spent 3 days there before my mom left, she was like, I have to tell you something. I need you to speak at the funeral. And then she told me, I want you to sing. And she told her for the tea, I want you to do this song. It was like she was preparing. And as she was telling my mom, she could hear my mom walk away and cry in the other room. And when she came back, she was like, this is a part of it. Like, I gave my life to Christ. I'm fine. Y'all don't have to mourn. Y'all don't have to cry for me. And I've never seen anybody suffer like that much. But God gave her this sense of peace. And when she was going through her battle, right, they had her on so much medication. And my mom was like, you need to eat some crackers, or they said, drink this little protein shake or something. And she did maybe the first day, then she got to where she didn't want anything. And all she would say was, she would call us in there and say, okay, I need you to read the Bible. Like, she'll tell us the verses and then she'll say, okay, sing me a song. And then my mom, after she prayed, she said, I have to stop forcing her to eat. Like, God
Yep.
is showing me, like, all she wants is the word. Everything that she needs is her food. What is keeping her is it's a spiritual thing.
Yep.
Like, she didn't need any more earthly food. And my mom was like, God is just feeding her spirit. And she passed maybe like 2 or 3 days after that. But when she left here, like, she was in such a state of peace. And I just thank God for it, you know?
Yep. There you go.
Wonderful.
Hmm.
There you go. That's it's a beauty that's in it. It seems very hard for us, but this is what we all have to look forward to, God willing. God willing, because a lot of us, it's just an instant thing for us, right? We too
Right.
young and all these different things. But I mean, once you get to a certain age, you get closer and closer to saying, listen, I'm about to exit up out of here. And if you ever notice that when we get ready to exit, there's always somebody else that come and enters the life.
Yeah.
True.
Somebody got a baby that's about to be delivered and things like that. This is what we call divine order.
Absolutely.
So if that's the case, if we have this thing called divine order, then why are we so damn worried about a bunch of stuff, right? You do what you can do on this earth before you exit out of here. This is what you have to do. Because at the end of the day, the fear that we have on this earth, some of this fear we don't need. We don't need none of this fear. We need to just live, right? And but the thing that the key is to be as close to righteousness as possible, right?
Yes.
When you doing that, there's nothing else that needs to happen. So all this, I want to have fun while I'm a kid and all this crazy stuff. We have to start teaching our children that, of course, youthfulness is one thing, but now it done got out of hand. So because the adults are not actually being the adults that's leading anymore. We
Right.
just
Right.
coexisting with the young.
That's true.
We got to stop trying to be young and we got to just be into where we at right now. If you 40, be 40. You're 50, be 50. You're 90, be 90. Because you can enjoy life a lot better. But the enjoyment of life is because you're serving the others. Even
What if I want to be forever 21?
Can I ask who that is? I don't see the names.
Hey,
It's
Forever
Clue.
21 is wild.
It's Clue. I said that.
Yeah.
That's our clue. Clue.
Yeah.
What's up, Clue, man? What's happening?
Okay.
What's up? And what's up, Freezy? Thank you for having me.
No problem, man. No
Can I
problem.
add this to what my man JT was saying? There's a difference between a contract and a covenant.
Damn.
And we have to understand that contracts are cold, right? Contracts don't grow. You do something in the contract, you get this punishment. Covenants are living and breathing organisms. There are things that we can't foresee. There is grace and mercy that we're going to have to both have, and contracts don't give that type of life. And that's
So
the
what
difference
was
between the old covenant and the new covenant, right? With Christ.
right?
He
So
gives
what
us. Go ahead.
can I ask you something? So what's your take on people saying that they don't believe in the whole concept of getting married, like signing documents? They just believe in like a spiritual marriage. What we say is good enough.
Well, there are things that you can put into play to make sure that the people that you have around you are covered, right? There are
Hmm.
such things that you can set up where your children are covered. The woman that you're with, if you don't want the government getting involved in certain things, because when certain liberties are given, this is when things are allowed to enter and things are bred into someone's mind, whether it be the man or the woman. There are certain things that you can institute where if I am to pass, this woman who I'm with, she gets it all. There are things that you can institute, right? And the only reason why a lot of the times men don't want to do it is because of the fear, right? And I understand it, and then I don't, because again, at the same time, you have to be careful. And what that does for the man is it puts the onus on him to make sure that he does his best to pick as wisely as he can. Now, some men don't. Some men just willy-nilly get involved and blah, 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 and they get burned.
Right.
You know what I mean? So marriage isn't something that is, marriage is serious.
Right.
Marriage is serious. And if there's not a spiritual connection first, and it's just a paper connection, it won't last at all. And again, that's the point. If you don't have that spiritual connection with God himself first, because before I'm a husband, before I'm a father, I'm a child of God. That supersedes everything. Same thing as a woman. Before she's a mother, before she's a wife, she's a child of God. If you don't have a relationship, it's not going to work. And that's the problem. The problem is people are making the marriage about themselves and not about the Creator. Marriage isn't about you. It's about you and I serving God together. That's what it is. Period. Nothing more, nothing less. But when we make it about ourselves, this is when it gets convoluted. This is when it becomes egotistical. This is when it becomes prideful.
Yeah.
And that's the point. That's what we miss.
You know what, Bolo? This is the craziest thing.
Yes.
You would hear people say, they get to talking biblical and they'll say it's God, man, women, and children, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that a lot of people really believe that.
No.
Because if you actually think about what that means, is that man has to be subservient to God.
They don't. And you know what the sad thing is about that, JT?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the times these men will quote Ephesians, I believe, chapter 6, and they'll start at verse 21, right? Or 20. They'll start at verse 23. And here's the thing: when they'll start at verse 23, where it says, they don't start 20, where it says that men and wives should submit to each other. Now, our submission to women is different than their submission to us. Our submission is of service, right? Their submission is different, where it talks about they submit to us and everything. But here's the thing that gets me. They'll read the 3 verses that, wives, submit to your husbands and everything as you would submit unto Jesus and everything, right? But then they don't read the 15 verses that he put for men.
Yep.
So why is it that he gave women 3, but he gave men 15? He gave them 15. Yeah. So why? Because he understood the power that he was giving these men. And when you look at the leaders of Israel, right? Here's the crazy thing. All of the great kings of Israel didn't want to be king.
Right.
They didn't want that power. All the ones that wanted that power were all selfish. All selfish. Yeah. So when someone is fighting for that power, you got to really sit back and say, why do they want it? Because I tell you the truth, Duke, I don't want to be a leader.
That's a lot of responsibility, man.
A lot of responsibility. I don't want to be accountable for people. I don't. But the Lord put me in this position, so I have to.
Yep.
But it's not something I want. It's something that I have to do. So I embrace it. Yeah. So, again, it's a deeper thing, to the point where you have to search within yourself. This is a woman, when you read these words, and this is what's crazy about it, right? We get attached to the different characters in the scriptures. We get attached to them because it's dynamic, the Moses, the Cyrus, the Rebeccas. But the one thing that stays constant is God's love for us. That's the one thing that stays constant. Man come, man goes. Woman come, woman goes. But the Lord always says, I love you. I love you. Come back to me. If you do this, I'll come back. I'll come back. That's the constant. So when the Lord says to these men, love your wives as I love the church, that I gave myself for it. When I read that scripture, JT, it changed the whole concept of the ceremony of marriage, because when we look at the ceremony of marriage, the man is at the altar, the woman walks in, and it's about her beauty and her wearing white and all that stuff. But when you read Ephesians, he says that Christ took this bride, made her unblemished, and presented her to himself in front of the congregation. That made me look at that ceremony differently. So as this man is standing at the altar and this woman is walking in, he is presenting her to God to say, look at what you gave me that helped me to nourish, that I took time to talk to. I took time to reverence. I was patient. I was understanding with. This is what we want to show the world. It's not that bastardized thing that we call a ceremony now, where it's about ego and, all the other girls got to dress down while she dress. We've even made the simplest thing bastardized. And, and it's sad, man. It's a sad thing when we don't look at the essence of what it is. If you think that this isn't a spiritual, everything is spiritual. To a bird doodling on you, that's spiritual. I don't know why he doodled on you. That's something you got to ask God about. But everything on this earth is spiritual. Yes. To riding a bike, to driving, everything. There is nothing it's not. But we've been used to living a carnal world and a carnal lifestyle. We don't see things like that no more. We call them hunches. Something told me. We don't see the spiritualness in anything that we do today. So why should we see it in marriage?
Yep.
Yeah. We don't see it in growth. We don't see it in ourselves. Why should we see it? So it's just heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking, man.
Man, it's crazy, because even you hit on something really, it's shit. That shit just, when I reflect on certain things that I've seen in weddings, right? That whole thing where, like you were saying, the dress down thing, and they got this whole thing where the woman is just, this is my day. Like you not understand it, right? That they're not you're not understanding what's happening, because even I think that, and I think Freezy said this earlier about, as men, we're way more.
We lost you again, JT.
Okay.
Okay, am I back?
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
So in the wedding, you ever notice when the father is giving his daughter away, that man is teared up, crying and everything.
Yeah.
Right.
Even when you look at it, it's because what he's doing is that he's handing his daughter off for her to have another covenant.
Yep.
He's saying that I'm no longer the number one. Now I got you, but that's your primary covering now, right?
Right.
And so a lot of fathers would talk to that man and be like, remember what we talked about, right? That's my baby. I need you to take care of her. Like, you hear dudes, they're really talking to that man. And the man he's nodding his head. But this is where we get to the point where he's like, do you really understand what I'm telling you? Because it's something different for us as men to be able to give our daughters over to another man. It's a whole different thing, man. This spiritual thing is really real.
JT, I hate to be that guy, but you're talking about weddings, right? A wedding is a transfer of property. The father's property to the groom's property. That's all a wedding ceremony is. I'm handing my property as the father. I'm handing my property over to the groom, a man I trust to handle the property that I have owned for the last 18 years or 18 plus years. That's what it is. I hate to be that guy, but come on.
No, it can be that because that is a lot of a part of history. You can't get rid of that part of history. But what I'm saying is that that's not where it originates from.
Let me say this,
Even if that was the case, that's not the original. If you looked at it that way, then okay, that's how you looked at it. No other man is looking at it that way. We're looking at it as the covenant.
Let me address that, JT. Let's read Ephesians.
That's what it is, though.
Well, let's read Ephesians and see how God looks at it. Because we can speculate all we want. This is Ephesians chapter 5, verse 21. It says, submitting to one another in the fear of God. So he's saying that we both have to submit. Now he's going to give you the differences in how they should submit. Verse 22, wives, submit to your own husbands as the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, as also Christ is the head of the church, as he is the savior of the body. So you see how he gives the power to the man, but he also says that at the end of the day, I'm the one that saved you, not him. Therefore, just as the church is subject to Christ, so let the wives be to their own husbands in everything. Husbands, love your wives. That doesn't sound like property. But husbands, love your wife, just as Christ also loved the church, gave himself for her, that he might sanctify, is the part, sanctify and cleanse her with the washing of the word, the washing of the water by the word, that he may present her to himself as a glorious church, not having spot or wrinkle or any such thing, but that she should be holy and without blemish. So he's saying there that I took time to sacrifice, I took time to lead, to guide, to nourish, to teach, to understand, and be patient. So you should do this with your wives too. So husbands ought to love their wives, their own wives, not property, as their own body. He who loves his wife, not property, loves himself.
That is property, Bolo. That is property.
Hold on.
It is.
No one ever hated his own flesh, but nourishes it and cherishes it, just as the Lord does the church. For we are members of one body, of his flesh and his bone. For this reason, a man shall leave his house, leave his father and mother, and be joined to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. This is the great mystery, but I'm speaking concerning the church of Christ. Nevertheless, let each one of you in particular so love his own wife as himself, and let the wife see that she respects her husband. Now, when it's talking about possessively, that let's just give an example. Mo Love is my wife. That's possessive. She belongs to me. She's mine.
She's not property.
Hold on, brother.
I know that word offends people.
I understand.
That's what that means.
No, we just moving beyond.
We're not trolling like you did last time, respectfully.
I'm not trolling. This is what I believe.
Yeah,
this is what I believe.
I promise you.
Yes, please.
The thing is, he acknowledged what you said, but he's going to go a little bit further. That's all it is, bro.
What I'm saying is that in a environment such as this, we have to be very particular in the words that we use, and then not give context to it, right? So, does she belong to me? Absolutely. Is she mine? Absolutely. She takes my last name. She's under my covering. Absolutely. Do I possess her the same way I possess my car? Absolutely. But here's the difference between me possessing her and possessing my car. I love her as I love myself.
Word.
I don't love my car as I love myself. She is bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. Christ said here, I never for no one ever hated his own flesh, but nourishes and cherishes it, just as the Lord does the church. So I understand the point that you're trying to make, but this is where it gets dangerous when we do not give context and understanding of these words that we are using. We have to give context. I understand the point in what you're making. I understand it. But we have to give context, because if you just say, Mo Love, you're my property, so what am I, a thing? That's the thought process that a woman is going to think. And now you have to go into explaining, no, you're not a thing, when you could have just said, yeah, you're mine. You belong to me. You're under my covering. You're under my protection. You're under my guidance. Okay? You carry my name. The same way I possess my house is the same way I possess you. But here's the difference. I don't treat you like I treat my house.
You treat her like you treat yourself.
Boom.
Right.
That's because you're responsible. Because you're responsible for her, like you're responsible for yourself. You're the covering, and at the end of the day, that's why with old boy Clue, we understand exactly what you said.
So we agree.
So no, because what you said was she's my property, as if she's my car. No,
I didn't say thing or car. I just said property. Y'all added thing and
But
car.
that would be the same thing with the parent, though.
But listen, we can reconcile this right here. What I say is definitely going to go. But however, this is the thing. The responsibility of me showing her how I treat myself. The task is something that's big for us as men. See, if I'm not doing righteous things, then I have no business having a wife. If I'm still out here in these streets like this dude is right now, and I'm trying to get married, and I still want to have these, and I'm calling them hoes and bitches and shit like that,
right.
I have no business being with them.
Right.
I have no business being with them. But if I'm going to be a man and I'm about my word is my bond. Mm-hmm. And when my word is my bond, she going to see that. Because when I propose to her, that's her choice to say yay or nay. And when she say yay, that means that she's already had the courting and vetting already put in place. Father, uncle, cousin, whoever it is that she trusts. That's why when the father gives her over, it's something totally different. Right. Because now I'm responsible for you. This is the reason we have the problem we have right now is because dudes are begging women to be submissive, and they have no idea of what submissive means. Because guess what the dudes ain't? They're not submissive to God or anything else that's bigger than them. They think that it ends with them. They're the end to all, and they're having problems in life because they try to figure out why ain't nobody listening to them. Why ain't nobody paying attention to them? Why they ain't getting respected? Because they don't respect themselves.
Right.
My word is bond, and she's gonna see it. I have never seen it where I've seen guys, and I said this earlier and I'm gonna say it again. I have never seen dudes that had other men that respect them and revere them, where I ain't never seen them have women that didn't respect and revere them. I ain't never seen that type of a dude. I ain't never seen him. But I've seen a bunch of men that sit back and whine and beg and cry.
You went out.
Hello? Oh. Did I go on mute?
No, it was me. It'll come back.
My bad.
That's my cable. But what I'm saying is that with these guys, the reason why you're not getting children and women and other people to revere you as an authority is because you don't see yourself as an authority. Mm-hmm. You're not the author of a goddamn thing. And you get mad because people ain't revering you as that. If we sitting back and we talking about marriage, I understood exactly what you were saying, Clue, but you got to also understand that there's another way on looking at this also, especially when it comes down to women.
And that's the problem. And that's where we fall short, right?
Yes.
We fall short that if it's a class where it's just men speaking, then, with men, sometimes you don't really have to go that deep. You can just say something and that's it. But you have to understand that when we're in a position where women are listening, there's a certain vernacular that we need to have with women because they hear things.
I disagree with that, Bolo.
Hold on.
I disagree. Why do we need to tailor our speech in front of women?
I'm going to tell you why.
Doesn't make sense.
I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to explain to you why. Because if I'm talking to men, I can cuss the man out. First of all, when we're dealing with men, okay, we deal with ego, pride, and all those other things that go with it. So when women are in the room, the man that would obey someone that he would have reverence to as being an elder, he's not going to take that reverence when a woman is in the room. And all of us as men understand that. Ain't no man in here going to let any other man berate them, even if they're deserving of it, if there's a woman in the room. It ain't going to happen. But if it's just men in the room, he may take it because he's like, yeah, I deserve it and such and such. It's knowing your audience, man. Even the Lord tells you, listen so you know how to respond. Dwell with your wife with wisdom. So of course I can't talk to JT the way I talk to my wife. It doesn't mash. It doesn't mesh. So of course we have to have this. And this is the problem that I'm having, man. I understand it may take longer, but this is if you don't want to be a husband, then don't be one. Because this is what it calls to be. Sometimes something that may take 10 minutes, and don't get it twisted, it pisses me off too, that sometimes I have to take 20 minutes to explain something to my wife when it should take 10. But that's what being a husband is about. Because you know why? Jesus did it with me. He was patient with me. He sat down with me and explained it as many times as he had to. So why am I not going to do that with my brother or my sister? Why wouldn't I do that? So it's a testimony, again, and I keep saying this, and I'll never not say it. It's a testimony to the teacher, not the student. Your job as a leader that rightly divides the word is to be able to communicate
Mic check.
efficiently to a woman or to a man.
Mic check.
Word, we can hear you, Freezy.
We hear you, Freezy.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Bolo. Sorry.
That's our job. Our job is to effectively communicate this so that they understand. Now, they may not agree with you, but they're going to understand you. And that's the point of it. So when we're sitting there saying, you know, and this is the thing that bugs me out, man. You know, when we want something, you know, I don't know if you're married, Clue, or not, but if you are, I know when you got your wife, and you was a debonair dude, like we all were, right? We all was debonair. We knew how to speak, and we was smooth Billy D. Williams it. For some reason, we forget to do that after we've been married for 30 years. That doesn't change, especially when you're delivering the word of the Lord. This ain't mine. This is not my information. This is not my word. This belongs to God. So damn it, you better be able to make sure, because the Lord says, make sure that you speak with elegance. Do you know what that means, to speak with elegance? That means to be smooth, to understand. And he said, and make sure you make it, you season it. How do I season it? Because the way I speak to Mo Love may not be the same way I speak to F&M. So I have to know how to season the word to give it to them so that they both can receive. And it's the same thing with the brothers. Some brothers you can speak a little bit more sterner to. Some brothers are a little bit more fragile. You have to meet them where they are. You just have to.
You're assuming when I say property that I'm cold to her. That doesn't mean I'm cold to her. You have a certain respect for property that you own. Yes or no? You don't abuse your property because you
We're
invested
human
in
beings, though.
I understand that, but the property analogy still stands, ma'am.
No,
Can
it
you
doesn't.
show me in the scripture where women are compared to property? Please.
Well, I brought this up because of the wedding. The wedding, that's what that is. That's what that ceremony is. It's a transfer of property from the father to the groom.
It's a transference of covenant and a transference of protection. It's not a transference of property.
Yes.
So my
Yes,
question
it is
to you
property.
again is, can you show me according to the scripture?
That's why you give your last name to her, because it's a
she's
sign of
under your-
ownership.
So
I know
Christ,
you don't like these words, but that's
it has
what it
nothing to do with-
is.
I'm not caught up into
My
liking it or
children
not.
are
I'm
not my
asking you.
property.
No, hold on, dog. No,
Your
no,
children
hold on.
are your property. Yes,
No,
they
they're
are.
not.
Yes,
No,
they
hold on.
are.
No,
Guys,
they're not.
Hold on. Wait, hold on.
If-
Can you show me in the scripture where the Lord references women as property, please?
I can't do it, Bolo.
So then,
It doesn't mean I'm wrong, though.
I didn't
'Cause if
say
I'm
you-
wrong, you tell me I'm wrong.
What I'm asking you is, you're standing definitively on something. And I don't have an issue with it. But what I'm going to ask
you're
is,
assuming that I'm cold when I say the
I'm
word
not
property.
saying you are.
The
I'm
whole
off that.
panel is assuming that.
I'm off that clue. I'm asking you right now, because anything that I say to you or anything I say to anybody, I'm going to give you chapter and verse. That's my pedigree. Can't nobody say I don't.
Well, no, I can't find the word property in the Bible. No,
I don't even care if you find the word. Can you find an inference of where their property?
I was speaking about the wedding ceremony. That's why I brought it.
And I'm talking about the wedding ceremony too. I'm asking you, can you give me an inference? Because they'll make an inference of property being here or there or something. It doesn't have to exactly say property. I'm not going to be that, crazy with it. Can you give me an inference where they refer? Because it's a transference of, let me ask you this. Does Christ consider the church's property in the aspect of a thing?
Yes, this is, the church is his bride. That's property, yes.
But again, I'm going to ask you to
I
show
just answered
me,
your question, sir.
No, I'm asking you to show me where you get the inference of property. That's what I'm asking you.
That's what it is.
I didn't ask you what it is.
You just don't you don't agree with the word property. I get it.
Word. I'm asking where do you get it? I'm asking you.
A bride is the groom's property.
No.
It's ownership. That's what this is about. That's what the wedding, that's what marriage is about. Ownership.
So if you go into that and you're talking about the etymology of things right there, what is a bride?
Like I said,
what is a bride?
The man's property.
No. We talking etymology now, because this is the thing that you're trying to do. You're trying to bring us down. What is a bride? What is the etymology of a bride? What is the origin of that word bride? What is a bride?
I don't know the origin of the word
bride. Okay, it's on a horse. What is a groom? You see, that's why we can get into all this, the shit that you're talking about right now. Mm-hmm. We can get into that whole thing, that rabbit hole of what that all that shit is.
So what is a groom? You asked me, I didn't know, so tell me.
It's how you groom the horse.
Groom, okay.
Groom, bride. The bride is the thing that you steer the horse with. You steer the horse with. This is what we have a problem with people. You would go with all this other stuff, but we're trying to tell you exactly what things are now.
And if you want to go with ownership,
because if you get in that, if you get into in that, then all of this shit seems crazy as hell. Then a groom, a bride, and wedding, and all of that stuff. You still got a flower girl. What does that represent? Do you understand what that represents? You understand that? What is it? What the flower girl? What does she represents, bro?
I don't know.
Okay, so she represents children. Okay. She represents fertility. Yes.
Okay.
Everything. Right.
So we could get into that whole thing. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
When you
and here's the thing, he's gonna come back. Corinthians chapter 7, verse 3 and 4 states that we don't have authority over our bodies. The woman has authority over my body the same way I have authority over her body.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Right. So the point, I understand the point that you're making and when you say ownership, but we have to be very careful, because again, I don't have a problem with the word property. I really don't. I don't have a thing. If it's men speaking, we can understand it.
Right.
Well, it sparked up all this conversation. The word property sparked up all this.
The reason why I said the word property is because the women got offended by it. I can feel it through the damn computer.
Okay. It's okay for them to be offended. Why are we avoiding them? They can be offended. They'll be okay.
I'm not. Listen, believe me. When the scripture says that the man is the head and the woman is not, I don't care if she gets offended on that. The word is the word. I don't care. You got to put your feelings to the side on that, because it says what it says. Women aren't equal to men.
There you go.
I agree with that.
Okay, so again, I don't get offended. Whether they get offended or not by it, it is what it is, right? So the point of the matter of me saying is we have to understand that there's still a way that we teach women and we teach men. There is still a way that we do it. Now, when it comes to the creation of men and women, we are equal. When it comes to the purpose of men and women, we're not. So let's make that clear. So do you see how clear that is? God loves men the same way he loves women. But when it comes to the purpose of men, we're not equal at all. The eagle and the mouse, the Lord loves them both, but the eagle eats the mouse. There's nothing that the mouse did that made him be the bottom of the food chain. There's nothing that the eagle did. The Lord just set it up that way. So the point that I'm trying to make is there's a dynamic way you have to teach. There's a dynamic way you are supposed to present this word, because it ain't yours. So you can't just present it all willy-nilly.
Yeah.
You can't just do that. Because at the end of the day, if that man or woman walks away, the Lord's going to count their blood on you, because you're supposed to rightfully divide the word in a way tastefully that they can receive it. Now, if you're in a place where everyone is doing wicked stuff, then I get it. You just dropping it like it's hot. But in a controlled environment like we're in right now, there's no need just to say property. That's it. Well, let me explain what that means.
Say that's it. I just said property. You keep
that's
adding.
In count, but that's
you're
you
making
saying
it sound like when I said property, I was being cold. Like
I didn't say that, bro.
I just said property and I said ownership. That's it.
Right. And what I'm saying to you is, listen, when you're talking to your wife, when I'm talking to my wife, how about this? When I'm talking to my wife, I am so into understanding the words that I'm using and how it might offend her thought process, because I want her to get the exact meaning of what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. So I have to think about what I'm saying and how she's going to receive it. We have to do that. And it's the same thing with men.
Right.
I want them to receive what I'm saying, so I have to say it in a way that I pick my words precisely and concisely to make sure they understand the point that I'm trying to make without offense. The Lord tells you, do not offend the little ones. Don't offend. Now, are there going to be times when you do? If that situation calls for it, then absolutely.
We're actually agreeing, Bolo.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that if you just say property, which I don't disagree with you using that word, what I'm saying in the context of this setup that we have right here, women are going to take that offensively.
Yes.
Our job is to say, it's not.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it's not okay. Clue, it's not.
So you need to sugarcoat it and give it a nicer word than property?
Yes.
You give it a nicer
why not
song and dance pretty word?
Why not make it palatable? Listen, and this is the dopest thing in the world about the English language.
JT. Hold on, just ask Clue this. Are you your wife's property too?
Never.
See?
She is my property.
Wait.
My property only.
Wait. So this is the disconnect, right? Because we know the intentions in which you mean property. This is the problem.
She doesn't own me, I own her.
Hold on, stop. Because even by law, you are your wife's property.
No.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. This is why men complain about marriage, right? Because when it's dissolved, women have rights. Right.
But if you remember the beginning of the conversation, Freezy, I said I was explaining spiritual marriage, eliminating the state. The state. You're right. The state says we are each other's property.
Right. But
I'm
here's
saying
the thing.
Eliminate that and just be married by God and His Bible.
This is why I wanted to chime in, because I've been listening. Right. I heard about that spiritual marriage bullshit. Right. So here it is. Most of these men
bullshit.
Yes. Let me tell you why. Most of these men that be preaching it, not now when Bolo speaks of it, what he was telling you was correct. You can't come up with solidary paperwork, right? That could actually put your children in place and all that kind of stuff. But the way a lot of these men mean spiritual marriage,
manipulation,
they're trying to.
I'm not these men. Okay.
Stop. The reason why spiritual marriage has become so popular nowadays, right, ain't a trend is because men do not want to, they're trying to alleviate the responsibility of if the marriage does, like they're trying to alleviate the responsibility of actually
Financial loss.
well financial loss or allocate, like the allocation of finances or property or possessions and all that kind of stuff.
So a man wants to protect. So it's a problem that a man wants to protect what he has.
It is a
when
problem.
He came in.
That's
a problem.
Yes, I'm gonna tell
so
you
you
why.
agree with him being
Stop. It's a problem. It's a problem because that's not a marriage mindset, right? Even scripturally, that's not a marriage mindset.
So where are assets mentioned in the Bible? Where are assets and division of assets mentioned in the Bible, Freezy?
Okay, so first of all, you're in the Bible, right? If you claim you're married, you're not to divorce your wife unless unless for fornication purposes. Right.
Okay, so like I asked before,
stop, because you asked me about the
you
Bible.
brought up division of assets.
Stop.
Where's that mentioned in the word?
I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So even in the Bible, if you choose to get married to a woman and you take on that responsibility, the Bible is saying you're not to get divorced unless the woman fornicates outside of the marriage. Other than that, no, you need to stay your ass in this marriage, and God is expecting you to take on the responsibility of this wife. And within that, just like Bolo just read, you are your wife's possession too. You are your wife's possession as well within that marriage.
Can I read that to the state? Can I read
according
that?
to the state, not the
No,
Bible.
according to the Bible.
1
According to
Corinthians
the
chapter
word.
7. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 4. The
You
wife
niggas ain't
does
finna
not-
be tricking nobody around here. Go ahead, Bolo.
Hello.
The wife does not have authority.
I like the way he said that though, but
The wife does not have authority over her own body, but the husband does. And likewise, the husband does not have authority over his own body, but the wife does.
Who?
Explain that.
okay, you got me there.
Okay, here's another one. Here's another one where I'm gonna get you. Here's another one. Okay, this is 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 3. Give no offense. I read it again. Giving no offense in anything, that the ministry be not blamed. So when you're speaking, you better make sure that this ministry don't get the blame because of what you're saying. Give no offense in anything. 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 3, you can read it. That's the difference between you and I. I give word. That's what Freezy does. He gives word. We don't talk and we don't freestyle. We give you word. Now, again, I didn't disagree with you. What I was saying to you is, give no offense in anything, that the ministry be not blamed. Because you know what a woman's going to say? I'm not no damn man's property. That's what the Bible say. The Lord just here said that the ministry have no blame. Because now when you chase that little one off, the Lord is going to come see you and say, why did you say it like that to her? And now she's out there. Her blood is on you, and you're going to pay for it. That's with all of us. So we have to be mindful of how we speak. I'm sorry, Freezy.
No, you look. So even when you start talking about, because I hear these cats talking about not being married in the States, and you got stuff that you can put in place and all these different things. I guarantee once you find out the things that you got to put in place legally, you might as well just get married so all that can be in place already.
That's a fact.
So why not? So your name's JT, right?
Them niggas just want to fuck without no strings attached.
Okay,
Correct.
JT, why not? What about this though? Why not get married at all through the state and just commit yourself to that woman for life?
This is the reason. No. But this is the reason why. Because
I don't know why people laughed at that.
No.
I don't know. I'm not a comedian. I don't know why you laughed.
Because ain't
I got an answer for it.
Hold on, JT. You think this is the problem. You think that you unqualified, unwilling to adhere to God's command, law, statutes, and commandments.
God didn't command you to get married by the state.
Stop.
The powers that be. He did say that.
The laws of the land.
Yes. You think that, see, you guys expect for a woman to sign up to believe that a man like you, a clue, right? I'm talking about you.
Yeah.
Who hasn't even exemplified or showed respect to God's word yet since we've been chopping it up, right?
Oh, really?
You think a woman should believe that she's in good hands with you for the rest of her life?
Yeah, sign up for what?
So far, she is 9 years and counting. So far,
we don't know. This the internet.
So this is the thing. What do you think? Do you have kids? Now? Do you have kids?
No, I do not.
Do you have a mother? Is your mom still living?
She is. My dad too. They're married for 49 years. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So what happens is that say that you have to go to the hospital. Say that you can't speak for yourself.
Absolutely.
This is the power of attorney conversation.
A power of attorney. You got to have one in place first, homie.
And I mean, is this where this conversation is going? Who's going to hold your hand when you die? Come on.
Not when you die, when you in trouble. When you have, let's talk about this. If you got any assets, where you think your assets is going to go?
Goes to the state if there's no.
It goes to probate. Yes,
sir.
So when you sit here and you're saying all these different things, you're just looking at it from one angle.
If I'm dying, do I really give a fuck where my shit goes? I'm dying. I can't take it with me. Do I really care about where it's going?
Hold on. That tells what you think now while you're on this earth right now. You should.
Mm-hmm. They're just things. They're things.
Because this is the thing.
If I don't have kids, I don't care where they go to. Go to the state.
Yes,
I don't care.
So that's the thing about what we're talking about right now, because this is why wealth is at an all-time low for black folks, because we don't care when we die. We don't care because
wealth is at an all-time low because you niggas keep fucking and having kids and not taking care of them. I didn't do that. I don't have kids I don't take care of.
Right.
A lot of you niggers have kids that you don't take care of.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. It don't matter.
So why you turn your nose up at me because I don't have kids? Guess what I didn't do? Have a bunch of kids that I didn't take care of, like the majority of you people.
No, listen.
All right.
Let me get this out. Let me get this out for him.
Thank God.
Now, what you got, JT? What you got?
Thank God you didn't have no damn kids.
Right. So this.
Yeah, and I agree, Freezy.
This is the
thing.
I
agree.
Thank God.
I was responsible.
So this is the thing.
Unlike the majority of y'all that just swing the dick around different clitorises and have kids you don't take care of.
If you don't care about your assets and where they're going to be transferred to, then you are the problem.
They're things.
But it's something that we have to survive with. And at the end of the day, it tells me a couple of things about your mindset.
There are people that don't have kids, right?
Because you don't have assets.
Do you agree there are people that do not have children? Do you agree?
I do. So
what do they do with their assets when they die? The people that do not have children.
Well, what do they do? If they actually care about people, that will be transferred to other. They got siblings, they got cousins, and it's not just right there where it's going to go. Let me tell you, you are what those lawyers be looking for. Because if you do, and that's if you got assets though. Because if you do got assets, it's going right to the state. And it's going to sit right there.
If I'm dying, I really don't care. This is a conversation about if I'm dying. If I'm dying, I don't care where my material possessions go.
Why don't you have kids?
I chose not to.
Why did you choose?
I'm just somebody who chose not to. That's it.
Why?
I did not want children.
Because you feel like you're irresponsible?
No.
When it comes to kids.
Freezy. I'm trying to translate English to English. I did not want children. I never have.
Why? There's always a reason.
What do you mean why? It's a preference.
No, it's always a reason for everything.
Yeah.
Why didn't you want him?
That's the reason I did not want to reproduce.
That's not
I did
a
not want
reason.
children.
That's
That
not
is
a
the
reason.
reason.
No, it's
That's
not.
the
Did you
reason.
reproduce?
It's literally the reason.
Okay, so why didn't you want kids?
Okay.
Why didn't we
Why
know
don't
you
you
didn't
tell
want,
me? I think you want to tell me why I didn't have. Go
hold
ahead
on,
and
wait,
preach.
wait,
Why
wait.
didn't I
You
want to
said-
have kids?
You said you didn't want to have kids.
My reason isn't good enough for you, Freezy. So you tell
You
me
didn't
what
give
my
a
reason is.
Yet.
That's my reason. I did not want kids.
Okay, why?
Because
Did you niggas go to school?
Okay, shit. Okay. I know you're doing a show. You're an entertainer. You're doing a show.
Why?
No.
Okay, listen.
I already gave you the
reason.
reason. That's the answer to your question. I did not want.
Come on.
Did you?
I did not. I did not want kids.
We know.
I did not want to be a father. That's the answer.
Listen, hold on, wait. Let me take my time with you because
I answer your question. You don't keep asking me why.
No, you didn't. Chill. We know what you didn't want. Right.
That's why. That's also why.
What didn't you want was kids. Why didn't you
want to be a dad?
Okay, now we're somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying the past.
Hold on,
13 sentences.
Chill. No, that was a different answer. I'm gonna tell you how.
How so? Because
being a dad calls for a certain responsibility. And
that's a big word.
You didn't want to be responsible for kids, right?
Oh,
now,
is that a bad thing?
I could guess. No, it's not a bad thing. I think that was being very responsible that you didn't bring kids under your covering because
there you go. So we agree. Okay, we're good.
So no. I didn't say I didn't agree with you. What I'm saying is that if you didn't want to have kids and you didn't want the responsibility of kids, but you say you with a woman that you have not married through the state and you've been with her for 9 years.
She's okay. Let me give you some context. I know where you're going.
Oh, now you
She's
want
an
to
older.
context.
Okay,
now you want to
okay. Let me give you context. Let me give you context.
Now you want to be specific.
I know you want to laugh and all that, and I got your moments, but let me give you.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
My woman is an older woman, and she has her own kids by another marriage. Okay, I hooked up with her not with the intent of having kids because she couldn't have kids anymore. She's an older woman. Okay. I know where you're going. I just want to stop you from that.
No. Listen, I'm not holding that against you. It's life. She can't have kids. So you're saying that
she's an older woman. Yeah.
So you're saying that she couldn't have kids before you even got with her 9 years ago.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
She's an older woman.
So,
she has 2 sons.
Listen, I'm not ridiculing it. I'm not. Listen, what I'm saying.
I know you're not, but you're thinking that I got with somebody my age, and
Well, I'm glad you added context. I'm glad you finally added context and stuff.
Yeah, you're glad after you laughed at me, but go ahead.
No, I'm not laughing at you. What I'm saying is, I was laughing at why you couldn't answer the fucking question. But here's the thing:
the question I answered 13 times. Yeah. I didn't want to be a father.
You didn't. Okay, you answered that. You said that one time. So, but
I said that 13 times. And you're like, why didn't you want to be a father? Why didn't you want kids? Because I didn't want to.
Okay, now put the cup down. This is what I'm saying. Please,
go ahead.
What I'm saying is that a lot of guys, when they looking at marriage through a lens, they look at it negatively. Why? What's the biggest reason? It's because of responsibility. The responsibility that is actually required to have a successful marriage and to actually lead your family the right way.
I disagree with that.
Stop. The reason why this quote unquote spiritual marriage from all of these fucking heathens that be promoting this shit is so attractive is because it's a cunning and deceiving way of getting out of their actual responsibility in their marriage.
I think you're incorrect. I think the number one reason
I know you're going to say it's incorrect.
The number one reason why they don't want to get married is because
it doesn't suit your favor.
Of the detriment that the state will bring on them if there was a divorce.
Okay, so let's
That's
mind this
the number
out.
one reason.
Let me
not
mind this
responsibility.
Let me
These
mind
guys
this.
are very responsible.
Stop. Let me mind this out. So you said only in case of divorce will these guys experience these uncomfortable conditions through the state, right? Only through divorce.
Uncomfortable. Is that your official word? It's just uncomfortable?
Bro, I'm just having a conversation, bro. So
no, I'm asking.
Okay, you can
you
choose
think
whatever.
It's uncomfortable for the man to get divorced? Is that your official word, uncomfortable?
You can replace it with whatever word that suits
All
you,
right.
that makes you feel comfortable.
Right.
But here's the thing.
That's why I said
you're saying every time we have these conversations, it's always contingent upon divorce. Now, let me ask you something. If you got married through the state and you never had divorce, would you have to worry about the things that you and many other guys consistently bring up when it comes to marriage?
If I never got divorced, no. I wouldn't have to worry about that.
Stop there. Now we're getting somewhere. So, what men need to be trained on how to do, because I know everything's not perfect and you can't control everybody, right? But we can't minimize we can minimize what I want to say. We can minimize the chances of divorce, right? So the problem is that a lot of these men are anticipating divorce. You know why? Because they know how they are living. They know where they're at in life, in their current life. But instead of actually saying that and telling the fucking truth, you guys would rather demonize women and say, "Oh, if I get married, all she gonna do is divorce me and take me for all I got."
Nobody's demonizing women, sir.
Stop. What I'm saying is, the reason why men get divorced most of the time is a couple of reasons. One, you did a poor choice in picking a woman. Two, you ain't right your damn self. So if we can clean these aspects of men up, guess what? We can better protect men from all of these so-called atrocities. Because I'm gonna tell you something. If you marry the right woman, if you know what the right woman is, if you gain enough wisdom, even if you go through a divorce, she's still gonna take the godly route. You understand what I'm saying? Even if you go through divorce, the reason why you niggas
I'm not the only one with
the reason why you
talking like this.
The niggas right. The reason why you niggas get sent through the cleaners.
Well, I didn't. I've never been divorced, paid child support, or alimony.
The reason why you niggas get sent,
you ain't got no kids.
The reason why you niggas get sent through the cleaners is because you picked wrong.
We picked wrong?
Yes.
Is that why?
Because I know people that have I know people that
divorce is all the man's fault, right? Right, Freezy?
Stop. Because I know people who have actually gone through divorce.
Yeah, just pick right. They be married.
Stop. I know people
that's how you sound right now. If he had just picked.
I know people that have gone through divorce and have done it amicably. Does anybody else know people that have gone through divorce and have done it amicably?
Me. Yes. Myself.
Okay, so all of these fucking divorce horror stories
don't have a few exceptions.
All of these divorce horror stories don't even have to be so. That's even if you even go through divorce. But we should be trained on how to sustain a marriage and be willing to conserve and cultivate a healthy household and a marriage. How do we do that? We do that before we even pick the woman, by a man actually doing his due diligence and conditioning himself and training himself up in the Lord. But the reason why most men don't take that route is because y'all niggas think y'all too big for God. Y'all think y'all too big to do what God telling y'all to do. You want to do it your own fucking way, and it ain't working out. And until then, you're gonna continue to come up here on these goddamn panels and cry. Yeah, that's the hard truth. And you know why I know that to be true? Because I did it for myself. So I'm tired of you niggas coming up here crying to me, I don't want to get married because she gonna divorce me. Why don't you just sit your ass on the sideline somewhere? Okay? How you niggas crying and shit? This shit ain't for you. This is not for you. Okay? I'm telling you that right now. And this man talking about he been in a relationship. He been in a relationship for nigga, you had a girlfriend for 9 years. Whoop de woo. I don't give a damn about that. You been fucking for 9 years. You been fucking your girlfriend for 9 years. That okay, bro. Damn. Like you doing something. That is, bro, stop it, man.
And when I tell you they went clean off on me, majority of the people, like a few weeks ago, when I said that I don't believe in just the spiritual marriage alone, like they accused me of just wanting somebody for their money, which is not true. Like they just completely manipulated everything that I said. I said, no, that is a way for women to just settle for less, in my opinion. And they try to make it sound like it makes sense.
Yeah, that's not a real thing.
A cop out to me.
It's not a real thing. And the thing is that I've seen this shit. It living together and and being boyfriend and girlfriend. That shit turns out way worse than marriage and divorce. It turns out way worse than that. Like I said, we think that we gonna be here forever. We think we gonna be here. We think that everything is gonna stay the same. And the thing is that when you have to be in a point of being hospitalized and things like that, let me tell you something. If you ain't married, they look at it a whole different route. They look at it a whole different way. And he ain't got no kids or nothing. But guess who did have kids? That woman he was dating. Something happened to her. Guess who they gonna ask? The kids. They ain't asking him shit
at all.
They're not looking at your shit at all. They're not gonna look at, oh, we was together in a spiritual marriage. They're not looking at that shit.
Right.
You're looking at what proof they have on in black and white.
If you can't, the thing is that people think that marriage is about them. It's not about you. It's the building of a community. It is a dutiful job that you have, and you do it through love. And a lot of people don't even know what the hell love is until they get inducted into it, right? Because until then, all that shit is subjective. That word love is a subjective thing until you can put a name on it for real, or put some respect on that name of love. And most people don't put the respect on that name. They look at it as an emotion. They don't look at it as what the action is, the umbrella of what falls up under love. They don't look at none of that. This shit that we hear and people talk, y'all, this is why we have so many of our young folks being confused, because we don't have men, for one, with direction.
Correct.
But we want all of the, you gotta be submissive to me and all that crazy ass goofy talk that they talking about. That shit don't make no damn sense.
Right.
JT, not only that, you heard what he said? He said, when I die, I don't give a damn where my shit is.
Yeah, that's wild, bro.
So that lets you know that so-called wife that he got for 9 years that he ain't married to through the state.
He don't give a damn.
He telling her, man, what, you know what I'm saying? Hey, if you don't get whatever opposite, that's on you.
That's on you.
You know what I'm saying?
That's on you.
That's the bullshit though. But this woman, it's not. I'm just assuming that she's a good woman and she's doing right by him. After you die, what she just supposed to just what? She ass out. You know what I'm saying?
Well, she might leave before him. Guess what? Guess who she have as her beneficiaries? Her sons.
Facts.
He ain't got no say so on nothing. Nothing.
And we see it, man. We've seen it so much, y'all. We done seen it in our family so much. People end up dying, and it's all kind of chaos.
Right.
They ain't taking care of business while they on this earth, because that's what they added. That's what the attitude is. Well, I don't care nothing when I die. That's crazy as hell.
Right.
That is crazy.
That's the craziest thing in the world.
It's selfish.
And so that's why we have problems with when we have people talking and they don't have any instructions, directions, correction, any of that. They just think that they can just go out here and freestyle this shit and it's going to turn out all right. No. God will show you that your way ain't working.
Mm-hmm. Every time.
That's what ended up happening with a lot of these folks. We done seen it. Right in front of us. We done seen people living life as if they don't have to follow no instructions or direction. And guess what happened? That's how they die. Total chaos.
Mm-hmm.
Total chaos. I don't care what happens after I die. It's some fucked up shit while you still living. That's crazy as hell to say something like that.
My thing is,
it really is.
This my thing. The whole thing with me is, I have more respect if you just if they just stop trying to dress that shit up, like just to make the woman feel better about the situation. See what I'm saying? Stop trying to dress that shit up and call it for what it really is.
Yeah.
You know what I hate? I hate when the women be like, no, it's fine. Like, why can't you just accept that a spiritual marriage is okay? Why does it have to be this? Now, we know that every woman, because you don't lose anything in the end. I can understand men being skeptical or somewhat worried of the outcome if it's negative, if they go through divorce. But what woman would really want that? Because you normally don't have a lot to lose. So you can tell that the man has manipulated them into thinking that that's okay. 9 times out of 10, a woman is going to run and be happy for a man to marry her. Like, let's stop playing.
It's a different thing when we're talking about doing something for building, right? Like I said, one of the things I said in an earlier, platform that I was on, when it came down to this whole thing of marriage, where I was like, man, I don't want to tell people just get married. Like, I'm not just telling my daughters just get married, right?
Exactly.
It's the how to. It's the how do you look at, this whole thing of merging lives together, becoming one, building a community. How do you look at this thing called marriage? And if you're just looking at it as, this conduit of divorce, and you already, before you even get married, you still talking about the fear of divorce, why are you trying to get married then?
Exactly.
This ain't for the weak. Marriage is not for the weak.
I'm gonna say this. Shout out to Trey. Thank you for the $2 super cap, Trey. He said one time for a 3-day show. Yeah, we're doing it like that. Cassandra say, my cousin boyfriend just died a few weeks ago. 15 years together, they lived together, and they didn't mention her at all. No night of a devoted friend, nothing. Shaking my head. Yo, that's how that shit gonna end up.
Obituary be hurting feelings,
how that
boy.
shit gonna end up.
That obituary be breaking hearts and hurting feelings.
It does. Yes.
For sure.
Yeah, I found out my uncle had like 7 other kids when we went to the funeral, and my aunt I guess she knew. She just kept it from us because she.
But let's just tell the hard truth. It's hard for people to just accept God's order. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but you know what they say? They would say that's the white man's law.
Right, but here's the thing. What did the Bible say? The Bible say, outside of marriage, what is sex? it's considered fornication, right?
That's fornication. Yeah.
So how do Clue, because when we say we're marrying women, we are somewhat keepers of their souls too, right?
Y'all ever heard the term, let me make you an honest woman?
But here's the thing. So I'm telling this woman, oh, we in a spiritual marriage. How is she assured that she's still not fornicating under the eyes of God? Damn the eyes of man.
That's
right?
good.
Right.
How does she how can you assure her that she's that she won't die and be held accountable for this understanding that you made her have with you? How do you know that?
Right.
How?
You don't.
You are accountable when you marry a woman. I don't think dudes understand how serious this shit is.
They don't.
You are accountable. You are very accountable for her soul. You saying that you are saying that you are her leader. Like there are numerous scriptures in the Bible that say the leaders, the blind leaders of the blind, they will be held accountable.
Yeah.
Right.
So you're assuming this fucking position, thinking that you getting over. You will reap what you sow. All of this fucking word salad and word play, that shit don't work. That shit does not. You're gonna pay more than she is. Because y'all throw around that hierarchy, but don't understand how serious and detrimental that could be to you as a man. So y'all need to stop playing with this play spiritual marriage bullshit.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's way more at stake than you worried about a damn divorce. You understand what I'm saying? The best thing to do is get under the proper leadership covering. So they can, if you wasn't raised or trained right at home by your father and your mother, find good brothers, find good sisters that respect the Most High God. But you know what the problem is? It's too much ego and pride, and nobody want to learn from nobody. Everybody think, oh, I ain't, I can figure this out on my own. That's the problem. We supposed to be brothers and sisters. We supposed to be one body, looking out for one another, trying to help each other, get into the kingdom of heaven. But I'm telling y'all right now, a lot of people they really don't look at the kingdom of heaven like it's a big deal. Most people, they ain't even thinking about the kingdom of heaven
at all.
Man, let me tell y'all something right now today. That is my number one goal, to get there. That's my number one goal in life. How can I how can I receive the kingdom of God?
Yes.
But no, a lot of people take their eyes off of that because they we just went over this in Bible study. Everybody's so captivated by the world and just what's going on in the world. I'm finna read, hold on, because I had these bullets in my damn chamber, and I'm finna let them fly right now. Hold on, here we go. I already had this shit in my chamber. So right here, this is 1 John 2nd chapter, 14 through 17. And this for the men. It say, I write to you, dear children, because you know the Father. I write to you, fathers, because you know him who is from the beginning. I write to you, young men, because you are strong. You know why? It's preferring fathers and young men, because they are the leaders. And it say, and the word of God lives in you. Why does it say that? Because we are supposed to be the teachers. And you have overcome the evil one. And then it say, Do not love the world. This is what is being conveyed to the men and to the young men and the fathers. Do not love the world or anything in it or anything in the world. If anyone loves the world, the love for the Father is not in them. I'm telling you right now, the reason why we have all of these, the reason why people be coming up with all of these deceptive concepts to get people to do or adhere to get people to adhere to what they want them to do and how they want things to go is because they don't love the Father. And then it say, for everything in the world, the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life comes not from the Father, but from the world. The world and its desires pass away, but whoever does the will of God lives forever. They will get the kingdom. So the reason why these frivolous spiritual marriages have been trending is because of the lust of the eyes.
Yep.
The lust of the eyes and the pride of life and the lust of the flesh. And this is the deception. But you can't fool God.
Right.
You just can't do it. So stop trying. So this is my thing. Either you is or either you ain't. Right? Me, I don't have no fear of divorce. You know why? Because I'm going to continue to learn the will of God and teach my wife and make sure she has the fear of God in her. And guess what? I'm going to keep the fear of God in me. And guess what? I knew before I married my wife that she was willing, that she respected God, and she had the fear of God. I knew that already. I knew that I could pour into her. I knew that she was willing to learn. I knew that she wanted the kingdom. Most of y'all, the majority of y'all don't even know if your old lady actually even care about receiving the kingdom of God. You don't even know if she want the kingdom. You don't even know that.
Good point.
Most of y'all know. The only thing y'all know about her is that she want Ruth Chris. And she want a damn Chanel bag. That's what y'all know. You don't know if she really want the kingdom of God and how bad she want it. I knew my wife really wanted it. And I said, oh yeah, we finna do this. Oh yeah.
I don't think I was about to say,
I love that.
To be honest with
Me
you,
too.
I don't even think that it's the woman that need to be seeking the kingdom for real. Because in my personal opinion, in my personal life, you feel what I'm saying, I'm the one that's supposed to be reaching for it, and that's the problem. We not reaching for it first before we even go find her.
That's a fact.
That's true.
So I'm just saying, like, me, the reason why I be quiet a lot of time, cause I just be shaking my damn head, like, man, this is a waste of time. I ain't trying, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna just be honest. Like, I love all my brothers and sisters, but I know they ain't. You know, a lot of these people, they just ain't serious, man. They ain't serious, man. You know what I'm saying? They gonna continue to have these circular conversations, and we're never going to really hear like what we just heard from me just then, the conviction and just the willingness and the desperation to receive the kingdom of God. How many times on these panels have y'all heard men say, man, how can I receive the kingdom of God?
Not too many.
How many times y'all heard that?
Right.
They don't talk about that
at all. It's all about
not in this space.
You know why? You know why? They think that's just some God stuff and that's a white man stuff. That's what they're gonna throw on you.
White sky daddy.
Right then and there, that's when I be like, man, I can't talk to you, man. For real. Cause you just want to, all you really want to do, you just want to keep fucking these hoes. Just say that, bro. I respect you more if you just tell the truth, but they be trying to dress this shit up like they just some good intentions stand-up dudes that want, you know what I'm saying? like somebody's supposed to believe that this woman gonna be safe with you for the rest of her damn life. No. If I ever tell you, if I had let me tell you something. If I had a young daughter and she was like getting ready to leave the house, and later on she was like, she wanted to talk about, marriage and everything, and she would just wanted to have a conversation, which I have done already. I would tell her, don't waste your time with a dude that really don't want the kingdom of God. Don't. Don't waste your time with a dude that really don't really fear not entering into the kingdom of God.
Right. Crazy. Can I read a liberated comment? He said, I'm going to have to get up there and represent for the folks that's serious about this spiritual stuff. And I know that Liberated is one of the serious people. He's whatever he talks about, like he's genuine in what he expresses. And I know that his beliefs are a little different.
No, I mean, I understand. Listen, see.
But I'm rocking with the word. I'm just
no, I'm saying Liberated, I rock with him heavy.
Yeah.
But I don't play about the kingdom of God.
Yeah.
I don't play. I don't care if you don't like it. I don't care if you don't want to watch this shit no more. If you unsubscribe, so be it. Ain't nobody. Go ahead, Bolo.
I'm about to dipset, man. Man, I just want to thank you guys for having me. It's been a lovely time. I appreciate each and every one of you brothers, and definitely you sisters. Thank you so much for having me. Freezy, I love you, brother.
I love you too, man.
Love you all, man.
Love you, Bolo.
Love you. Have a good day.
Take care, Bolo.
Love you too, man.
My bad, Liberated. I thought.
All right, Bolo.
I'm sorry, Liberated. Love you.
Hey, I'm getting ready to get up out of here myself, man.
Okay.
Absolutely. I always appreciate these conversations that we have, man. Again, we got some pain points that we have, man. Freezy, you've been doing your thing all weekend, man. You've been doing this for what, 2 months now?
I think so.
You've been rocking, man. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate everybody to come up here, and we give our points of views and everything like that. And again, it's this is what is needed. This is a new culture, y'all. This is something that's still fairly new to us, but we have to get out here. We have to actually listen to what one another has to say. But at the end of the day, man, them trolls, y'all got to get the hell on, man, because we trying to have real conversations. You know what I'm saying? And I just.
Oh, this the wrong place over here. I'm gonna tell you,
it's the wrong place.
They've been trolling all night. I'm like, bye.
They've been trolling for 2 days.
Well, I'm gonna just be honest. I'm kind of getting to the point where, like, I could chop it up with people as long as it's say respectful.
Mm-hmm.
But when you trying to force your heathenism on motherfucker,
yeah, that's crazy.
You got to go.
That's crazy.
Anybody with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, bruh, listen, I respect everybody. The reason why I drop Clue is because for some reason, these niggas think that they can just override you and cut you off on your own shit.
I know, right?
Yeah, that's not what we here for. We ain't here for the disrespect, and especially when we talking about women and men, the relationship, man. It's a state of emergency, y'all, and we got to figure out how to get back to what we seen when we were growing up, right? Mm-hmm. And the thing is that we got to make it better. This is supposed to be better than what we saw. It's starting to be worse than what we saw, but we can get back on track. And one of the things is that we have to start understanding that something is way more powerful than us, and there's people that's way more in tune than us, right? So that's why we have to listen to one another. One of the things that I see that's a big problem with women and men is that we just stop listening to one another. So we got to get back to listening to one another. This is a platform right here now, not just Freezy, But all of the platforms that's really serious about this thing called relationship, it's very important for us to start having these conversations. People, I'm not listening to what none of them. It's dick and pussy conversations. All that shit, man. We ain't for that no more. We have to understand that there's another generation that comes behind us. So what is it that they're going to have to deal with, right? And then we have to be able to talk to them. We got to figure out how we do it, man. This shit is very important for a lot of people that's listening. Freezy, you done had over 300, 400 people listening to you, man. You've been doing this all weekend. And we done heard the bullshit and we heard some good shit. We heard a lot of things out here that's on this platform just this weekend. And when you start having people, man, that are of some substance that's telling you you're doing the right thing. You done had some brothers that came up here that's really about their shit. And so you are absolutely doing, and this is not an easy thing. That's why the support we definitely need our people to support the platforms that's out here that's actually trying to change the culture. It does seem like to a lot of people that this shit is just, people getting together and just talking. But trust me when I tell y'all, we didn't have this some years ago. It was people talking in their living room. Now this shit is global. We got people come from Africa to the UK, Germany,
right,
all over the world listening to what we have to say. And they're trying to put their 2 cents in it too. So it ain't what people think it is because we ain't doing that shit no more. This ain't TikTok. You know what I'm saying? This is some real, is very important because people take this shit and sleep on this shit, man. This is why when you've been doing it all weekend, Freezy, I look, bro. Even when I was in a whole different state a couple of days ago, listening to the, to the podcast, all the way till I got here, because it's important to me. And I have young daughters that I have these same conversations with. I let them listen to all of these platforms that I'll talk to. I got a daughter right now. Me and her probably be getting ready to do. She's probably going to get on my. She got to get her nerves together, but she's probably going to get on my platform and speak from her point of view. 28 years old, about to be 29.
That's awesome, man.
that'd be great.
Yeah. So she just got to get her nerves together though. But she's in school for, she's a social worker, but she's back in school because she's doing psychology now. Right. So these are the things that she talks about, and she's passionate about some of the things that she, that she's into. And, she's still textbook with it. But please believe this shit is very important for us, man. We got more people than you really can imagine that listen to us.
Right.
So with that said, man, I'm about to get up out of here. I love each and every one of y'all. I respect everybody that's on this panel, man. And Freezy, you my brother in real life, boy.
Most definitely. You know what it is.
Most definitely,
bro. JT.
Love you too, JT.
Oh, yeah, sisters. I love y'all. More love. You know what it is, man. It's all good with all of y'all. Like I said, we have to come out here, and sometimes y'all seen what Freezy did last week. Y'all seen it. Y'all see how he get down because sometimes he has to do it. But it's all in love.
Right.
It's all in love. You know what I'm saying? Fear no motors. You know it is, sweetie. You know what I'm saying? I know Dusto gone. He out of here.
Been asleep.
He been asleep. You know what I'm saying?
His sayings. He says Dusto, Dustathon.
Scam.
They were talking about professional something, and he said dust professionals. I said I cannot be scammed.
Yeah. And in real life, he's a really good guy, though. In real life, that dude he cool as hell. So
yeah, Scam makes good points when he's not trolling.
Really does.
Yeah, he trolls a lot, but I didn't broke bread with the brother, and behind the scenes and everything, man. And he actually is a really good dude, which I can say about a lot of folks, man. So, but all right, y'all, I'm about to get up out of here.
JT.
All right, man. Love y'all.
Have a good morning.
All right now.
Yeah. I get like that because, and I ain't got no problem with Clue. It's just I just get tired of all of that
It's ridiculous.
What is it? What is that? That damn, it's like conniving, like that.
Condescending.
Yeah,
Condescending, but
antagonizing.
also it be condescending, but it also be trickery and
Yeah.
and it be crafty. They be trying to, they always crafting up these concepts, and every time I hear it, it just be like wicked as hell to me. Like, but bro, you know, what are y'all doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, I see it a mile away. Like anybody that's really in the spirit, you can't fool them.
Right.
That's
You
it.
can't. It's either we're going to obey what God said or not. It's just simple. Right? And I know it sounds, to a lot of people, it sounds unfair and like, why it got to only be one way? Well, this might not be for you.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? But but I know that if all of these statistics and stuff that people be throwing around is true, marriages are failing. Why? Because most people are trying to do it the worldly way.
Yeah,
That's
they're
why.
operating in the word.
That's
and
why.
Yeah. A lot of people that's saying they're married, like we have to take that with a grain of salt because
these days you do.
A lot of these marriages are just spiritual. If that's the case, oh, okay, sis, I'm married too.
I mean, come on, for real.
I'm like, what?
Yeah, I mean,
it's the truth.
You know, I mean, what it is there's a disconnect. There has a disconnect has developed within our community to where men don't value women and women don't value men. We see it, instead of seeing each other as brothers and sisters and priceless human beings, we see each other as opportunities. That's how we view each other. Men view women as an opportunity, and women view men as opportunities.
Right.
And it's sad.
It is.
Yeah.
And you know what, Freezy?
Go ahead.
It's really sad when, like you said, we try to have a good conversation, right? We try to get down to the root of some things, try to mine some things out or whatever. But then people come up here and they already come up with a disdain, right? And so they come to derail or have a disdain or whatever the case may be. And they take out whatever disdain they have for whatever woman they got into it last week with. You know what I mean? And they try to take it out and have a problem with women that are not even on that. Like, I didn't cuss you out last week. I don't have nothing to do with it. You know what I mean? Like, and it's just all, but who cares what they think, you know, and this, we don't want your opinion. Like, bruh, grow up.
It was so bad earlier. Like, it was so bad. I all I heard was men talking for like 2 or 3 hours, like no,
and
talking about us, but not
don't say nothing. I'm just
talking about the women, but don't want our input on anything. And then I heard somebody say, women haven't been abused. They don't know what abuse is. They only go by what the law tells them abuse is. Women really have no idea of what abuse is. I said, are you serious? Like, you don't think women have been abused? It's just YouTube is really taking a toll on some people's mental state for the worst. Right. You know, there are so many exaggerations in a lot of these conversations. And I'm just like, I cannot relate, you know?
Earlier, do y'all like when, like, okay, like Clue just dropped off. And then old boy that dropped off earlier, it like he just got triggered and dropped off. I mean, then it just went off, right?
Oh yeah,
Five different times, and then he was cool, and then he
3
snapped.
hours of the conversation getting therapy. I'm confused.
That's what I'm saying. But listen, do y'all see a lot of these cats? They be seeming like children.
Yes.
It's almost like you're handling children.
Yes,
it is.
It's like a childlike spirit that they never got rid of.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like they can't even, like they're gonna try to cut you off in the middle of your speech and try to beat you talking and be the loudest one in the room. It's like it's like a disruptive classroom.
Yeah,
and
like
the
it's
teacher,
dysfunction.
and the teacher just gotta take a beat sea powder.
Right.
It's a lot. Like that's why last night when a certain person was up, I'm like, every time you come up, you only do that over here because it's a decent amount of people here. And I'm like, when you on other platforms, I don't see you act like that. And a lot of times when men have to big up themselves, they are lying to themselves about who they really are.
Mm-hmm.
A man who is what that is, who got it going on, it's the actions, the presentation is going to show. Like you don't have to overcompensate because that's what I see on these panels a lot. I'm
right.
Well, okay.
You don't have to try to prove how tough you are to everybody on the panel. We're on YouTube. You just have the conversation. It just gets really weird.
Right. It was really weird today. It was great, right? But it was just different. I don't know.
I was about to say, I don't blame you. I went to sleep after that. When they started talking about that, I straight turned it off. I played the game for a couple of minutes and took my ass to sleep. I said, nah, I'm gonna chill on this one.
And that's the thing, Trey, because you be like the youngest person on there, and sometimes you be getting rowdy and talking your mess too, and back and forths or whatever. But like when when the serious conversation is going on and there's no disruption, you can actually have a conversation.
Exactly.
I've seen that, and you be the youngest one up here. You don't go fly off the handles unless it's disruption already, and then I've seen you get disrupted. But when it's a serious conversation, even how to conduct yourself in a serious conversation, and then there's dudes that are twice your age that can't.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
And then they expect us to believe that they in a healthy relationship.
That's what I be thinking, Freezy. Yes.
Like you can't even carry yourself with proper decorum on a fucking YouTube panel.
Right.
And
I told you it's the older cats. It's the older cats that you got to worry about their mental health. It's the older guys, man.
Dog. But they expect us to believe that, oh, my shit good at home. No, it ain't. Stop lying, bitch.
Right. No love. We be saying that all the time.
Yes.
That lady catching hell at home. I know she is.
Right.
As soon as he dropped down, he went to giving her hell.
Right. That man on the panel.
She probably mad as hell at Freezy. Why Freezy had to just upset him? Damn, I want him to stay on YouTube.
Right. Right. I mean, I can only imagine. We laughing, but it's probably sad. It's probably really pathetic with the women that are actually dealing with these guys that are really dysfunctional and act like this on the panels. If you're acting like this on a panel, what are you doing in real life? And if we see you have 16 different personalities on a YouTube panel, what's really going on? Like
in real life. Exactly.
Yeah, very true. And then it's like we're seeing you get mad over something somebody said.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But we're supposed to follow and submit.
It's
Sir,
I'd
rather leave myself.
You're not only supposed to follow and submit for real. Give me your goddamn power.
Man, them niggas think everything. Them niggas think everything they property. The woman, my fucking YouTube channel, all kinds. They think everything they property.
And then if the man holds the men accountable, then they stem. I'm like, I'm over.
Right. Or suckers.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm the biggest simping sucker in this space, goddammit. Shit, let them tell it. I don't be giving out one fuck. Fuck it. It is what it is.
Ain't no winning.
Huh?
I said, ain't no winning with these people.
At all.
Not. It's really
At
not.
all.
Dang, I ain't even see T Super Cal. I almost was letting Clue have it. Shout out to you, T, for your $5 super cap. My bad, T. T said they are not ready, freezing. Hell no, no, they ain't.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
She typed another verse in there too. It was about 50 typos, but sis, I got you. I know what you meant to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But y'all, I'm gonna get y'all final thoughts because I gotta wake up tomorrow. Shout out to Fear No Mortals too. Fear No Mortals is going live later on today at 3:00.
Yeah.
And I will be on there with her, and looking forward to it. So y'all make sure let them know Fear No Mortals about the show. Are you there, Fear No Mortals?
She's going live tomorrow, guys, at 3:00. If y'all could come through and support. Her channel is really growing. Freezy's gonna be there. We have great, meaningful conversations. Hopefully she comes back, though. I don't know what.
Yeah, because I want to put her link in the chat. Let me see.
I'm here.
You already got a copy and paste, right, Fear No Mortals? You can put your link in the chat.
Yep, I got it.
Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna be live on Fear No Mortals channel tomorrow. It starts at 3 p.m. Eastern time.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So
it's gonna be a great show.
Yes, it is. I will be in the building.
All right.
I may be a little late, but I'll be there.
All right.
Y'all want to? Let me get y'all final thoughts. I'm gonna start with the ladies first. Let me go to 907. 907. I was ghost watching you, 907. I seen you and your sister. It was another girl at the table talking to y'all too. That's your other sister. All three of y'all sisters, 907.
Yeah, I got two sisters, Kiki and Toya.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were just going. I just want to say I'm glad that when I came up here this time, you wasn't mad, Freezy. Everybody was calm, cool, collected. I did tune in to the interview going off on Clue. I think accountability is what's lacking. Whether that's in relationships, parenting, in our personal lives, I think we all need to take a little bit of personal accountability and ask, why does this keep happening to me? But I also want to shout out to the panel and the chat and the whole No Cap crew and Freezy for doing this 3-day live stream. I literally go to sleep, wake up, and y'all still on. So shout out to the No Caps crew. Y'all make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe, and get a membership so that you can come hang out with us on Wednesdays.
You know, technically, I didn't even know it was 3 days until Trey brought it to my attention. I didn't even know it was 3 days.
Has it been 3 days or 2?
Nah, it's
Saturday, Sunday. Today's Monday.
I was about to say everybody off today. Everybody off today, so it still feel like the goddamn weekend. I know I woke up at goddamn 3:30 this morning. I looked at the time. I said, I'm going back to sleep. I'm not.
Right.
Yeah.
But those are my final thoughts.
And y'all could catch 907. That's my sister. Y'all could catch her on her channel 907 Good Eats. And make sure y'all subscribe. 907, you got a copy and paste?
I got it.
Okay, put it in the chat.
Yeah, I do. And thank you guys so much for always supporting me. I appreciate that. We got to support each other, connect with somebody in the chat, connect with somebody on the panel.
That's a fact.
That's
and make sure
right.
y'all hit that notification bell after y'all subscribe too.
And y'all, I'm going live Tuesday night. I'm gonna resume going live Sunday next week. But if y'all can come to my live after Freezy ends, y'all know I'll be live for a minute. So if y'all could just come through
Tuesday, more love.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Make sure y'all if y'all haven't subscribed to Mo Love's channel, Make sure y'all subscribe to Mo Love's channel and hit the notification. But I got some beautiful sisters over here, man.
Yes.
That's probably mad Freezy.
Look, that could be 907.
Mo Love, what's your final thoughts? What you want to leave us with?
The streams are always great. Be encouraged and keep growing. I'm very proud of you, and I appreciate the lives, the time you spend, your patience. Yeah, and I hope everyone has a very blessed week.
Thank you, sis.
You're welcome.
Fear No Mortals. Like I said, she's going live in a few hours at 3 p.m. Eastern. Make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and hit that notification bell. Great content. All my sisters have great content. Fear No Mortals, what do you want to leave us with? What you want to leave us with, Fear No Mortals?
This has been a long Memorial Day weekend, but it was great. We had a lot of different perspectives, but even outside some of the dysfunction and foolishness, we always tend to have some great conversations with the people that come up and are they're resting in their wisdom. I really appreciate the guys that walk with integrity. Freezy, we really appreciate you, and just everything that you stand for, and just your channel growth, and you as a person from being on your channel for 9 months, and just seeing the type of content that you do, and how much you're different from a lot of other people. And I just really appreciate you as a brother and a friend, and I just love you. And this was great. It was really was. It was long. It was great, and we just appreciate the conversations.
Love you too, sis, and I appreciate all y'all. Artifacts, and I appreciate y'all coming up. Even did you come up during this live stream? Any artifacts?
No, I came in on the tail end, Freeze.
Did you come up? Did you come up on any live stream?
I think I might have caught the first one. I think it was Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Or Friday night, yeah. Saturday. I think I caught that one.
Okay. What you want to leave us with, Artifacts?
So yeah, man. Definitely appreciate the No Cap crew and the platform that you provide to the community. We definitely need marriages. Marriages are the closest thing that we can get to financial freedom in America. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to be, somewhat free in America, you might want to think about marriage. No, I just support the show, man. I've been supporting you for a minute. I think you support the space in general. I think you look out for people, even though you don't get all the acknowledgement that you're supposed to get. But I think in the long run, you will be acknowledged for all your hard work. And once again, I appreciate the platform, and to the ladies, we appreciate you for bringing your opinion. And I'm definitely here.
Thank you.
It's my dog, man. Artifacts, man. I appreciate that too, dog.
Oh, can I just say one more thing real quick? I forgot.
Yeah, go ahead, sis.
And I appreciate the ladies too, the ladies that walk in integrity also, Mo Love 907. And I just pray that all our channels keep growing and growing and growing, and we can really build community.
Me too. Thank you.
Praise. Most definitely. Trey.
How y'all doing, man? How y'all?
What you want to leave us with, Trey?
First off, man, I appreciate you, Unc. You feel what I'm saying?
You know what it is.
Appreciate you. You feel what I'm saying? 3-day live stream. Don't take it for granted. And man, you don't get a 3-day weekend every weekend for real. So don't take this one for granted. And man, it's not gonna be another one like it for a while. Yeah, man. So definitely a great show. To all the men out there for real. I mean that come to this space. Let's be honest, you ain't come to this space because you was living in Kumbaya and everything was all good. You came to the space because you was looking for answers. Yeah, I mean, that's I can only speak for the men. I can't really speak for the women. Don't sit there and take these women's opinions for granted. I mean, because you need it. Like we all need it. It's not something that like we learn something different from everybody every day. It don't matter if you're a woman, a child, a man, or a boy. You know what I mean? Everybody got something that they can teach you. You can learn something from every human being on this earth. You feel what I'm saying? And I'm gonna leave it at that. You feel what I'm saying?
Trey, man, you know what it is. You already know what it is, and I appreciate you, man. And I want to say that I'm proud of you too, Trey. I remember me and Trey talked personally on the phone months ago, and the growth that I've seen in Trey is I just praise God for it, man. And I know that it's just more to come with you, bro. And I'm proud of you, man. I just want you to know that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, most definitely. Listen, we just hit the brink of 31 hours. 31 hours we completed. And I don't want it to go without being said that, you know, we can't do these long live streams if it's not for y'all, man. You know, yeah, I tough it out, but we can't forget that y'all be toughing it out too. Y'all be talking about, oh, Freezy, you said, I be like, shit, y'all was here too. Shit, you know.
Right.
Yeah, we ain't gonna forget y'all. Don't just put me in there. Put y'all self in there.
I'll be like, I've been on here for 18 hours.
Okay.
Yeah. You know?
Yeah, y'all put that work in.
Yeah. For real,
My
man.
sister already knows. She be like, oh, okay, you got Bible study at what? At 2 or 3. Then you gonna be on Freezy panel all night. She was like, you dedicated, ain't you, sis? I said, girl, period.
Yeah. Yeah. And I want to say, for the most part, we do have some hiccups every now and then, but I just hope that people think that this is just a safe space that you could be in for long hours too. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
Yes.
Yeah, I know we still got some tweaking, but best believe we tweaking.
Oh, you know
know
what
what
else
I'm
I was
saying?
just saying, Freezy? I was so
Yeah.
glad to see the Bible study turnout. It was so good.
Oh yeah, it was a
The
packed
new
house in there, wasn't it?
It was.
It was. That
It was a
was
packed
so
house.
good.
Yes, it was a lot of people in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it was good too. It was real good.
It was
Yeah.
so good. Yep.
Yeah, shout out to her. That's her too. She was in the chat.
Oh, she
Yeah.
was. Yep.
Yeah, shout out to her. That's her. But let's celebrate. That Pastor. Shout out to Pastor. We're gonna celebrate Pastor for being the sponsor of tonight's show. Shout out to Pastor. Where is that video? Here we go. Shout out to Pastor. Thank you, Pastor. We appreciate you, man.
Cap-tivity.
And shout out to each and everybody that joined the panel. You know who you are. There's too many people to name. You never know who's gonna come through. We appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. And we finna get up out of here, man. I'm finna get me some sleep. And I pray that y'all have a blessed sleep as well. All right.
All right, you too. I'm gonna drop down.
Yes,
Love
sir.
you
All right, y'all.
See y'all later.